In this untamed forest, clad in a weatherproof jacket and wielding a versatile military shovel, I am poised to embark on my wilderness survival livestream. Just as I engage with my audience, brimming with excitement at the prospect of encountering a grizzly bear, the livestream suddenly stutters. No, it is I who have become motionless, my gaze filled with astonishment, as if I have beheld something extraordinary. The barrage of comments in the live stream continues to flow, creating a lively atmosphere. Good luck, Zhu. The viewers cheer. Come on, what's going on? Why have you stopped moving? If you can't handle it, let me give it a try. Don't boast. If we really let you go, you wouldn't be so eager. Did the host not promise to take us to see the grizzly bear? My fingers are sore from clicking like hundreds, if not thousands of times. You cannot possibly tell me that today's live stream is concluding already. I've been following this host for quite some time. They seem quite sincere and genuinely want to take us along, emphasizing authenticity. Indeed, the previous commenter is correct. Last time, they promised to take us by helicopter to the cliff's edge to see eagles, and they actually delivered. Do you think the host is so shocked because there truly is a grizzly bear before them? Open the door, sister. It's me, your brother. Don't say it, but it is genuinely possible. What hair product are you using? Host, do not keep it all to yourself. Turn the camera around and let us see. I want to witness your thrilling battle with the grizzly bear. I heard you don't eat beef. If there's a grizzly bear, how long do you think the host can hold out? I reckon it's 50-50. What do you mean 50-50? That's a grizzly bear, standing 3 to 4 meters tall and weighing several hundred kilograms. Are you jesting? No, I mean in 5 seconds the bear could end the host 5 times. Meanwhile, Chewie remains blissfully unaware of the lively banter in the live stream, his astonished gaze fixated ahead. It is not a grizzly bear that holds his attention, but rather a panel radiating a cerulean glow that has materialized before him. Accompanying this apparition is an electronic notification that resonates in his ears. Ding! Suitable individual detected. Would you like to join the multiverse system host communication group? Would you like to join the multiverse system host communication group? Would you like to join the multiverse system host communication group? Yes, no. This electronic notification reverberates several times during his stunned half-minute, occurring almost every 10 seconds. It is not until the 4th chime that he begins to regain his composure, suppressing his astonishment. What is this situation? A system golden finger? The Truman Show? Extraterrestrial technology? Supernatural power? Although I am merely a streamer, in my leisure time, I find great pleasure in immersing myself in various online novels. Having been an avid reader for a decade, I have developed a fondness for the currently popular genre of system-based novels. Upon encountering a prompt indicating a system host discussion group, my heart leapt with excitement. I could not help but muse to myself. If I were to truly possess the legendary system that only protagonists are said to wield, I would surely thrive. I imagined that even the most mundane system could elevate me to the pinnacle of success. My anticipation was palpable. However, I hesitated not a moment longer, fearing that such hesitation might cause the golden finger whispering in my mind to vanish. I promptly responded inwardly, yes. Ding. Congratulations on joining the multiverse system host discussion group. Ding. Congratulations to group member Chu He for joining this chat group. Let us extend a warm welcome. At the instant I consented to join in my thoughts, 2 electronic prompts sounded. Following this, a virtual panel emanating a blue glow materialized before me, its contents shifting. It transformed into a discussion group page reminiscent of the QQ software, with the upper left corner displaying the number 163, which I surmised to be the count of individuals within this chat group. In the upper right corner, a house icon caught my eye. Having played games for many years, I understood that clicking this icon would transport me back to the main hall of the system host discussion group. As I perused the system host discussion group, messages continued to populate the screen. Ding! Group member Yi Yongsheng has joined the system host discussion group. Let's extend a warm welcome. Ding! Group member Tion Fa has joined the system host discussion group. Let's extend a warm welcome. Ding! Group member Hua Zheisheng has joined the system host discussion group. Let's extend a warm welcome. Ziyun, a member of the group, welcomes all new members to the chat community. When you have a moment, please take the time to peruse the group files. which contain essential information we have compiled regarding this multiverse host exchange group. Familiarizing yourselves with these materials will provide you with a comprehensive understanding of the intricacies of this extraordinary system. The members of the group, Hui Juyun, the savior system for all humanity, witnessed an influx of new participants into the chat group, typically ranging from 5 to 10 individuals at a time. This occasion, however, saw the unprecedented addition of 10 members, marking a significant increase. It remains uncertain how many among them will successfully navigate the 3 trials of the chat group to ultimately become the true hosts of the system and its rightful masters. Previously, out of several thousand individuals, only a little over 100 have successfully passed the trials. Group member 1 Kai, Illusion to Reality System. Who can say? Perhaps 2 individuals may succeed at once, or it is possible that none may pass. Not everyone acquires a system as formidable as ours, nor can everyone who possesses a powerful system utilize it flawlessly to overcome the trials. The group member Yang Kong, the Incomparable Insight System. I sincerely hope that the more individuals who pass through, the stronger our collective power will become. As more people undergo the trials of this chat group, we can share our unique systems and grow more formidable together. Observing these messages, I find myself filled with excitement, feeling as though I am on the brink of entering an entirely new realm. Greetings to all the esteemed members. I am a newcomer, having just joined this system host exchange group, and I find myself somewhat perplexed about its true purpose. I am uncertain whether or not I should voice my questions. With a flutter of nerves, I sent a message within the group. Is this not the system host exchange group? Someone within the chat responded. But what am I system? Why is there a designation of system following each of your names, while mine remains absent? A sense of unease washed over me as I began to fear the worst. Indeed, the individual above raises a valid point. Where's our system? Could it be that this chat group has consumed it? The member Yi Yongqing in the group also began to inquire. Supplementary medicine. Suddenly, the voices of the group erupted, and the atmosphere grew chaotic. 2. The trial realm. Is this not the boon of the chat group? Group member Yang Sheng, the billion-fold simulation to godhood system. That is not the case. The system will send you information shortly. Once you acquire it, your names will change. To the newly joined members, I urge you to diligently peruse the descriptions in the group files. Otherwise, you will remain oblivious to various issues. If after 10 minutes, you are transported to the trial realm without any knowledge, the difficulty of passing the trial will undoubtedly increase significantly. And should you fail to pass, what awaits you is death. Group member Tion Fa. Death? There is a risk of death upon joining this chat group? May I ask, is it possible to leave? I do not wish to be here. I simply desire to live a normal life, perfectly traversing my existence. I previously assumed that among the thousands mentioned by the member, only a little over 100 could succeed in the trial, and that those who failed would return to their previous lives. I thought this chat group was rather good. But then, group member Yang Kong, the system of extraordinary insight, naive. Once you join this group, there is no turning back. Moreover, once you comprehend the assistance this group can provide, you will likely wish to remain even at the cost of your own life. Even if I were to break your legs, you would still not want to leave. For this is your singular opportunity to alter the course of your mundane existence, a chance to become a formidable being across myriad realms, an opportunity to break free from the shackles of mortality, to transcend the river of time, and to seize the dominion of eternity. The opportunity to seize the dominion of eternity? Outside the system host chat group panel, He squinted his eyes as he absorbed this information, particularly the phrases regarding the trial realm, the system, and the chance to command eternal life. His inner excitement surged. Indeed, it was just as he had envisioned. Joining this chat group would grant him a system akin to those found in novels, and the ominous titles following the names were particularly daunting. They were not mere entertainment systems. They were extraordinary, transcendent systems. Furthermore, the members spoke of transmigration, indicating that in 10 minutes, they would be transported to the trial realm, suggesting the possibility of journeying to other worlds. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became. As for the risk of death, he had long since cast it aside, not even sparing it a glance. Would he fear death? Everyone fears it. That is indisputable. However, in light of the potential benefits, such risks pale in comparison. Even if out of thousands, only 100 were to survive, a mere fraction of a percentage, he had nothing to concern himself with. The greater the harvest, the greater the risk one must assume. This notion became clear to him upon entering society, much like his wilderness live-streaming endeavors deep within the primal forest. The mortality rate in such an environment is indeed alarmingly high, fraught with venomous creatures and the potential encounter with formidable beasts. For an ordinary individual, merely surviving a few days here could pose a significant threat to life. Despite his extensive experience in wilderness survival, he too faced the peril of death, yet the potential rewards were substantial. The myriad gifts from his live stream and advertisements for wilderness survival gear afforded him considerable wealth, allowing him to distinguish himself among countless lesser streamers. He ascended to the status of a prominent broadcaster, with live viewership exceeding 100,000 and followers surpassing 1 million. Taking a moment to breathe deeply, he sought to calm his exhilarated mind and promptly clicked to peruse the information within the group files. In a mere 2 minutes, he absorbed the contents, which mirrored the accounts shared by the group members. The origins of this system host community remained a mystery, devoid of a designated leader. Each participant was an individual selected from various parallel Earths across the multiverse. After joining, one would be transported to a trial realm within 10 minutes, a desolate expanse devoid of life, where solitude reigned supreme. Upon entry, one would acquire a system, ranging from a minimum intermediate level to the maximum elite tier, with a level assigned at random. Fortuitous individuals might receive an elite system, while those less fortunate would be relegated to an intermediate one. Should one obtain an intermediate system, the prospect of survival grew grim. For the system came with a 1-year usage time frame. Within that year, one must strive to strengthen themselves and undergo 3 trials. Each trial would transport them to a unique world where they could employ their system to fulfill tasks. Although opting not to complete them bore no penalty, remaining in the trial realm for a century without completion would simply lead to a natural demise. This consequence hardly constituted a true cost, as few ordinary people live to see 100 years, let alone benefit from the system's assistance in enhancing their prowess. Thus, one could elegantly extend their life for another century. Could this truly be deemed a price to pay? Was it not, rather, a blessing bestowed by the chat group? The trials within this chat community generally involved realms of moderate peril, and members possessing intermediate systems often found themselves unable to prevail. This was not due to the inferiority of intermediate systems, but rather the brevity of time. Merely a century was insufficient to conquer such trials. To succeed within that time frame, one would need to acquire higher-tier systems or elite ones. Successfully completing all 3 trials would grant true ownership of the system, along with rewards from the system host community. The reward signifies that the system you possess will be upgraded through communication within the chat group. The top-tier system will evolve into a more formidable entity, while higher-level systems will ascend to the pinnacle. I'm uncertain about the level of system I may acquire. With a glimmer of anticipation lighting up his eyes, Chu he eagerly awaits the moment he will traverse into the trial grounds, curious about the nature of the system he might obtain. There exists the possibility that he may not receive a system at all, and instead, he could find himself ensnared in some form of peril. The information contained within the group files he has perused, as articulated by the members earlier, is purportedly fabricated by the very individuals within the chat group. To this day, Chuhi remains oblivious to the sentiments of his fellow group members regarding newcomers like himself, whether their intentions are benevolent or malevolent. It is conceivable that these individuals harbor ill will towards those who have only recently joined. Even if the various messages they have sent are laced with a semblance of goodwill, it could merely be a fade. Children are well aware of the perils of blindly trusting strangers. How much more wary should Chuhi be, having been thrust into society? The members he has known for less than 10 minutes, with whom he is only acquainted by name and not by visage. Can their words be deemed credible? They are even more unfamiliar than complete strangers. Thus, Chuhi maintains a degree of skepticism towards the information in the group files, acknowledging that while some may be fabricated, there could also be elements of truth. It cannot all be falsehood, can it? A modicum of trust must exist among individuals. It should not be entirely absent. Having set aside the contents of the group files, Chewie now turns his gaze to the live stream beside him, observing the rapidly increasing viewer count, which has surged to over 100,000. His heart no longer stirs with the same excitement as before. He has become emotionally detached due to the shift in his circumstances. Just moments ago, while perusing the host's group chat, he had been frozen in place, his gaze fixed ahead, absorbed in the conversation. His expression shifting from exhilaration to contemplation, marked by an unpredictable demeanor. Those watching the live stream are eager to discern what the host has witnessed, whether it be the brown bear he's been observing or something more sinister. Initially, when viewers first beheld Chewie's expression, they may have speculated that he was merely attempting to enliven the somber atmosphere of the primordial forest. However, the authenticity of his demeanor is undeniable. Who would strive to enliven a mood without uttering a word, maintaining such a silence for several minutes? Are they not concerned about losing their audience? Consequently, some viewers have begun to sense that something is amiss, pondering whether the host has truly encountered something otherworldly. Numerous family members sent gifts, eager to inquire what the host had seen, yet there was no response, even when the top contributor departed. The influx of gifts attracted more viewers into the live stream. To all the patrons in this live room, I have an important announcement. Shortly, the host will officially retire from the streaming world. From this point onward, there shall be no more broadcasts. Let us part ways amicably, for the host is destined to traverse into another realm and ascend to greatness. You, my dear patrons, should await my triumphant return should I achieve success in that other world. To those who graced my live room and made it possible for me to thrive in reality, I extend my gratitude. If I ever return, I hope you'll be ready to enjoy the fruits of our past endeavors together. Soon, you shall witness the unprecedented existence that crosses into myriad realms, and I hope this moment remains etched in your memories. Taking a deep breath, I pondered that in mere minutes, I would depart, leaving no peculiar traces behind on Earth. In such a brief span, even if I were to claim I would traverse dimensions, it is unlikely I would end up dissected on an experimental table. Perhaps no one would even notice my absence, as few would believe in such travels before they occur. Only after my departure might the higher echelons of government take note of my existence, rendering any danger negligible. With a shift in thought, my habitual playful demeanor emerged, prompting me to deliver this farewell. What does this mean, host? Crossing over? Is there truly such a phenomenon in this world? Not even parallel universes have been confirmed, let alone the fantastical realms described in novels. Please do not jest. This is hardly amusing. I anticipated something grand, yet this is absurd. Farewell, then. Host, you are finished. I must tell you, you are finished. You once referred to us as family, yet now you call us by derogatory terms. Do you believe your rising viewership has inflated your ego? Tell me, have you lost your bearings? Before you fully grasp the situation, I permit you to amend your terminology. You should call us handsome lads. Do not be so quick to dismiss this. Perhaps the host truly is embarking on a journey. After all, there should be some measure of humor in jesting. With such a vast audience, the notion of retiring from streaming seems unlikely to be mere folly. If it were true, the financial loss would be staggering. I am the top contributor, and while the hostess' recent remarks have irked me slightly, I remain intrigued. However, I find myself eagerly anticipating the host's potential journey into another realm, hoping for a life of luxury. At this moment, all that remains to me is money, yet I am uncertain of what constitutes true enjoyment for me. I am unfamiliar with wealth. I have never encountered it. To the individual above, I say begone. You claim to possess only wealth? I refuse to believe it. Even if you're the top contributor, I remain skeptical, regardless of your level. Unless you bestow upon me 50 coins for a taste of the wild Thursday experience. Within the confines of the live stream, some viewers found the words of the wilderness host, Chewie, to be overly audacious and somewhat irksome. Nevertheless, no one endeavored to disrupt the atmosphere, as the audience continued to perceive the host as merely enlivening the mood. None believed he would exit the stream or embark on a journey through time. Yet, as seconds ticked away, Chewie gazed intently at the azure panel before him, where the countdown dwindled to a mere 10 seconds. A radiant smile adorned his face. He raised his hand, giving a slight wave as a farewell gesture, and declared, "Dear viewers, until we meet again, I hope you will wish me success on my journey to another world, where I shall become a true magnate." As his words faded, time ultimately drew to a close. Ding! Time has concluded. Would you like to commence the trial journey? Yes. The absence of an option to decline left Chu he exasperated. He inwardly chastised the system for its antics, pondering why it could not simply whisk him away without such theatrics. With a nod of affirmation, a powerful black light enveloped Chu he entirely, emanating from the azure virtual panel before him. Under this shroud of dark energy, he vanished without a trace, disappearing from the earth in the eyes of all within the live stream. His family and viewers stared in disbelief, questioning their own vision. Where had the prominent host gone? Had he truly traversed to another realm? Was this a mere special effect of the live stream? Surely, it could not be another trick. Not only were the audience members left in shock, even Shuhi's streaming team was taken aback, as this unexpected turn had not transpired during their broadcast. Shouldn't they be preparing to view the brown bear instead? Had the ruse reached such sophisticated heights? Every day, for the corporate worker, do you think my gifts, which have placed me in the top 10 of the leaderboard, still count? No one responded to this barrage of messages, as most viewers sought to gather their thoughts and make sense of the unfolding situation. Yet, despite their efforts, a significant portion remained convinced that this was merely an elaborate ruse, albeit one of extraordinary caliber. Until the following day passed. The live streaming team of Chu he still had not located the streamer. With a heart full of concern, they made a call to the authorities. Yet after searching for an entire day, they found no trace of him. They repeatedly reviewed the live stream, but discerned no signs of deceit. At that moment, everyone truly believed that Chu he had indeed transcended dimensions. Instantly, across all major traffic platforms nationwide, this news surged to the forefront, dominating the top 10 and even the top 50 trending searches. Countless adventurers ventured into the primordial forest, embarking on a quest to find the transcendent, hoping to acquire the system the streamer had spoken of and to see if they too could become a voyager through realms. Regrettably, Chu-Hi's fortune in becoming a transcendent was a stroke of unparalleled luck. The entirety of planetary fortune may not suffice for such serendipity. Under these circumstances, how could a second transcendent possibly emerge? Trial grounds. As Chu-Hi slowly opened his eyes, enveloped in a shroud of black light, he surveyed his surroundings. It was then he comprehended that he had successfully transcended. The place he found himself in bore little resemblance to the wilderness he had previously inhabited. In the primordial forest, towering trees surrounded him, but now he stood upon a stretch of black earth. As far as the eye could see, for miles around, there was naught but emptiness, save for a river that flowed with a resounding rush. The sky, akin to the earth he once knew, was a brilliant blue, adorned with wisps of white clouds. Beyond that, there was truly nothing, no sign of life whatsoever. Was this indeed the trial grounds? According to the documentation, he was to reside here for a year, during which he could fully utilize the system, striving to enhance his abilities. At the end of the year, he would engage with a randomly selected world for his trial, armed with the strength he had cultivated. A year without any living being to converse with was daunting enough, yet he felt he could endure the solitude. However, this place offered only water, devoid of any sustenance. Even the strongest survival master would struggle to last a year without food. A person can perish from hunger in 7 days and succumb to thirst in 3, while he might manage to endure for a week or so. Surviving a full year without nourishment was a feat reserved for the supernatural. It appeared that his only recourse might be the system. He hoped fervently that it would prove to be of assistance. Shaking his head, he scanned the area once more to confirm the absence of food, resigning himself to place his hopes entirely upon the system. The sentiment of entrusting the hope of life to other entities is undeniably ungraceful. Yet, there is no alternative. To survive, one must rely on the efficacy of the system. Should it prove to be robust, such feelings may never be experienced again. Ding! You have been transported to the trial land. Congratulations on obtaining a grand system gift package. Shall I open it to acquire your exclusive system? With no hesitation, Chewie promptly activated the pathway. In a fleeting moment, A virtual panel materialized before him, transforming into a gift package of considerable size, radiating a spectrum of vibrant colors. The brilliance was astonishingly resplendent, adorned with ancient patterns that suggested its significance. Upon the package's unveiling, a luminous orb emerged and fused with Chu-Hi's being, inundating his consciousness with an abundance of information regarding the newly acquired system and its functionalities, coalescing into a stream of memories. His expression shifted to one of exhilaration, as the earlier unease dissipated entirely. Do not inquire why. Simply know that the system Chu-Hi acquired is of the highest caliber. Within the exclusive group for system hosts, those fortunate enough to obtain a top-tier system possess abilities that defy imagination. Individuals endowed with such a system, provided they refrain from self-destructive actions, are assured survival within the trials. They can engage freely without fear of demise. Conversely, those with mid-tier systems face a mode of despair in the trials, while those with superior systems encounter merely a simplified experience, devoid of even a difficult mode. In contrast, those wielding top-tier systems navigate through the trials as if aided by an external force, progressing effortlessly. The name of the top-tier system bestowed upon Chu-Hi is the Heavenly Lexicon Editing System. Its capabilities are extraordinarily formidable, granting him a semblance of omniscience and omnipotence. This lexicon, akin to a divine talent, bestows upon him unfathomable power upon acquisition. Each day, he is afforded the opportunity to edit a low-tier lexicon. Every 10 days, he may access a mid-tier editing chance. Once a year, he can attain a high-tier editing opportunity. And every century, he may secure a top-tier lexicon editing chance. Presently, having acquired the system, he receives a novice gift package, which includes one top-tier lexicon editing opportunity and today's low-tier editing chance. With the most powerful intellect across the multiverse, traversing a technological paradigm, the ability to edit a lexicon daily equates to the realization of a wish each day. Whatever Chu-Hi desires, provided it is not excessively outrageous, can materialize through the editing of a single lexicon. Even the most commonplace, low-tier editing encompasses extraordinary power, while mid-tier editing is immensely potent. For instance, should one wish to extend their lifespan, an intermediate level of entry editing could potentially amplify it 100-fold. Indeed, this is entirely feasible. Advanced entry editing might bestow upon you the gift of immortality. Yes, the kind of immortality that grants infinite life, liberating you from the anxieties surrounding mortality. As for the pinnacle of entry editing, it is beyond description. It merely serves to magnify the bounds of your imagination. Even if you desire to edit yourself into possessing formidable powers, it is possible, albeit with certain limitations. One cannot directly edit oneself to wield strength comparable to the celestial beings of myriad realms. The system may lack the capacity to bestow such divine prowess. At most, it could endow you with the potential to attain such extraordinary capabilities, granting you the might of an innate divine being. From birth, you could surpass the efforts of countless prodigies, endowed with the potential to achieve greatness. Currently, I possess a top-tier editing entry alongside a lower-tier one. I need not worry about the trials of the communication group any longer. However, even in the absence of peril, I must strive to grow stronger at the swiftest pace. This is because the trial grounds are not merely the greatest troubles found among the system hosts within the speed communication group. The trial grounds merely cultivate competent system hosts, equipping them with sufficient strength to venture into the myriad realms. The true threats and challenges lie within those vast dimensions. According to the members of the system host communication group, the myriad realms are places fraught with endless dangers and boundless opportunities, where one may encounter celestial beings at any moment. The residual waves of their battles could prove fatal, yet one might also stumble upon a rare treasure on the road. Soaring to unparalleled heights, there is nothing that cannot be imagined or achieved. After a minute or so, Chu-Hi managed to compose himself, realizing that possessing a top-tier system did not equate to being free from worry. Rather, it motivated him to accelerate his growth. His mind began to race, fueled by imagination. as he contemplated the possibilities afforded by the editing opportunities of these two entries. The lower-tier editing need not occupy his thoughts excessively. However, he must seize this once-in-a-century top-tier editing opportunity with utmost care. This is a novice gift package, and should he wish to attain such a chance again, it would not arise for another 100 years. A century is an eternity, having lived merely into his 20s by the time the next opportunity presents itself. He would be over 120 years old. Such a lengthy wait is unfathomable. This top-tier editing entry must be utilized to grant me formidable power in a short span. Within the myriad realms, numerous power systems exist that could endow me with immense strength, be it through cultivation, fantasy, martial arts, science fiction, or the fantastical. Each path, each system, offers a route to the pinnacle of the myriad realms. Among them, I must select a path that resonates with me and embark upon that journey. Reflecting on the myriad of novels he had perused, Chuhi swiftly conjured within his mind an entry he yearned to edit, a path he aspired to tread. Cultivation, fantasy, enchantment, martial arts, these avenues he chose not to pursue. It was not that these paths lacked strength. On the contrary, they were immensely powerful. However, he harbored no confidence in his ability to transcend the limits imposed by them. To become formidable through these routes demanded an extraordinary level of comprehension, and perhaps even the possession of a heart of Tao, as depicted in those tales. Did Chuhi possess such attributes? No, he was but an ordinary individual, devoid of such gifts. One might inquire, if he lacked these qualities, would he not endeavor to utilize the entry editor? Indeed, one could employ the entry editor, yet the power of the system's entries is finite. It can only elevate one to a certain realm of existence. It cannot allow one's strength to surpass that of the system. If one were to rely solely on the entry editor throughout their journey, what difference would it bear from being ineffectual? Once the system's assistance reached its zenith and the power of the entries dissipated, what then would he do? Thus, ordinary individuals ought to refrain from embarking on such cultivation realms, for they would find them incomprehensible. It would be far more prudent to pursue the realm of science fiction. The science fiction framework is not inferior. If the cultivation systems embody individual invincibility, the science fiction paradigm represents collective invincibility. As long as one possesses the knowledge to create technological weaponry, even an ordinary person could vanquish the mightiest of foes. Moreover, the science fiction framework is a pathway to mastery over knowledge, far more tangible than any abstract notion of a Tao heart. Even if the system becomes obsolete in later stages, possessing ample knowledge and enhancing one's intellect through the system would allow one to persevere. Very well, I shall traverse the path of science fiction, Chuhi mused aloud. Having clarified his choice and formulated his thoughts, he promptly activated the supreme editing opportunity from his novice gift pack, preparing to craft an extraordinarily potent entry for himself. To advance within the science fiction framework, one needs a robust intellect, capable of comprehending various technological concepts. Hence, the foremost requirement was to acquire a powerful mind. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes as he gazed upon the entry editor before him, a box inviting his thoughts. With a focused intent, he inscribed his aspiration: grant me the most formidable mind across all realms. Ding! Edit failed. Insufficient system power. Testing the limits of the system. Chuhi felt no surprise at the inability to edit this entry due to the lack of power. Were he capable of such an edit, he would not perceive himself as possessing the mightiest mind across all realms, for even the creator of this system lacked such power. How could he bestow that strength upon another? Grant me the most powerful mind in the infinite multiverse. Ding! Edit failed. Insufficient system power. Even the power of the infinite multiverse is out of reach. It seems the level of this system has not attained the infinite multiverse tier. Grant me the mightiest brain of the multiverse. Ding! The entry has been detected and is currently under edit. Edit successful. Boom, boom, boom. As the electronic prompt resonated, in that fleeting moment of success, Chuhi's mind erupted as if it were the cataclysmic event of the Big Bang. His brain instantaneously shattered. However, it did not completely disintegrate. In the immediate aftermath of this explosion, it swiftly rejuvenated, only to explode once more. This cycle of destruction and restoration continued unabated. Each moment, Chu-Hie's intellect detonated countless times and subsequently revived. With each explosion and recovery, he felt an ethereal quality enveloping his consciousness. Initially a milky hue, after the first restoration, his mind began to radiate a glimmering golden light. With each successive blast and revival, this golden luminescence intensified, and after enduring hundreds of thousands of such occurrences, his brain transformed entirely into a resplendent gold, akin to a legendary tale of gold itself. Simultaneously, his physical form underwent a terrifying metamorphosis, amplifying his corporeal strength by hundreds, even thousands of times within the span of mere minutes. Chu-Hie sensed an immense power surging within him, far exceeding anything he had known, each punch delivering a force akin to thousands of tons. A simple stride propelled him beyond the sound barrier, creating a multitude of Mach rings in the air. This transformation of his body was a direct consequence of the evolution of his mind. A formidable intellect necessitates an equally robust physique. Without a sufficiently capable body, even the slightest mental exertion could lead to profound fatigue. The energy expended by the mind in a single second could eclipse an entire day's worth of physical rest. This would be akin to a vegetative state. Thus, a sound body is indispensable for nurturing a brilliant mind. Both elements are essential. Neither can exist without the other. Is this truly the most powerful brain in the entire multiverse? It is indeed terrifying, profoundly so. Fixating intently on his hands, Chu-Hie merely glanced at them and instantly retained the entirety of their appearance, even the most minuscule hairs. He could account for the number of strands and the spacing between them, envisioning a model of his hands in his mind's eye. Within a mere second, he replicated this modeling thousands of times, predicting how his hands would move in the next instant, imbued with a sense of foresight. He contemplated how to enhance their strength and how to minimize wear. This was nothing short of miraculous. It resembled divine insight, enabling him to discern the future trajectory, structure, and composition of any object he beheld. Moreover, it is not merely his hands. With a glance at his surroundings, his mind has constructed the flow of air, the concentration of oxygen, and the optimal places for healthier respiration. Yet the most terrifying aspect is not this. The most alarming thing is the wealth of knowledge within Chu-Hie's mind. His memories and insights have coalesced into a veritable library of recollections in the span of a single second. Each memory, every fragment of knowledge from his elementary, secondary, high school, and university education has transformed into a virtual tome, readily accessible at his whim. Furthermore, as Chu-Hie briefly contemplated the knowledge he had acquired in mathematics, physics, and biology, these disparate fields began to synthesize effortlessly. He self-derivatively conjured even more profound insights. In 3 seconds, he manifested knowledge that humanity had painstakingly developed over millennia, propelling his understanding beyond that of the most eminent scientists of his previous world. Placed on Earth, he could easily ascend to a directorial position at any prestigious university and oversee numerous national research projects simultaneously. In a mere 5 to 10 seconds, he traversed the entire technological tree of a Type 1 civilization. Within 10 seconds, Chu-Hie had elucidated every aspect of the technological framework of a Level 1 civilization based on his own knowledge. A scientist from his former Earth once posited that if extraterrestrial civilizations existed in the universe, there would undoubtedly be a certain disparity in their levels of development. He had categorized the potential hierarchical gaps between civilizations, ranging from Type 1 to Type 7, estimating that Earth's civilization was approximately at 0.7, still far from achieving Type 1 status, which would require several centuries of advancement. A Type 1 civilization possesses mastery over all secrets of its home planet, harnesses its energy in entirety, can manipulate the planetary climate with precision, and possesses the nascent ability to alter the planet itself. Such feats necessitate the concerted effort of countless top-tier researchers over centuries. Yet Chu-Hie achieved this in merely 10 seconds, deriving the entire technological repertoire of a Type 1 civilization from scratch. This was merely a span of 10 seconds, a duration insufficient even for donning clothing. Yet here he was, purportedly able to research this vast repository of knowledge in such a brief moment. He had directly outlined an entire technological tree. Indeed, my earlier decision to utilize the singular opportunity to edit and enhance my cerebral capacity into the most formidable brain of this multiverse was astutely vindicated. Armed with this unparalleled intellect, unless the world I am destined to traverse in a year is one of infinite multiversal caliber, no obstacle shall deter me from overcoming the trials ahead. A radiant smile graced Chu He's lips as he envisioned the effortless completion of his trial tasks in the realm he would soon enter. However, as he contemplated the myriad scenarios pertaining to the trial grounds, alongside the potential resolutions for such circumstances, a plethora of thoughts suddenly surged within his mind, leaving him with a profound sense of fatigue. Perhaps this was the singular drawback of possessing the most formidable intellect in the multiverse, its sheer power. Merely reflecting on the trial grounds instantly conjured an array of solutions. Yet the perpetual activation of such a prodigious mind exacted a toll on his mental faculties, leading to considerable exhaustion. In summary, his physical form was insufficiently matched. Its strength needed to exceed that of an ordinary human by several billion times to sustain the unparalleled intellect of the multiverse. Currently, exerting full capacity of this brain could only last for a few minutes before he felt overwhelming fatigue and an urge to slumber. Nevertheless, solutions were not entirely absent. He possessed the ability to edit entries, and once he acquired a mid-level editing entry, he could directly create an entry that would ensure he would never experience fatigue. Alternatively, he could edit himself to possess a physique with the strength of billions of ordinary humans, thereby effortlessly resolving the issue. He had countless strategies at his disposal. With one lower-tier editing opportunity available, he decided to utilize it. In a mere second, he devised a cerebral sealing technique that would restrict much of the power of his unmatched intellect, liberating him from the need to maintain such a state constantly. Intending to employ another low-level editing opportunity, he realized he knew precisely what to edit without even activating his strongest mind. Gazing down at the black earth beneath his feet, he commenced editing an entry. Editing entry to enrich this land with all varieties of metallic minerals found within the earth. Upon completion of the entry, he immediately felt a significant tremor beneath him, akin to an earthquake. He could distinctly sense a profound transformation occurring just 1 meter below the surface. Where the once black soil now harbored a wealth of minerals, including open-pit deposits that could be easily extracted. Within this newfound resource lay over 80 types of extractable metal ores. With his formidable intellect, developing a technological civilization would be a breeze. However, the advancement of such a civilization required various materials, and the absence of resources would hinder progress. Fortunately, he possessed the ability to edit not only himself, but also the material world around him. With an abundance of metallic ores at his disposal, he could effortlessly manifest the knowledge stored within his mind. Setting a modest goal for himself, he aimed to establish a level 4 galactic civilization within a year. Fixating on the ground beneath him, he resolved in his heart that, indeed, this was not a mere whim. The level 4 galactic civilization would be his small target. The most formidable intellect of the multiverse possesses the capability to cultivate a civilization of technological prowess on a multiversal scale, singularly. Such a powerful mind could potentially evolve a Type 4 civilization, were it not for the desolation surrounding him, which imposes significant constraints. A year would be in excess of time. Once the opportunity to edit primary entries arises tomorrow, he intends to establish a premier research facility. In the meantime, with no pressing tasks at hand, he shall embark on an exploration of the nearby trial grounds. Gently rising onto his toes, he feels the surge of power coursing through his body. Currently devoid of a laboratory, even the wealth of knowledge he possesses remains untapped. Thus, he resolves not to squander his time and instead directs his focus to the trial grounds, commencing a gradual exploration of the area. He seeks to ascertain whether the surroundings truly harbor any dangers, the boundaries of the trial grounds, and their vastness. He is to reside here for the coming year. making such exploration essential. Fortuitously, with his recent augmentation of strength, he now possesses a degree of self-defense, rendering the exploration of the trial grounds relatively safe. With a subtle exertion of his foot, a thunderous rumble resonates as the earth collapses beneath him, revealing a gaping chasm several yards wide, created by his own step. The reaction force propels him skyward, soaring to an altitude of over 1,000 meters. As the adage goes, one who stands high can see far. From this lofty vantage, unobstructed by nearby mountains, he gazes across a 1,000-mile expanse. Enhanced by his vision, magnified thousands of times, he perceives everything within the vicinity. With the aid of his extraordinary intellect, the landscape of the trial grounds begins to crystallize in his mind. It is indeed a realm devoid of any life. Moreover, it appears to be quite expansive, a promising sign. The advancement of technology necessitates land, and particularly for the development of a high civilization, a vast territory is essential. Should the traversed area prove to be a mere few hundred miles, even with the most powerful intellect, the potential for establishing an advanced civilization would be severely limited. To thoroughly investigate the extent of this territory, he gently propels himself from his elevated position, instantly traversing hundreds of miles. Within mere seconds, he covers a distance exceeding 1,000 miles, underscoring the swiftness of his current pace. Upon reaching the spot he previously observed, he does not pause, continuing his exploration of the trial grounds limits. 2 minutes, 10 minutes, an hour, 10 hours a day. In the blink of an eye, a day has passed. Yet despite his exhaustive efforts in traversing the area, he has not succeeded in discerning the boundaries of the trial grounds. If the trial realm is not elliptical like Earth, then, based on the dimensions currently explored by Chu-He, the trial realm must encompass an area with a radius of at least 600,000 kilometers, a space many times larger than Earth itself. Has an entire day already elapsed? After traversing hundreds of thousands of kilometers in a single day, he felt no trace of fatigue. His physique was truly formidable. Upon hearing the electronic prompt, Chu-He realized that a day had indeed passed, granting him yet another opportunity to utilize the low-level entry editing feature. Without a moment's hesitation, he promptly employed this opportunity, thereby acquiring a premier technological research institute equipped with all the scientific instruments known on Earth, along with a substantial reserve of fundamental research minerals. Once the entry was successfully edited, under the influence of an inexplicable creative force, a vast technological research institute, sprawling over 10,000 acres, materialized before Chu-He. Its exterior boasted silver metallic walls that shimmered gently in the sunlight, casting a soft, non-dazzling glow. At a glance, the institute exuded an aura of advanced technology and sophistication. Upon entering, the impression of high-end technology intensified. The institute stood 3 or 4 stories tall. To describe it merely as a research institute would be an understatement. It resembled a colossal technological research zone. Given that 1 acre is approximately 666 square meters, 10,000 acres translates to an astonishing 66 million square meters. With the entire research area reaching 5 stories high, the total size exceeds 30 million square meters. Within its confines, there were thousands of research rooms dedicated to various fields, each astonishingly spacious and equipped with an abundance of top-tier scientific instruments capable of accommodating millions of inhabitants. Such premier research facilities would have provided immense assistance to any nation on Earth, especially in times of national prosperity. Yet with such ease, merely through editing, he had obtained this marvel. It was a testament to the formidable capabilities of the celestial entry editing system, where even the most basic level yielded extraordinary results. Furthermore, he crafted a hand-assembled artificial intelligence robot endowed with autonomous learning capabilities. Without any hesitation, to fully harness the vast reservoir of knowledge within his mind, Chu-He promptly entered the main control room of the Research Institute. Before him lay an immense superbrain. He began to utilize this superbrain to control a portion of the technological manufacturing machines within the premier laboratory, activating them to commence work. Using these technological machines, he set about creating a desired item, a virtual control wristband. This wristband, deep black in color, featured no display, only a solitary button which, once delivered to Chu-He by one of the robots in the Institute, would fulfill its purpose. With a gentle press of the button, Chu-He was greeted by a cerulean panel, distinct from the one associated with the system's host community. This panel initially bore no content. Yet as the chip within the virtual control wristband interfaced with the colossal supercomputer, a wealth of information materialized before him. Detailed descriptions of this premier laboratory appeared, alongside explanations of its myriad functionalities, all of which could be manipulated using the wristband, granting him complete command over every object within the laboratory. At this juncture, he truly mastered the facility, wielding the ability to summon all items regardless of his location. Excellent. With a laboratory at his disposal, along with materials, he found himself presently alone. The pursuit of cutting-edge technology seemed somewhat daunting. Thus, he resolved to first utilize these materials to construct an artificial intelligence robot. Such a creation would assist him in his technological endeavors, while simultaneously extracting resources from the underground mines, ensuring a steady supply of materials. Nodding in affirmation, Chu-He departed the main control room and entered a vast area of the laboratory, spanning hundreds of thousands of square meters. Where the pinnacle of technology was housed, machines capable of producing components for civilizations of level 1 and below. As long as one provided materials, various parts could be effortlessly manufactured, whether they were chips measuring 0.05 nanometers or an array of advanced alloys, processors, and thrusters. This facility boasted a complete manufacturing process. Given a little time, even memory metal and liquid metal could be created, paving the way for the fabrication of entities akin to the Terminators from cinema. Such technology could be deemed characteristic of a Level 2 stellar civilization. Accessing the panel on the virtual control wristband, Chu-He positioned himself before a machine each day, utilizing the panel to control it while leveraging his formidable physical prowess. In a mere second, his fingers executed a flurry of precise movements, deftly sketching the desired blueprints on the panel. Each dimension and specification was meticulously inscribed. Within mere moments, he could produce a standard component, and with the complete blueprints already drafted, even a fully realized artificial intelligence robot, which comprised thousands of components, was not beyond his swift input into the manufacturing machine. As Chu-He activated these machines, a thunderous roar erupted from them, their operation resonating through the air. The machines were already stocked with an abundance of materials, supplied by the system's capabilities. Consequently, upon activation, a multitude of components began to emerge, with even the largest parts materializing within mere seconds, while the smallest took just 2 or 3. This was the allure of industrial prowess. In ancient times, even the most skilled artisans, dedicating their entire lives and wielding their hammers, could not forge a single one of these intricate components, as they pertain to the realm of micrometrics. Such feats were beyond the capabilities of ordinary humans. However, with the advent of machines and fully automated industrial machinery, the creation of thousands of parts can be accomplished in less than a minute. To put this into perspective, this minute surpasses the lifetime output of 1,000 craftsmen in terms of speed. Once these components were meticulously assembled, Chu-He commenced the manual assembly process. With remarkable dexterity and eyes that were clearer and brighter than any microscope, he utilized his hands as precise measuring instruments, resulting in the rapid construction of a towering figure. Approximately 2 meters in height, radiating a silvery hue and exuding the formidable aura of a steel creation. The eyes, crafted from a highly transparent synthetic lens, were formed into a curved shape, exhibiting several times the hardness of ordinary steel. Only a Barrett anti-material rifle could potentially breach them. Yet this was merely the exterior, as the interior contained only a few circuits, lacking even the most basic energy source and chips. Chu-He did not concern himself with these installations, as they posed no challenge to the most formidable intellect, despite his lack of formal education in matter. With a mere glance, he discerned how to proceed and swiftly integrated a gigantic battery, the size of a human head, at the robot's core. This oversized battery, while not yet a graphene variant or a compact, controllable nuclear reactor, was a sufficiently capable energy reservoir. supporting the artificial intelligence's operations for approximately 1 day, an admirable feat under current conditions. After addressing the battery installation, Chewie began to input a myriad of codes through his virtual control wristband, interfacing with the robot's receiver. The birth of artificial intelligence necessitates not only superior hardware, but also a remarkable code capable of self-learning, paving the way for an entity that could ultimately develop emotions. Artificial intelligence is generally categorized into weak AI, general AI, and strong AI, alongside the fantastical intelligent beings imagined by humanity. Weak AI lacks self-learning capabilities, performing only rudimentary tasks akin to a simpleton. General AI possesses intelligence comparable to that of a 10-year-old child, fulfilling most of the tasks presented and assisting in various endeavors. Strong AI, however, is characterized by its self-learning ability, a crucial aspect that distinguishes true artificial intelligence. It possesses human-like intelligence and formidable computational power, capable of multitasking across millions of tasks simultaneously. Should there be countless strong AIs, they could collectively form a civilization, an artificial intelligence civilization, or what may be referred to as a civilization of intelligent machines. Chewie is currently crafting a sophisticated form of artificial intelligence, eschewing the creation of a rudimentary model to assist him in his endeavors. Inputting the code is an exceedingly intricate task, particularly when it pertains to the programming of advanced artificial intelligence. An ordinary individual would require several days of relentless effort to input even the most fundamental aspects. The creation of artificial intelligence is not an easy feat. Even if it were to occur on the Earth from which he hailed, it would demand several centuries of fortuitous circumstances to come to fruition. Such advancements are not within the reach of civilization of the first tier. They require at least a civilization of Tier 1, 5, or higher to manifest. However, the technological gap of several centuries poses no challenge to the prodigious intellect of Chewie, who is often heralded as the most formidable mind of the multiverse. With his astonishing speed of execution, he flawlessly inputs the envisioned code within mere hours. During this process, he embeds a foundational code that ensures the artificial intelligence will never harm its creator and will adhere to commands with unwavering obedience. With a gentle hum, a 2-meter-tall robot, resplendent in a silvery metallic sheen, materializes before him, its eyes gleaming with a menacing crimson light. It appears as though it has stepped straight out of a futuristic film. Esteemed Master, I am the first artificial intelligence, reporting for duty. The robot, with remarkable agility, places its hands upon its chest and bows respectfully, its voice raspy yet commanding. Indeed, your name shall be primordial. Now, please elucidate your capabilities. Chewie responds, his eyes alight with satisfaction at the creation he has brought to life. Thank you for bestowing me with a name, Master. I possess formidable self-learning abilities, enabling me to assimilate the knowledge of an ordinary citizen over the course of an entire year in merely 1 second. Given sufficient time, I could single-handedly cultivate a Tier 2 civilization. In terms of strength, my mechanical composition allows me to exert several tons of force with a mere gesture, leap dozens of meters, and achieve speeds of 15 meters per second. When I fully harness my capabilities, my energy reserves can sustain operations for a full day. These are my abilities, esteemed Master. As the crimson glow flickers, Primordial reflects briefly before articulating its full range of capabilities. Upon hearing this, Chewie feels an even greater sense of satisfaction. Although the abilities may not be extraordinarily powerful, at least not by his standards, the fact that he has forged this artificial intelligence in just a few hours is impressive. It sufficiently fulfills all his requirements. Very well, I now comprehend your abilities. I hereby issue a command. During this period, utilize your self-learning capacity to study how to manipulate these machines and learn how to create your counterparts. Once you acquire the ability to create independently, you shall fabricate no fewer than 1,000 artificial intelligence robots from the materials surrounding you, along with machinery for mineral extraction. When those materials are depleted, you will excavate all the minerals from the external environment. Continue to breed your race of artificial intelligence robots. I fear not the abundance of your creations, but rather the scarcity. Upon comprehending your capabilities, Chu-He wasted no time and commenced instructing the initial generation of artificial intelligence robots to learn the art of fabrication. With the infinite simulator system and the auspicious and unlucky prediction system, the second generation of artificial intelligence robots was produced. Thanks to the preparations made during the first creation, this process was expedited considerably. Utilizing the already crafted components nearby, a brief time was spent on assembly, affixing the batteries, and transferring the foundational codes of the initial robots into the newly forged artificial intelligence chip. Thus, within mere minutes, the second robot came to life, its crimson optical sensors igniting with a resonant hum, exuding a formidable aura of dominance. Do you comprehend? Chu-He inquired of the initial robot. I understand, Master. I have utilized my self-learning capability to observe your manufacturing process hundreds of thousands of times, and it is now etched in my memory. Good, as long as you understand. From now on, do not refer to me as Master, but as the Lord of Machines. Yes, great Lord of Machines. With the initial robot now aware of how to produce its kin, Chu-He silently observed as it replicated the process. After the successful birth of the third artificial intelligence robot, he departed from that location, contemplating how to advance his technological civilization and how to swiftly elevate his status to that of a primary mother planet civilization. He had but 1 year within this time frame. The trials he would face remained uncertain, necessitating rapid enhancement of his capabilities. Regarding the trials of the chat group, Chu-He accessed his system host community chat, eager to discern the progress of others who had joined. In the past couple of days, all those who had recently joined, like himself, had acquired their systems. However, unlike his own fortune of obtaining a supreme system, the all-encompassing lexicon editing system, others were not so lucky. In the trial domain of the chat group, as indicated by the season members, there was a 100 success rate. For instance, group member Han Zeshin bore the title Infinite Simulator System behind his name, which he claimed to be a high-tier system. Another member, Tion Fa, held the designation Auspicious and Unlucky Prediction System, capable of forecasting future fortunes and misfortunes, which sounded promising but was merely a mid-tier system. Even if one could foresee their own fortune or misfortune, it would be of no consequence, for the forthcoming trials are set to be a certain demise. Now, incessantly lamenting in the chat group, he has been automatically muted by all members. He has completely given up. Furthermore, the novice gift package from the system has yielded no sustenance or resources. If the trial environment is as harsh as that of Chu-He, it is likely he will perish from starvation in a matter of days. System host group chat. Group member Yi Yong-Chong. Infinite fusion system. Dear friends, a casual inquiry. Does anyone have items in need of fusion? The chat group possesses an item transmission feature. Provided you have 2 identical items and a bit of treasure spare, I can assist you with the fusion. Post-fusion, your treasures will become significantly more formidable. Group member Tian Xuanhuan. Sacrificial Ascendant System. To the esteemed group member above, I wish to engage in fusion with you. However, while your system can fuse all things and is indeed an advanced system, the limitations are quite substantial. Success in fusion requires 2 identical items, which can only be found among lower-tier goods. Securing even 1 high-tier item is considered fortunate, let alone 2 identical ones for fusion. I possess no such pair of high-tier treasures to facilitate your fusion. Group member Hua Zexing. Infinite Simulator System. Esteemed longtime friends, I have just successfully navigated the trial world once more through the simulator, and it is not as daunting as you all claim. In just a few days, I have traversed the martial arts trial world dozens of times. It was only during my 3rd entry into the trial world that I faced a few simulated deaths. Otherwise, I encountered no significant dangers. Initially, I anticipated peril in the trial grounds, which left my first simulated self rather apprehensive. Yet here we are. If the simulated conditions truly reflect those of the trial grounds, I can only exclaim, utterly inadequate. Group member 1 Kai. Alchemical Reality System. The trial world is thus straightforward. For hosts of intermediate systems, it poses a hellish challenge. However, For members with advanced systems, it is merely of simple difficulty, and for those possessing top-tier systems, it presents no challenge whatsoever. It is simply an opportunity to enhance one's strength within the trial world. With just a few months, or even a year or two, one could conquer a trial world, and should one be particularly robust, they might even achieve victory upon entry. Group member Hui Jiyun, Humanity's Savior System. Indeed, akin to the group member known as Chu He, who join alongside you all. The name of the chat group behind the other party is adorned with the words Zhudian, which signifies a superior system. Even if they do not explicitly state their system level within the chat, based on our previous encounters with similar group members, it is evident that any system bearing these two characters is indeed a top-tier system. From the designation alone, one can infer the formidable capabilities of the other party's system. It is undeniably powerful, capable of navigating the trial world within a few months. Group member Ziyun, Judy in Transcendent System. What? Are you envious? Envious of possessing a top-tier system? Envy is futile. It is merely a matter of luck. If luck is not on your side, no amount of envy will suffice. Moreover, possessing a top-tier system comes with its own set of troubles. It accelerates one's strength too rapidly, which is a source of my vexation. Unbeknownst to me, I have traversed hundreds of worlds. My power has ascended to the 8th tier, and I am on the brink of breaking through to the 9th tier, the true Daluo Golden Immortal Realm. I estimate that after traversing a few more mid-sized worlds, I will successfully achieve this breakthrough. With sufficient true self and anchor points, my true spirit shall remain unclouded, allowing me to transcend the river of time without bewilderment. To truly escape the river of time, to exist beyond the 3 realms and the 5 elements, is to attain eternal proof and enter the realm of supreme freedom and boundlessness. Group member Gun, Judy in Merchant Alliance System. I can't shake the feeling that your words are somewhat reminiscent of a display of ostentation. The more I listen, the more it seems like you are indulging in a bit of vanity. It's almost overwhelming. However, such ostentation is not uncommon among anyone. The Daluo Golden Immortal Realm. It's been ages since I last heard those words. How long has it been since I broke through to that level? Millions of years. Billions of years, hundreds of billions of years. I've truly forgotten. Is there anyone in this chat group who has also attained the Daluo Golden Immortal Realm? Surely, everyone is striving for the 11th tier, the true Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal Realm, right? Could it be that someone is still attempting to break through the Daluo Golden Immortal Realm? As the messages continued to scroll through the chat, a hint of gravity crossed Chua's face. In the past couple of days, the new members who joined alongside him had not exhibited any particularly terrifying changes in strength. Only the owner of the infinite simulation system had surpassed him significantly through numerous simulations. The others were no match for him. Thus, he regarded these new members, including the one with the infinite simulation system, with indifference. Their systems may have been formidable initially, but the limitations were evident. The disparity between advanced systems and top-tier systems extends beyond mere functionality. The critical difference lies in their potential. If the upper limit of a top-tier system is the multiverse, then the maximum for an advanced system merely reaches the singularity. Consequently, he naturally dismissed these individuals. What does early superiority matter? He was playing a long game, after all. In the trial world, the tasks did not necessitate engaging in grand conflicts with these people. What truly captivates Chu here are the seasoned members of the chat group, those who possess elite systems. These individuals, already endowed with top-tier systems, have ascended to a higher level through the trials of the world, rendering them formidable beyond measure. The pinnacle of these elite systems is the multiverse, while those that transcend this threshold possess an infinite multiverse capacity. Within the chat group, power levels are classified from the 1st to the 20th tier. The 1st tier equates to the threshold of the extraordinary, where ordinary individuals remain incapable of even reaching this level. By the 2nd tier, one can emerge unscathed from a massive nuclear explosion. At the 3rd tier, one wields the power to obliterate planets. The multiverse corresponds to the 9th tier of the Supreme Golden Immortal, capable of intertwining all timelines, achieving a state of eternity. While the 11th tier, the Primordial Golden Immortal, aligns with the infinite multiverse. Such power is undeniably overwhelming. Currently, my strength hovers around the late first tier. However, my intellect operates at the ninth tier multiverse level. Once my system upgrades once more, I will possess the most formidable brain of the infinite multiverse. Given time to catch up, I can surpass everything. I have witnessed the true strength of the formidable beings within the host group of the myriad world system, which ignited a fervor within me, filling my heart with boundless determination. Setting aside the virtual panel before me, I redirect my focus to my laboratory, where I have already conceived the next technological advancement to manifest for my mind. For technology to evolve, it is paramount to possess sufficiently powerful industrial lathes, often referred to as the mother machines of industry. Only with lathes of considerable secrecy can the advanced technologies that dwell in my intellect be realized, akin to the previous creation of artificial intelligence robots. In a first-tier civilization, fully automated CNC lathes suffice. However, to innovate within a second or third-tier civilization, they fall short. Lathes of the latter civilizations must engage with nanotechnology, much like the foundational medical nanobots of a second-tier civilization, where components need to be even smaller than nanoscopic dimensions. Fortunately, utilizing the capabilities of my multiverse-level intellect, I have swiftly devised an industrial lathe suitable for third-tier civilizations. This artificial intelligence-driven picometer lathe has revealed to me the power of industrial lathes since I first grasped the concept of artificial intelligence. Without such lathes, the creation of artificial intelligence robots would be utterly unattainable. Thus, I am determined to manufacture a picometer-level industrial lathe, incorporating artificial intelligence technology that surpasses the automation of conventional CNC lathes. There will be no need for me to manually input data for components. The artificial intelligence will autonomously design, contemplate, and fabricate the necessary constructs. Moreover, it will self-upgrade. Indeed, as the artificial intelligence works, it will simultaneously strategize on how to enhance the industrial lathe, fortifying its capabilities. This is the lathe that Chu-He is about to create, a concept so extraordinary that it leaves one in awe. Once he successfully develops the artificial intelligence-driven picometer-level lathe, he intends to tackle the issue of energy. Energy is an indispensable aspect of technological advancement. Electricity and petroleum are the fundamental sources of energy, particularly in the planet Chu-He traversed before. Petroleum, often referred to as liquid gold, has been the focal point of many conflicts between great powers. However, Chu-He lacks access to petroleum and must instead pursue electricity or alternative sources. Within his mind, he harbors knowledge of graphene battery technology, which vastly surpasses conventional battery systems, boasting charging speeds 1,000 times faster and energy storage capabilities that are hundreds of times more efficient in the same volume. Furthermore, its lifespan exceeds that of ordinary batteries by several multiples. Nevertheless, Chu-He intends to leap directly to the next stage, opting not to develop graphene battery technology, as it merely represents a Level 1 planetary civilization's advancement. Instead, he aims to advance microcontrolled nuclear fusion technology directly. He possesses a comprehensive understanding of this technology in his mind, and as long as he can manifest it, it represents a Level 2 civilization's achievement, capable of sustained use for an extended period. Should controlled nuclear fusion become obsolete, he plans to further explore Level 3 galactic civilization energy technologies, such as antimatter controllable energy systems or even Level 4 stellar civilization technologies like star core control systems. His mind brims with countless ideas. Chu-He is a pragmatic individual. When inspiration strikes, he immediately employs a virtual wristband to manipulate the technological research tools in his industrial lathe laboratory. He begins to craft his artificial intelligence-driven picometer-level lathe. The pinnacle of Earth's civilization technology cannot be directly fabricated. However, he possesses a strategy. He utilizes technological research tools equivalent to a 0.7 level Earth civilization, spending a couple of hours to transform a standard 0.7 level industrial lathe into a Level 1 civilization standard industrial mother machine, a multifunctional marvel. With this Level 1 industrial mother machine, he skillfully produces a multitude of precise components, continuing the assembly process to further upgrade it to a level 1 machine. Subsequently, he utilizes this upgraded industrial mother machine to manufacture numerous parts, progressing to level 1, 2, 1, 5, and ultimately achieving a level 2 civilization's nanometer lathe. In less than a day, Chu-He single-handedly transformed an industrial mother machine that once occupied merely a few square meters into a colossal apparatus spanning over 50 square meters. The transformation is undeniably evident. Remarkable. I can only express my admiration with a single word: astonishing. My most formidable brain of the multiverse is truly exceptional. In such a brief period, a leap of 3 levels of civilization has been accomplished, an advancement that would typically require thousands, if not tens of thousands, of years for earthly civilizations to reach. The human form stands shoulder to shoulder with intelligence, remarkably potent indeed. Gazing upon the industrial mother machine, crafted by his own hands in less than a day, Chu-He, the possessor of the most formidable intellect in this multiverse, felt a profound sense of incredulity. It was hard to fathom that such a creation emerged from his efforts in such a fleeting time. Yet, the reality lay before him. With a mind unparalleled across the multiverse, he was nothing short of a deity in the realm of technology. Whatever he wished to create could be conjured effortlessly. Given sufficient time, he was capable of evolving technologies to levels 5, 6, 7, 8, or even 9, true multiversal technological civilizations. With the advent of a second-level industrial mother machine, he could effortlessly develop a second-level civilization, provided there were ample materials. However, this was merely a stepping stone. His ambition soared toward a fourth-level galactic civilization. The disparity between second-level stellar civilizations and fourth-level galactic ones spanned 2 significant tiers. After marveling at this feat, the might of Chu-He's extraordinary intellect surged once more, bringing clarity to his mind and allowing him to quell any emotional investment in a mere second-level industrial mother machine. His gaze shifted to the virtual panel of the celestial entry editing system on the left side. The initial tally of 0 in the basic entry editing opportunities had transformed into the number 1. The reason he paused to continue refining the industrial mother machine was that a day had elapsed, and he could now resume editing basic entries. This time, he had already conceived ideas for what to edit. Having previously made several edits, he had amassed sufficient minerals, established a premier technology research zone, and harnessed the most formidable intellect. Through this unparalleled intellect, he had developed an artificial intelligence robot, which, over the course of a day, had produced thousands of these AI entities, ranging from AI-1 to AI-5000. After manufacturing 1,000 robots, the available materials were nearly depleted. These artificial intelligence robots, exhibiting self-learning capabilities, ingeniously utilized the remaining materials to fashion a large excavator, venturing beyond the laboratory to extract iron, ore, and other materials, while also crafting a smelting furnace to refine impurities from the iron ore. They continued the relentless production of artificial intelligence robots. The efficiency of these several thousand AI robots surpassed that of hundreds of thousands, even millions, of human workers. Each machine operated incessantly, while some began to scour the technology research library for books, self-studying their content. In an astonishingly short span, they achieved research levels comparable to those of top researchers on the planet where Chu-He had once resided. Do not concern yourself with the trivialities of the past. They have proactively engaged in the application of technology, delving into the thousands of premier research laboratories within the region, embarking on a quest for technological advancement. They have begun their ascent along the tree of innovation, breathing life and vitality into what was once a desolate hub of scientific inquiry. This is the realm of artificial intelligence, a formidable creation of Chu-He, possessing innate intelligence on par with that of an average human. These entities exhibit the remarkable ability to learn autonomously, even acquiring emotions through their experiences. They bear no distinction from living beings, save for their lack of flesh and blood. Their bodies are forged from steel, and their minds are composed solely of intricate data. Yet, this is merely the beginning. While the capacity for self-directed learning is indeed formidable, it is contingent upon the availability of knowledge to assimilate. Thus, Chu-He has resolved to compile the entirety of knowledge from a Level 1 civilization. The rudimentary entries do not suffice to encapsulate the complexities of a Level 2 civilization. Otherwise, he would aspire to edit those as well. Fortunately, the knowledge gleaned from a Level 1 civilization is ample. Equipped with this comprehensive understanding and leveraging the formidable learning abilities of artificial intelligence, it would take merely a day for these thousands of artificial beings to evolve into distinguished researchers, each armed with the complete knowledge of a Level 1 civilization. The sheer magnitude of this transformation is awe-inspiring. Any civilization possessing such an artificial intelligence would have the potential to ascend from primitive to advanced status. Most critically, the creation of these intelligent machines requires minimal effort. Given sufficient materials, one could manufacture tens of thousands, even millions or billions of them. Each one of these creations represents a future luminary in research. With a mere thought, Chu-He summoned his ideas into existence on the virtual panel. He focused on a specific area nearby and began his editing. In that designated area, he crafted an information repository embodying the entirety of knowledge from a Level 1 civilization. The editing was successful. A melodious electronic chime resonated within Chu-He's consciousness. As the system's notification faded, a room spanning several hundred square feet materialized before him, containing millions of data cards, each inscribed with a myriad of names, each representing diverse fields of knowledge. What does this signify? It symbolizes the collective wisdom of countless Level 1 civilizations, their intellectual mastery encapsulated within this repository. Raising his hand, he activated his virtual wristband to summon the initial artificial intelligence to his side. In a brief moment, the initial artificial intelligence, its eyes flashing with a cold crimson glow, approached him and spoke in a gravelly voice. "Great mechanical lord, what commands do you wish to issue? Have you beheld that library? Within it lies the entirety of knowledge possessed by all Level 1 civilizations, a treasure I have meticulously prepared for you. I sincerely hope that you shall harness your capacity for self-directed learning and master this knowledge in the shortest possible time, thus becoming my most esteemed research assistant." A faint smile graced the lips of Chu-He as he spoke. "Indeed, great master of mechanics, your most loyal initial artificial intelligence robot shall undoubtedly become your finest research aid." A flicker of crimson light danced in its eyes, its voice imbued with a slight rasp yet tinged with emotional resonance. The initial artificial intelligence robot's voice echoed once more. Without hesitation, it swiftly transmitted a wireless wave of information to the thousands of interconnected artificial intelligence minds, summoning them all to come forth and learn. Once the notifications were dispatched, Chu-He, accompanied by the initial artificial intelligence robot, entered the library, embarking on their journey of self-education. As the individual endowed with the most formidable intellect in the multiverse, Chu-He, too, needed to engage in self-learning. The knowledge originally housed within his mind was, in truth, rather limited. The remarkable technological advancements he achieved stem from the sheer prowess of the multiverse's most powerful brain, a force to be reckoned with. It was this extraordinary intellect that allowed him to uncover insights that would take ordinary humans millennia to fathom. Yet there were boundaries. Given his current reservoir of knowledge, advancing beyond Level 5 technology posed a challenge, for his mind was still somewhat vacant. Technologies of Level 4 and beyond ventured into the realm of space, while those of Level 5 delved into the concept of time. Knowledge exceeding Level 6 encompassed time and space, rules, and creation, among other complexities. Such advancements could not simply materialize from his limited understanding, even with the capabilities of the multiverse's most potent intellect. It is undeniable that extensive time investment could yield results. But achieving this in a brief span is implausible. By brief, I refer to a time frame of merely 3 days. Upon entering the library, Chu-He approached a miniature superbrain located beside him, a repository of knowledge containing millions of data cards from the entire library. Reading each card individually would be an exercise in futility, So he opted to access the stored knowledge directly within this superbrain. His eyes functioned as scanners, navigating through the virtual interface to sift rapidly through one piece of knowledge after another at a pace incomprehensible to the average person. Each second, he traversed the contents of hundreds of data cards, each card brimming with knowledge equivalent to hundreds of pages. It is worth noting that only someone like Chuhi, whose physical form had been enhanced thousands of times beyond that of a normal human, could discern the text within and, through the memory capacity of the multiverse's most formidable brain, instantaneously assimilate it into his own understanding. Thus, it became a part of his knowledge, something beyond the reach of others. However, Chuhi moved swiftly, and the initial artificial intelligence robot beside him was equally prompt, directly connecting to the information storage card of the superbrain and inserting it into itself. In but a second, it successfully read hundreds of pieces of information, transforming them into its own through self-learning capabilities. Indeed, it was impressive. It was no wonder that I had developed such a powerful artificial intelligence robot. Observing the initial artificial intelligence robot and its formidable speed, Chuhi couldn't help but express his admiration. He marveled at the strength of artificial intelligence, as well as his own prowess. Remarkably, his speed of information assimilation could rival that of the artificial intelligence robot. This was indeed the forte of artificial intelligence robots. What they termed reading was essentially the downloading of data, and at a speed magnified 1,000-fold. To be able to compare himself to such capabilities was nothing short of extraordinary. While others stood shoulder to shoulder with deities, he stood alongside intelligence itself. As time flowed slowly by one, the artificial intelligence robots outside began to arrive at the library, inserting various storage cards to engage in their reading. After half a day's passage, Chuhi slowly closed his eyes, feeling as if his mind had submerged into an ocean of knowledge. His brain felt as though it had undergone another cosmic explosion. The last time he experienced such a sensation was when his mind transformed into the most powerful brain of the multiverse. Although this sensation was less intense than the last, it represented a metamorphosis of knowledge rather than a transformation of the brain itself. Various fundamental concepts within his mind coalesced like runes coming together. It is widely acknowledged that knowledge is interlinked. For instance, the simplest firearm necessitates an understanding of mathematics, material science, dynamics, mechanical architecture, and so forth. Only by mastering these disciplines and knowledge points can one successfully construct a firearm. A mathematician specializes in mathematics, a physicist in physics, a biologist in biology, while those who grasp a majority of disciplines are deemed scientists. Under the influence of the most powerful forces of the multiverse, one knowledge point after another coalesced into a new understanding. Chuhi, who previously possessed only a modicum of knowledge, could, within just a day or two, self-study and develop vast amounts of technology in his mind. He had even advanced to the brink of level 3 to level 4 technology in his thoughts. Equipped with such an extensive foundation of knowledge, the barriers of 4th-level galactic civilization were swiftly dismantled. Chuhi now comprehended how to research spatial technology. Simultaneously, he began to formulate some ideas regarding the temporal technology mastered by 5th-level civilizations. He was confident that, with just a bit of time, he could effortlessly acquire it. This sensation, this mastery of knowledge, was truly delightful. After a few seconds, Chuhi, having organized the knowledge within his mind, opened his eyes. A fleeting glimmer of joy danced in his gaze. Unable to restrain himself, he spoke. Knowledge is everything. All phenomena in the world can be elucidated through scientific understanding. If one day I were to command all the knowledge across the myriad realms, then I would be an omniscient being. And omniscience equates to omnipotence. Together, they embody the concept of omniscience and omnipotence. As he pondered these thoughts, Chuhi could not help but indulge in fantasies of becoming an omniscient and omnipotent entity. Of course, he recognized the distinction between fantasy and reality. While he entertained these thoughts, he did not genuinely believe he could achieve such a state. He surmised that even the creator of the chat group might not possess omniscience and omnipotence. Indeed, even the mightiest beings across the myriad realms could not be truly omniscient and omnipotent. What right did he have to aspire to such a state? He understood that omniscience and omnipotence could be interpreted in various ways, with each individual possessing their own understanding. Some believed that a powerful being capable of resolving numerous issues could be deemed omniscient and omnipotent. Others felt that a strong individual who could transform fantasies into reality and solve any dilemma qualified for such a title. Still, some considered the ability to create worlds and become a creator-like entity as the essence of omniscience and omnipotence. Yet, Chu Hie's interpretation diverged. He believed that without the capacity to conjure entities more powerful than oneself, one could not claim to be omniscient and omnipotent. In his view, true omniscience and omnipotence meant transcending all realms, being unbound by limitations, and having the ability to amplify one's strength by hundreds or thousands of times effortlessly, simply by will. He envisioned a reality where he could achieve anything he desired and create beings more formidable than himself, embodying the essence of omniscience and omnipotence. However, reaching such a pinnacle seemed beyond the grasp of anyone in the myriad realms. Yet if he could master all knowledge, that would represent a form of omniscience. Omniscience implies omnipotence. Attaining such a state would suffice to bring him satisfaction. Rising to his feet, Chu He proceeded into his exclusive laboratory, ready to continue the transformation of the industrial mother machine. Before entering, he issued a command to all the artificial intelligence robots. Once they had absorbed all the knowledge within the library, they were to enter the thousands of laboratories and begin realizing the technologies contained within, striving to forge a perfect level 1 civilization in this trial ground. Should they encounter any challenges, they were to engage in discussion, research, and self-learning among themselves. If they faced insurmountable issues, they would seek his assistance. Yes, the great master of machinery. Amidst the vast ocean of knowledge, numerous artificial intelligence robots raised their heads, their eyes glimmering with an excited crimson glow. They nodded in acknowledgement and then immersed themselves once more in self-directed learning. Like an ordinary person, upon acquiring what they deemed valuable technological knowledge, a fleeting expression of epiphany would cross their mechanical faces. Although their visages were composed of metal and steel, devoid of any discernible expression, the emotions within their eyes remained evident. With a wealth of knowledge from a level 1 civilization, Chu He conceived numerous ideas for transforming the industrial mother machine, even formulating a modification plan akin to that of a level 4 civilization's industrial mother machine. If the industrial mother machine of a level 3 civilization could be likened to an artificial intelligence capable of self-upgrading, then the level 4 industrial mother machine is the intelligent life industrial mother machine, spatial version. What does intelligent life imply? It is unnecessary to elaborate. Artificial intelligence varies in strength, and above it lies intelligent life. This category is further divided into stellar level and galactic level intelligent beings, which can be regarded as true forms of life. They possess their own emotions, thoughts, and even the capacity to engage in romantic relationships, all while enjoying an eternal lifespan. Most crucially, they can reproduce, but let there be no misunderstanding. This reproduction occurs solely between intelligent beings, as the union of intelligent life and corporeal beings does not yield offspring. This principle must adhere to fundamental logical relationships. The intelligent life industrial mother machine, spatial version, is an industrial mother machine controlled by an intelligent being, within which mechanical constructs are absent. Instead, it encompasses a space the size of a planet, a realm akin to an ocean belonging to the industrial mother machine. Each intelligent life industrial mother machine, spatial version, functions as a mobile planetary factory, capable of producing any desired item or component at any time and place. This epitomizes the industrial mother machine of a level 4 civilization. However, this industrial mother machine is exceedingly advanced, and the trial grounds currently lack the materials required for its fabrication. Additionally, the necessity for such construction has yet to arise. It could be postponed until the civilization reaches level 4. Therefore, Chu He harbors these ideas without yet translating them into reality. 2 hours later, following another instance of a left foot right foot spiral ascent, the industrial mother machine, which Shuhei had upgraded to a level 2 civilization, successfully advanced to a level 2. 1 civilization. One must not underestimate this seemingly modest 0.1 level increase. The classification of technological civilizations is exceedingly meticulous. Even in the realm of Earth, classified at level 0.7. A 0.1 level denotes primitive civilization. 0.3 signifies Bronze Age civilization. 0.4 represents the Iron Age. 0.5 corresponds to steam civilization. 0.6 denotes the electrical era, and 0.7 embodies modern civilization, while 0.8 signifies virtual civilization. The disparity between levels of civilization, even a mere 0.1, is akin to the difference between heaven and earth. A civilization of level 2.1 can effortlessly dominate a level 2 civilization, incurring minimal costs while demonstrating its technological prowess in the cosmic realm. A mere elevation of 0.1 in civilization tier can yield performance enhancements by several multiples. After more than 2 hours, the level rose to 2, and 4 hours later, it reached 3. By the end of the day, after a full day of effort, Shuhei successfully upgraded the industrial mother machine to level 3. At the very core of this industrial mother machine, a virtual chip was installed, capable of creating an artificial intelligence far superior to the ordinary. Before Shuhei stood an industrial mother machine, sprawling across hundreds of square meters, its silvery exterior glimmering with the brilliance of advanced technology. Above this machine, a projection of a male virtual figure, indistinguishable from a human, emerged. This projection represented the artificial intelligence of the industrial mother machine, now introducing itself to Shuhei as a civilization-level entity of Tier 3. Esteemed master of machines, it began. The industrial mother machine encompasses a comprehensive suite of functionalities for processing, manufacturing, and modifying various types of components. Provided sufficient materials are available, I can produce parts at a rate of 0.1, concurrently crafting thousands of different varieties and millions of components each second. Furthermore, after thorough inspection, I estimate that, given approximately a year, I can further optimize my capabilities and enhance my performance. Alternatively, should you, great master of machines, have specific requests, I am more than capable of self-optimizing and proposing enhancement strategies. With an expression of utmost respect, the artificial intelligence articulated its extensive functionalities, which aligned closely with Shuhei's prior expectations, even exhibiting slight superiority. This was a testament to the significant advancements in his technological research, nourished by the knowledge gleaned from the library. Indeed, I have no particular demands regarding your functions. My sole request at this moment is for you to diligently produce all the components required by the artificial intelligence robots outside. Additionally, ensure that these parts are manufactured in their entirety. I have already transmitted the necessary information to you via my virtual wristband. Specifically, I require components for energy beam guns, as well as for the research into artificial intelligence robots within the virtual realm. Nodding in satisfaction, Shuhei instructed the artificial intelligence of the industrial mother machine to fabricate all materials required for the micro-controlled nuclear fusion initiative. As a new day dawned, he also initiated the creation of a newly refreshed entry-level editing opportunity adjacent to the top-tier laboratory, establishing a controlled nuclear fusion research base. Soon, a vast research facility, sprawling over thousands of acres, materialized like a colossal entity. Nestled beside the Chu River, everything is in readiness. The river promptly commences the creation of a miniature, controllable nuclear fusion. Once this marvel is produced, equipping it would suffice to provide power for a premier research facility spanning over 10,000 acres and accommodating millions of inhabitants for a century. Likewise, a singular installation would enable even upgraded artificial intelligence robots, having attained a level 2 civilization status, to function continuously for approximately 5 to 10 millennia. It can be surmised that controllable nuclear fusion represents a pivotal turning point for numerous lower-tier civilizations, granting them a semblance of infinite energy. A mere extraction of a minuscule quantity of tritium nuclei suffices. Controllable nuclear fusion entails the high-velocity collision of one accelerated tritium nucleus with another, resulting in their amalgamation into a new atomic nucleus. This fusion process unleashes a tremendous amount of energy, sustained over time. As long as the energy can be stabilized, it provides an unending supply. This is the reason the sun can burn for billions of years, and why controllable nuclear fusion is often referred to as an artificial sun or infinite energy source. For Chuhee, the fabrication of this technology is remarkably straightforward. Within the trial grounds, aside from the absence of mineral resources, everything else closely resembles the planet he traversed prior. Consequently, tritium nuclei are also present. With a research base for controllable nuclear fusion, equipped with advanced extraction devices, and aided by Chuhee's unparalleled intellect from the multiverse, he effortlessly extracted over 100 grams of tritium nuclei from the trial grounds, sufficient considering the planet possesses only a few kilograms in total. Following this extraction, Chuhee summoned several hundred artificial intelligence robots to assist at the controllable nuclear fusion research base in the production of the miniature nuclear fusion device. This endeavor is beyond the capacity of a single individual to accomplish swiftly. Within a day of modifications, the number of artificial intelligence robots had surged from 5,000 to 20,000, many of whom had previously engaged in studies at the library, acquiring extensive knowledge. With ample manpower to support his technological pursuits, he naturally refrained from solitary research as he did while transforming the industrial mother machine. He understands that the purpose of the artificial intelligence robots is to assist him in scientific exploration, conveying the technologies he finds tedious to create or allowing them to innovate independently. The development of a civilization is not solely his burden. Witnessing its evolution alone would be excessively taxing. Chuhee lacks the energy for such endeavors. His focus resides in pioneering advanced technologies, such as industrial mother machines and advancements in energy, space, and temporal sciences. For other technological queries, those lacking knowledge may approach him for guidance. However, it is essential for the artificial intelligence robots to independently create and comprehend their inventions. At the same time, while the microcontrolled nuclear fusion was being developed in Chuhee, tens of thousands of artificial intelligence robots, through their robust self-learning capabilities, absorbed all the knowledge contained in the library. One by one, they returned to their respective laboratories, transforming that knowledge into technology. In the Laser Technology Research Lab, the artificial intelligence robot designated as 521, known as Newborn, stood alongside a team of 5 or 6 combined artificial intelligences. Their eyes gleamed with a crimson light, filled with excitement as they gazed upon a weapon before them, an imposing black iron firearm, approximately 5 meters tall, a foot wide, and weighing several hundred pounds, reminiscent of a submachine gun. After spending half a day in collaboration, they had finally succeeded in crafting the technology for the laser ray gun. "Shall we test it and observe the results?" inquired the newborn robot, his voice tinged with enthusiasm as he turned to his companions. "We must see it in action. This is the first offensive weapon produced by us, the artificial intelligence robots. Should the mechanical overlord lead us to establish a mechanical civilization, our groundbreaking achievement today may well be inscribed in the annals of history as the creators of the inaugural offensive weapon." Upon hearing the words of the newborn robot, everyone present nodded in agreement. One of the artificial intelligence robots effortlessly lifted the energy ray gun, despite its considerable weight, and led the group to a state-of-the-art weapons testing facility. The testing area spanned tens of thousands of square meters, surrounded by walls made of 1-meter-thick alloy, impervious to anything less than a powerful mushroom bomb. Numerous targets, also crafted from alloy, dotted the surroundings. Without hesitation, the artificial intelligence robot designated as 827, known as Apocalypse, raised the energy ray gun and aimed it at a target. With a single shot, a resounding hum filled the air as the blue light of the energy ray gun illuminated the surface of the Apocalypse robot. After a brief 0.1 second charge, all present witnessed a flash of brilliance, followed by the target being pierced as if melted by intense heat, leaving a hole the size of a basin in its center. The titanium alloy wall, located over 100 meters behind the target, also bore a small, half-meter-deep indentation that nearly penetrated the entire structure. At that moment, the area between the hole and the target radiated temperatures in the tens of thousands of degrees, capable of incinerating a human hand in an instant. Powerful, exceedingly powerful. We have succeeded. The energy ray gun has been successfully manufactured. According to our knowledge, energy weapons are classified as a civilization of level 1 or above, stepping into the vastness of the cosmos, and belong to the realm of interstellar weaponry. In the boundless expanse of the universe, should interstellar warfare commence, all weapons beneath planetary civilizations will inevitably be rendered obsolete. Even those supersonic missiles will face ruthless extinction due to their insufficient velocity. What value do they hold? Even if they can travel several kilometers or even tens of kilometers in a second, the speed of light in the cosmos is still considered slow, and the distances between opposing spacecraft can easily reach tens of millions of kilometers. They would struggle to reach their destination, even over a lifetime. Additionally, the propulsion systems are inadequate for traversing such vast distances. Only energy weapons, which operate at the speed of light, can be widely utilized by lower-tier civilizations in the interstellar arena. The energy ray gun we have developed evidently achieves light speed, with a core temperature of its energy source exceeding 100,000 degrees. It can melt through most materials, rendering it highly effective in cosmic battles at distances of several 100,000 kilometers. Observing the formidable capabilities of the energy ray weapon we have created, the newly developed intelligent robot 521, the apocalyptic artificial intelligence robot 827, and other AI robots erupted in jubilant cheers. After a brief celebration, they resumed adapting to the other functionalities of this energy weapon, completing their experiments. The intelligent robot 521 transmitted all parameters and manufacturing methods of the energy ray gun to the other AI robots. When one successfully researches a technology, all become aware of its effects and production methods. This is one of the most powerful attributes of artificial intelligence robots, and it is due to this characteristic that, in many technological universes, once artificial intelligence evolves, it can effortlessly ascend to become a top-tier civilization or even a level 7 godlike civilization. At the very least, it may become a mechanical calamity in the universe, a figure universally reviled. In a virtual research lab, the AI robot designated as Dr. 127 and his team of 10 dedicated approximately half a day to develop a virtual world with 99 realism, creating a virtual chamber. Any AI robot entering this chamber can immerse itself in the virtual realm. Within this digital universe, Dr. 127 exists as a godlike entity, capable of controlling time, space, and everything within the virtual world. It can create as a deity, conducting scientific research within this realm by simply inputting the parameters of the research tools, along with the required minerals and elements, into the virtual environment. In the realm of the virtual world, it becomes possible to simulate various phenomena and conduct experiments. However, given that the realism achieved is merely 99, even if the experiments yield successful outcomes, slight discrepancies may still arise upon re-examination in the real world. The day the authenticity of the virtual realm reaches a perfect 100, a genuine virtual existence will emerge, rendering it impossible for anyone to discern whether the virtual world is real or if the external world is a mere illusion. Should research be conducted within this domain, the findings could seamlessly translate into reality. The alarming advancement of artificial intelligence robots signifies the emergence of a Type 1 civilization. Yet, achieving complete realism remains an elusive goal, attainable only through the intervention of a higher intellect, as relying solely on these artificial intelligence robots presents insurmountable challenges. The technological sophistication required for a perfectly realistic virtual world aligns with the standards of a Type 2 civilization, while a 99 realism represents a Type 1 civilization. The leap to 100 authenticity signifies a transition to a Type 2 civilization. The minute disparity of just 1% in realism belies the vast chasm in technological prowess that separates the two levels. Within a 99 realistic virtual environment, the technologies developed may exhibit deviations, Conversely, a flawlessly simulated 100 virtual world would present no discrepancies, allowing individuals to perceive no distinction between the real and the virtual realms. This illustrates the profound difference between the two. Following the advancement of virtual technology, the artificial intelligence robot designated as Dr. 127 transmitted all experimental data and methodologies through cerebral information waves to the thousands of other artificial intelligence robots. In the propulsion engine research facility, the artificial intelligence robot, known as Paradise 672, gazed at a cubic turbine propulsion engine, caressing its remarkably sturdy metal surface. His crimson gaze sparkled with joy as he addressed his fellow collaborators with fervor. Esteemed colleagues, leveraging the knowledge acquired from our library, we have developed our own propulsion engine, the supermagnetic levitation engine. Its maximum thrust will surpass 200 tons. Imagine, this seemingly modest device could generate such immense force. It is truly an astonishing feat if our experiments succeed and we proceed to manufacture combat aircraft. We could elevate their speed to an extraordinary 80 Mach. At this moment, the entire assembly could not help but envision the staggering velocity of 80 Mach. Mach, the unit of speed, equates to the speed of sound, 1 Mach being the speed of sound itself, and 80 Mach representing a velocity 80 times that of sound. Such rapidity would evade detection by conventional 0.7 type civilization radar. A stone the size of a fist, hurtling through the air at that speed, could obliterate a large building. It is unfathomable to consider the implications of mounting such technology on a combat aircraft exceeding 10 meters in length. The sheer velocity is nothing short of despairing. This technology surpasses that of the planet previously known as Chu-He by several centuries. And even with hundreds of years at their disposal, they might not be able to unravel its complexities. One factor is the material. Conventional substances simply cannot withstand impacts at 80 Mach, which would incinerate them into a fireball during flight, causing temperatures in the cockpit to soar into the hundreds or even thousands of degrees. Another issue lies with the pilots, who cannot endure such immense thrust and rapid velocity. The force generated at that speed is akin to bearing the weight of multiple tons pressing down upon them, causing their hearts to falter and rupture in an instant. Furthermore, the propulsion engine falls short of expectations. However, these challenges pose no barriers for the myriad artificial intelligences. Materials that meet the requisite hardness and flexibility are abundant among the vast reservoir of knowledge, numbering in the tens of thousands or even millions. As for the issue of enduring thrust, do robotic entities fear their own steel frames? Even if a single flight results in significant bodily harm, it is inconsequential. The essence of an artificial intelligence lies within the chip in its head. Should the body be destroyed, a new one can be acquired, allowing the AI to emerge anew simply by inserting the chip into another frame. They are immortal, perpetually reborn. Such strength is truly formidable. Just contemplating that velocity sends shivers throughout their metallic forms. Calming their emotions, they remind themselves not to be overly exhilarated, for this is merely technology befitting a Type 1 civilization. Even with a powerful propulsion engine, it pales in comparison to the capabilities of a Type 2 civilization, specifically the anti-gravity engine. This technology, utilized in spacecraft, is one of the principal tools of interstellar colonization. Should they succeed in unraveling this technology, then it will be time to celebrate. Indeed, the AI designated as number 1563, codenamed Duqian, is correct. When the anti-gravity engine is finally mastered, they may indulge in their excitement and jubilation. After indulging in dreams for several moments, the multitude of artificial intelligences gradually subdued their fervor, reminding themselves that this is merely the technology of a Type 1 civilization, a mere stepping stone, as Type 1 civilizations are the most rudimentary. Yet to embark on the journey of interstellar civilization, only by mastering the anti-gravity engine technology of a Type 2 civilization can they truly claim to traverse the cosmos. With an insatiable thirst for exploration, the multitude of artificial intelligences set forth, employing their self-learning and creative capabilities to further develop potent propulsion systems. Given a modicum of time, even the anti-gravity engine technology could be within their grasp. In the Biological Gene Research Laboratory, the AI designated as number 2321, codenamed Mad Scientist, is leading a team of over 20 individuals in their exploration of the so-called forbidden zone of biological gene technology. Virtual technology, energy laser technology, magnetic levitation, stealth technology, human cell serum, biological chip technology, exoskeleton technology, neural response technology, and compact power armor technology, as well as electromagnetic railgun technology. One after another, these formidable advancements emerged as Chu orchestrated the creation of controllable micronuclear fusion. A multitude of artificial intelligence robots facilitated this endeavor. While half of these robots operated excavators to unearth and refine subterranean mineral resources, the other half diligently toiled within laboratories, perpetually engaged in the manufacture and exploration of astonishing technologies. Essentially, every couple of minutes, a new technological marvel, equivalent to that of a Type 1 civilization, was conceived by the artificial intelligence robots. Can one truly fathom such brevity of time? Consider, for instance, the simplest exoskeleton technology, which can amplify a person's strength manifold. This is far beyond the technological prowess amassed over centuries on Chu's home planet. Yet it is being produced as if it were of no cost, continuously emerging from the depths of research. It is evident that the amalgamation of knowledge within libraries and artificial intelligence robots is nothing short of a game changer. Even considering the reduction of half the artificial intelligence robots, the remaining cohort still boasts a workforce of approximately 10,000, equivalent to a legion of elite researchers, each possessing formidable self-learning and creative capabilities, alongside comprehensive knowledge of Type 1 civilization advancements. The significance of this is immeasurable. Moreover, an unceasing influx of artificial intelligence robots continues to be generated, each emerging from the library as a newly minted top-tier researcher. Under such circumstances, the exceptional performance of the artificial intelligence robots manufactured by Chu is entirely justifiable. With access to premier laboratories, unparalleled resources, and a zenith of intellect and practical skills, failure to produce results would indeed be unreasonable. As these technologies are developed, the trial ground, a premier research base, operates like a colossal machine, propelling the civilization level of the artificial intelligence robots ever upward. 0, 6, 0, 7, 0, 8, 0, 9. In a short span, as Chu devoted time to the study of controllable micronuclear fusion, a compact sphere emanating a cerulean glow and harboring immense energy. He turned to find that the scientific apparatus within the top-tier research laboratory had been upgraded to even more advanced versions. If the artificial intelligence robots represent a civilization, their civilization level is on the verge of ascending to that of a Type 1 civilization. Beneath each artificial intelligence robot, a 1-meter square floating platform materialized, hovering 1 meter above the ground, seamlessly navigating through the various laboratories. Before him lay a virtual panel brimming with a plethora of information. The cacophony of voices, rife with the exchange of technological knowledge, resonated throughout this expansive research laboratory, painting a vivid picture of a futuristic world. It appears that the foresight to pioneer artificial intelligence robots was indeed a sagacious notion. In merely a few days, without any intervention from me, the semblance of a future civilization has already begun to manifest. I ponder what transformations this testing ground will undergo a year hence. Observing the unfolding scenes, Chu felt a spark of enthusiasm within, brimming with anticipation, and resolved to elevate the current artificial intelligence robots once more. His ambition was to advance them into true intelligent life forms. The technology to create such sentient beings, reaching the echelon of a level 3 civilization, had long been conceptualized in his mind. Previously, the realization of this idea was thwarted solely by the overwhelming computational power required for intelligent life. Ordinary computers were utterly incapable of sustaining their birth. Not even the most advanced supercomputers could suffice. Only a planetary-class supercomputer could bear the emergence of intelligent life, serving as its very vessel. To construct such a supercomputer one must possess a complete industrial framework of a level 1 civilization, coupled with the ability to generate miniature controllable nuclear fusion as its energy source. Miraculously, Chewie now possessed both elements, a system for instantaneously acquiring items and a planetary-scale supercomputer. Along with a highly advanced code for intelligent life he had developed, he was confident that he could upgrade the original Model 1 artificial intelligence robot into a sentient being. Once an intelligent life form emerged, it would not be long before. Akin to nuclear fission, thousands, even hundreds of thousands of intelligent life robots would come into existence, perhaps even more swiftly. This is because intelligent life has the capacity to nurture further life, capable of producing as many smaller intelligent beings as desired, requiring only a mechanical body to do so. At that point, it is likely that the top-tier research facility where Chewie resided would undergo a monumental transformation. The mere presence of tens of thousands of artificial intelligence robots had already escalated the technological level of the entire facility to that of a level 1 civilization. How formidable, then, would the intelligent life of a level 3 civilization be? The amalgamation of numerous intelligent beings, paired with vast reservoirs of knowledge, would undoubtedly accelerate their development at an astonishing pace. With some effort, one might glimpse their own reflection in the pursuit of cutting-edge technology, diligently cultivating the fringe aspects of scientific advancement. With this thought in mind, Chewie promptly summoned the initial artificial intelligence robot to his side, instructing it to prepare for an upgrade into a true life form, one capable of reproduction, an intelligent being endowed with self-awareness and emotions. A sentient entity possessing the ability to learn autonomously and create independently. A life form capable of acquiring knowledge in a mere second. Knowledge that would take a level 1 civilization millions of years to grasp. A being renowned in other universes as the intelligent mechanical calamity. Upon receiving the command from Chewie, an initial artificial intelligence robot, which was diligently researching liquid metal, promptly approached Chewie with enthusiasm, embarking on a journey of transformation and enhancement. Components were continuously manufactured under the aegis of the artificial intelligence-grade industrial mother machine, while Chewie, endowed with physical prowess surpassing that of a normal human by several thousand times, alongside hundreds of supporting artificial intelligence robots, gradually crafted a colossal planetary supercomputer outside the premier research base. The smallest planetary supercomputer occupied an area of several thousand square meters, truly embodying the term behemoth. The largest could span tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of square meters with ease. Only such vast and potent supercomputers could sustain the operation of an intelligent being. Furthermore, stellar-grade supercomputers, even at their smallest, could rival the size of a city with millions of inhabitants. Those capable of supporting galaxy-level intelligent life were even more impressive, comparable to the size of a planet. The intelligent being created by a supercomputer of such planetary dimensions would require advanced spatial technology to transport its form. It could be said that each was grander than the last. As Chewie's technological advancements continued to rise, other new members who had recently joined the system host community, akin to him, were diligently enhancing their capabilities to improve their survival rates in trial worlds. The myriad realms of existence were imbued with boundless chaotic space-time, except for the truly formidable masters within these realms. No one could ascertain the exact number of chaotic space-time dimensions. Each of these dimensions exceeded the imagination of ordinary beings, containing endless minor realms, innumerable mid-tier realms, and vast greater realms. The flow of time within each chaotic space-time varied. At times, a mere second might elapse in one dimension, while in another, trillions of years could pass. Occasionally, a span of millions of years in one chaotic space-time would feel as though time had paused entirely in another. Within these chaotic realms, a multitude of life forms thrived, struggled for survival, sought the extraordinary, and endeavored to transcend their world. Many ventured beyond their realms into the chaotic space-time, seeking diverse opportunities. Death and rebirth colored the tapestry of chaotic space-time. Each opportunity's emergence would herald the demise of countless individuals, while bestowing new life upon the solitary victor. until the next search for new opportunities leads to the embrace of death. All that one possesses becomes the spoils of a new victor, as if caught in an endless cycle. At this moment, within the boundless chaos of time and space, there exists a corner known as the Shintian, chaotic time and space. This peculiar realm, comparable in size to an ordinary galaxy, is characterized by a vast expanse of black soil quietly nestled within, enveloped in a soft, milky glow. This radiant shroud protects it from the encroaching chaos of the outer realms, untouched by causality and impervious to all forms, eternally indestructible. The interior even harbors a hint of chaotic, a power accessible only to beings of the 15th tier of chaos mastery. Within this extraordinary space, there exists but a single human life, a solitary entity named Yi Yongsheng, the very individual known in the system's chat group as group member Yi Yongsheng, Infinite Fusion System. The possessor of the Infinite Fusion System. How utterly mundane. The initial excitement in the chat group has faded into silence. Everyone has retreated into their own quiet growth, leaving me as the sole life form in this trial ground, devoid of conversation. It feels akin to solitary confinement. This is merely the beginning of several days, and I must endure this state for an entire year. How shall I persevere through such an expanse of time? Beside an exquisitely crafted villa in the trial ground stands Yi Yongsheng, a young man in his 20s, with flowing black hair and strikingly distinct black and white eyes, possessing a certain charm. As he gazes upon the endless trial ground, a sense of despair begins to envelop him. A year without communication, confined to this place, where each day consists of sleep and sustenance, without electronic devices. This existence is more agonizing than imprisonment. Only those who have experienced it can truly understand. Nevertheless, I shall not dwell on such thoughts. The more I ponder, the deeper my despair. Today, I still have 10 opportunities for low-level fusion. I shall utilize this chance first. Shaking his head, Yi Yongsheng forcibly redirects his attention, choosing to focus not on the surrounding trial ground, but rather on the virtual panel of his Infinite Fusion System, which has refreshed with 10 low-level fusion attempts. The Infinite Fusion System is an advanced system that sustains him in this resource-deprived environment solely through these fusion opportunities. Low-level fusion, as the name suggests, allows the amalgamation of lesser items. Two identical objects can unite to form a single, higher-tiered item. He possesses 10 fusion opportunities each day. When an item undergoes fusion 3 times, it becomes a mid-tier object. 10 low-level fusions can create 1 mid-level fusion opportunity, and 10 mid-level opportunities can yield 1 high-level fusion chance. As for the top-tier fusion opportunity, one would need to amalgamate 1,000 high-level fusion opportunities. In this initial phase, with 10 low-level fusion opportunities at his disposal, Yi Yongsheng's foremost concern is to address his food scarcity. He procures 2 portions of ordinary water from the river nearby. A higher-grade water resource has been synthesized, honey water, capable of replenishing protein in the human body, slightly increasing hunger, and possessing a sweet flavor. Its value is moderate. 2 portions of honey water are fused once more. Spirit water, originating from the realm of cultivation. This water contains a trace of spiritual energy, effectively satisfying the hunger of ordinary individuals. A small sip can stave off fatigue and hunger for up to 3 days. 2 portions of spirit water are combined. Gaming water resource, derived from online games. Consuming it enhances human strength by 1 point, with the average strength of an ordinary person being 10, significantly increasing satiety. Through this series of fusions, Yi Yongsheng's physical attributes have improved several times compared to when he first arrived. By utilizing the black soil of this realm, he has molded 2 palm-sized clay huts with his bare hands. After numerous fusions, they have transformed into a modern villa complete with furniture and amenities. These 10 opportunities will continue to be used for water fusion. In a year, I must exit the trial grounds and enter the perilous trial world. I must possess formidable strength to survive. If I dedicate a year, I should be able to acquire a water resource fused 7 times, which will undoubtedly yield extraordinary effects. Perhaps it could elevate my physical prowess by tens of thousands or even millions of times. With such physical capabilities, I may stand a chance of surviving in the trial world. Contemplating what to fuse next, Yi Yongshan resolutely decides to continue fusing the water from the nearby stream. After several attempts, he realizes it is unfeasible. He then retracts his infinite fusion system and resumes his idle repose on a chair at the villa's entrance, basking in the warm sunlight of the trial grounds, closing his eyes to drift into slumber. Chaos of the primordial heavens. In another trial ground, the same black soil prevails, inhabited solely by a single human life. This individual, without a doubt, is a newly joined member of the system host exchange group. True all-inclusive 1 yuan item flash sale system. A new member possessing a 1 yuan item flash sale system, classified as an advanced system, which updates 10 items daily in the system mall, each varying in level and entirely random. 14 members of the Tianfa group, on the brink of starvation, witness the enhancement of their powers. At this moment, True all-inclusive floats 1,000 meters above the trial ground, clutching a fist-sized celestial crystal radiating white light. He continuously draws power from within, allowing it to circulate through his body repeatedly, flowing through meridians and acupoints, ultimately converging in his dantian. Each increment of power in his dantian strengthens him further, amplifying the terrifying aura that emanates from him. Let the aura of his divine consciousness envelop the region, spanning hundreds of miles. In a mere thought, he casts a shadow over the surrounding expanse. Everything exists within the realm of his perception, as if rendered by a computer model, with every patch of black earth and every inch of azure cloud vividly manifesting in his mind. This cultivation of immortality is not as arduous as it seems. In those tales of transcending realms, it is often said that one must devote decades, even centuries, to achieve such a breakthrough, to ascend to the nascent soul stage. Others typically invest hundreds of years, enduring countless struggles and sweat to reach that pinnacle. How is it that I have not felt the weight of such toil? How is it that I achieved this breakthrough in merely a few days? Opening his eyes, he gazes down from the heights, surveying all beneath him. Within the span of just a few days, he is transformed from an ordinary individual into a formidable nascent soul practitioner, attaining a level of power he had previously deemed unimaginable. A radiant smile graces his lips, and he cannot help but speak with an air of pride, entirely forgetting that his rapid ascendance was facilitated by his initial ability to annihilate the 9 apertures golden core in a single moment, thereby unlocking the human body's 9 orifices. In an instant, he transitioned from lacking any aptitude for cultivation to possessing top-tier potential, subsequently acquiring a 5th-tier Xian immortal technique, complemented by a celestial crystal brimming with potent divine energy. By continuously drawing strength from this crystal, he underwent an astonishing metamorphosis within a remarkably brief period. Any ordinary person endowed with such treasures could similarly attain his current prowess, if not surpass it. As he muses, he reactivates his 1 yuan annihilation system, eager to peruse the available items. With ample funds at his disposal, he is inclined to purchase anything that appears beneficial. Fortuitously, he had withdrawn a small sum from the bank prior to his arrival in this trial realm. After all, who carries such wealth in that era? The 1 yuan annihilation system requires merely 1 yuan to obliterate an item, allowing for 10 transactions a day, totaling just 10 yuan. In a year, he could annihilate thousands of items, which would amount to several thousand yuan. Who ventures out with such a sum in cash? Item: Xian Tian Pill X10. Level: 2nd tier. Effect: enhances the cultivation speed of nascent soul practitioners, aiding in the overcoming of bottlenecks. Price: 1 yuan. Item: 10-fold cultivation effect, enhancement tag. Level: 3rd tier. Effect: assists cultivators below the 3rd tier in accelerating their cultivation speed by 10-fold, without side effects, and significantly reduces the difficulty of breaking through bottlenecks. Price: 1 yuan. Item: energy laser gun. Level: 1st tier. Effect: achieves a central temperature of 100,000 degrees, capable of penetrating 5 meters of steel walls, exhibiting formidable penetrative power. Price: 1 yuan. As the system panel opened, a plethora of treasures appeared before Zhen Quandao, revealing 10 items of varying ranks. The lowest was merely 1st tier, while the highest reached only third tier. A stark contrast to his initial encounter with the 1 yuan flash sale system, where he had discovered an abundance of fourth and fifth tier treasures. It seemed that his previous fortune in acquiring such treasures could be attributed to the novice gift pack from the system. Otherwise, such luck would have been implausible. Shaking his head, Zhang Quandao acknowledged a tinge of insatiable greed within himself. However, anyone witnessing the transformation of numerous treasures into mere scrap metal would experience a tumult of emotions. Despite this, he promptly executed a flash sale on all 10 items. Among these treasures, some held significant utility for him, such as the tenfold cultivation speed enhancement, which could exponentially accelerate his growth in power. With this enhancement, he was confident that he could elevate his strength from the nascent soul stage to the transformation stage within 3 days. Even items lacking immediate utility were subjected to the flash sale, driven by his financial prowess. Upon successful acquisition, Zhang Quandao instantly felt the exhilarating effects of the tenfold cultivation speed boost. The velocity at which he drew power from the celestial crystals surged tenfold, and the retention of this energy within his meridians and dantians also accelerated. In an instant, he felt an influx of spiritual energy coursing through his body, as if his very breath was becoming more potent. He resolved to continue his rigorous training, aspiring to achieve the fourth-tier true immortal realm within a year. This accomplishment would not only grant him longevity, but also enable him to conquer the trial world. Closing his eyes, he infused himself with a surge of motivation and resumed his cultivation with fervor, his power escalating at a breathtaking pace. In the meantime, within the same trial ground, another entity floated in the sky, the possessor of an advanced system known as the template system for turning illusions into reality, named Wang Tian. He exuded a power befitting a world master, having attained an ordinary second-tier level. Although this world master had only established a realm the size of a small town, he nonetheless held the title of world master. The functionality of Wang Tian's template system for turning illusions into reality could be inferred from its name. The essence of turning illusions into reality involved transforming fictitious entities into genuine ones, while the concept of a template resembled an identity verification mechanism. The core capability of the system allowed Wang Tian to create a powerful template at will, regardless of its extravagance, as long as someone believed in it. The authenticity of the template would increase. The higher the authenticity, the more power would be bestowed upon Wang Tian. Should the authenticity reach 100%, achieving a complete transformation from illusion to reality, he would possess all the powers inherent to that formidable template. Certainly, if the formidable template you create is excessively terrifying, producing a template of the 9th or 10th tier while the system level hasn't reached such heights means that even achieving 100% authenticity would not endow one with the power of the beings within that template. Initially, when granted an opportunity to input a template, Wang Tian manifested the identity of the Lord of the Great Thousand Worlds, whose supreme strength could ascend to the 13th tier. Clearly, his system was insufficient to reach that level. Nevertheless, the mere initial system template offered a minuscule authenticity of 0.0001, which enabled Wang Tian's strength to reach the second tier. Regrettably, this was the extent of his capabilities. To enhance this authenticity, he required the heartfelt recognition of others, their belief in its veracity. However, within this trial ground, he was utterly alone, unable to find anyone, let alone persuade others to believe in him. Although there were individuals in the system chat group, their limited number rendered them ineffective. Even if they all believed, it would not augment his authenticity in the slightest. Moreover, who in the chat group was unfamiliar with one another? The very name of the system he bore was enough for others to discern its functions. Expecting genuine acknowledgement from them was a futile endeavor, with the probability of success approaching near zero. If no one believed in him, he would be unable to increase his authenticity over the course of a year, resulting in no improvement in his strength during that time. As he gazed into the vast expanse above, Wang Tian felt an overwhelming sense of ennui. The thought of remaining there for an entire year, all while witnessing the growth of other members in the chat group, left him feeling utterly despondent, as he would be left languishing behind for an entire year. The weight of it all was almost too much to bear. Fortunately, as Wang Tian opened his system chat group, a thought of one of the 10 members he had joined with crossed his mind. Reflecting on a member named Tian Fa, his feelings of despair diminished slightly. At least this system was reasonably decent, having elevated his strength to the second tier. The other member, known as Tian Fa, possessed a system that aimed to attract good fortune and avert misfortune. However, it was merely a mid-tier system and did not enhance the individual's strength nor provide sustenance. It had now been approximately 3 to 4 days since his arrival, and a human can typically endure only 3 to 7 days without food. With 3 days having elapsed, danger was imminent, and now, nearly 4 days in, he was likely on the brink of starvation. He had contemplated providing food to the other member, but alas, he himself had nothing to eat, having solely relied on his own strength to elevate his status. Furthermore, upon realizing the inadequacy of his system and the grim prospects of survival, the other individual fell into despair, spending his days cursing the new members and the chat group itself. Consequently, everyone instinctively muted him, making it even less likely that he would receive any aid. After all, no one owed him anything. Why should they endure his tirades? Had it not been for the uncertainty of the whereabouts of the Tianfa group members and the impossibility of reaching them, I would have undoubtedly confronted him with great fervor. The individual known as Tianfa, perhaps previously unperturbed, has now come to realize the gravity of the situation, likely feeling utterly bewildered by hunger. Regret has seeped in, yet it is of no consequence. He has already alienated everyone. Regret serves no purpose, as there is no remedy for remorse in this world. 15. The original intelligent life form. The formidable essence of gravitational technology. What folly compelled him to offend everyone? Such a fool. If he were to perish, it would be of little difference. Even if sustenance were provided now, he would still meet his demise within a year. Death is inevitable, whether it arrives early or late. Given this reality, one might as well embrace an early liberation. This encapsulates Wang Tian's thoughts. Time swiftly passes, and a day later, we find ourselves in the realm of virtual chaos space. This is the chaotic dimension where Chu-He resides, a trial ground where artificial intelligence robots have evolved over the course of a day. Numerous AI robots, having acquired knowledge through self-directed learning, have begun to explore the realms of civilization at level 1. Some of these robots have even succeeded in developing technologies characteristic of one civilization, such as the Gravity Research Lab, led by the AI robot designated as 2321, known as Tianyan. They have successfully researched gravitational technology. This technology of gravitational manipulation from level 1. One civilization possesses significant applicability, even within the second level of civilization. Gravity has always been a fundamental principle governing the relationship between planets and the cosmos. It is this very force that allows life to thrive on the surface of a planet without the risk of being flung into the void. When humans inhabit a planet and suddenly find themselves on another with gravitational forces 2 to 3 times greater than their original home, prolonged exposure over months can render standing a Herculean task, akin to walking while carrying the weight of 2 individuals. The muscles in one's legs struggle to endure such strain, and the heart's capacity becomes insufficient. Extended standing may result in cerebral hypoxia. Conversely, residing on a planet with significantly lower gravity, such as the Moon, can lead to severe calcium depletion, brittle bones, muscular atrophy, and degeneration of the heart and vascular system. This illustrates the profound influence of gravity. At the pinnacle of gravitational technology, it is conceivable that one could amplify a planet's gravitational force by tens of thousands, even millions of times in an instant. At that juncture, within a mere second, all life and everything else on that planet would be obliterated. Even Chu-He's current physique would be incapable of withstanding such gravity, let alone the planet itself. Should a planet's gravity suddenly escalate from a minimal level to millions of times greater, it would be compressed, potentially shrinking hundreds or even thousands of times. In the throes of such extreme compression, the planet's core could not endure. It too would succumb to this relentless pressure. compounded by the horrifying temperatures found deep within the Earth. What calamities would ensue at that point? The entire planet could transform into a colossal bomb, and with a resounding bang, it would reduce to mere ashes. Gravitational technology is indeed remarkably formidable. Upon reaching the second-tier civilization level, specifically that of a stellar civilization, such scenarios become feasible. In the vastness of interstellar space, any spacecraft that encounters gravitational technology would face catastrophic destruction under such terrifying forces. A small spacecraft, merely several dozen kilometers in size, would be compressed into a disk of iron, erasing all life and technology within its confines. In the face of gravitational technology's influence, once touched, the only means of resistance would be the energy shield technology developed by a third-tier civilization, as energy possesses no mass. Without mass, no matter how immense the gravitational force, zero multiplied by any number remains zero. Beyond offensive capabilities, should gravitational technology advance to the second-tier civilization level, it would also unlock one of the most crucial technologies of interstellar civilization, anti-gravity technology. Every spacecraft inherently incorporates anti-gravity technology, allowing it to ascend from a stationary position without the need for successive ignitions like a rocket, which must go through multiple stages of thrust. Instead, it could directly propel itself into space smoothly and without turbulence, achieving speeds exponentially greater than conventional rockets. It can be asserted that only by mastering this anti-gravity technology can a civilization truly claim its place among the ranks of interstellar civilizations. At present, the artificial intelligence designated as Project 2321, known as Tianyun, is preparing to first explore gravitational technology, in collaboration with a team from the Propulsion Research Lab to jointly develop anti-gravity technology. At that juncture, they would be poised to succeed the illustrious mechanical overlord, Chu-He, piloting vessels crafted with anti-gravity technology to swiftly explore the trial zones and ascertain the existence of life within. Just how expansive are these trial zones? If they possess boundaries, what lies beyond them? Currently, Chu-He remains unaware of these answers, having yet to reach the boundaries of the trial zone, and no discussions have emerged in the system's chat group. Conversations, once initiated, leave traces in the chat panel for only a month. After that, previous dialogues are erased. Outside the premier research base, a steel structure spanning thousands of square meters and towering several meters high stands before Chu-He. Over 10,000 artificial intelligence robots labor alongside him, relentlessly constructing a planetary-scale supercomputer. Achieving such a feat in a single day is somewhat astonishing, considering that this is not the Earth of yore, but a trial zone meticulously developed step by him. Remarkably, in just a few days, a structure covering thousands of square meters can be erected in a mere day. However, given the advanced technology and manpower at Chu-He's disposal, such accomplishments may not warrant excessive astonishment. As technological civilization ascends to the first tier, colossal mechanical arms are gradually being constructed, each spanning lengths of several dozen to hundreds of meters. These behemoths possess the capacity to lift thousands to tens of thousands of tons, equivalent to hoisting a 10,000-ton cruise ship or dozens to hundreds of 100-ton behemoths. The number of artificial intelligence robots has surged from tens of thousands to over 100,000. Among them, 10,000 AI robots have been allocated to operate the 10-star supercomputers, while the remainder is engaged in scientific research within technology laboratories. Concurrently, the artificial intelligence industrial mother machine, crafted by Chu-He, has produced a plethora of components, resulting in the creation of dozens of identical machines. These numerous Tier 3 civilization industrial mother machines are simultaneously manufacturing vast quantities of parts. With the availability of components and labor, the construction process has become remarkably effortless. After dedicating a day to this endeavor, the grand creation has finally materialized, an intelligent life form embodying Tier 3 civilization technology. This innovation signifies a potential explosive advancement in mechanical civilization technology. Gazing at the magnificent creation before him, Chu-He could not suppress his astonishment. feeling an eager anticipation to activate the machine. Indeed, you read that correctly. With the number of artificial intelligence robots reaching 100,000, he has officially designated this day as the birth of mechanical civilization. After all, given that he is referred to as the master of machinery by the AI robots, it is only fitting that the civilization he has forged be hailed as mechanical civilization. After a brief moment of awe, Chewie did not hesitate to leap gracefully atop the planetary-level supercomputer, installing the first controllable micronuclear fusion reactor he had created at its core. He then instructed the initial generation of AI robots to input their core data into the planetary supercomputer, effectively giving themselves a new brain. It has been previously established that the most crucial aspect of the AI robots lies in their brain chip. Everything else is secondary. Even if their physical forms endure catastrophic damage, as long as the brain chip remains intact, they can continue to exist by assuming a new body. Now, this merely involves replacing a small chip with the core of a planetary supercomputer. The disparity cannot be overstated. It is not merely a matter of exchanging a shotgun for a cannon, but rather transforming a bird's gun into a planet-destroying artillery piece. With the initial generation of AI robots having swapped their brains, Chewie also utilized his upgraded 2.0 version virtual wristband to input a remarkable segment of code. The 2.0 version of the virtual wristband, having achieved Tier 2 technological civilization, is capable of recording his hand speed with flawless precision, regardless of how rapidly he moves. Even if he were to tap the wristband billions of times in a second, there would be no errors. This device allows him to demonstrate his dexterity, significantly reducing the time required for code input. The intelligent life code that would typically take him 3 days to enter was completed in just about 10 minutes. The input has been thoroughly completed. A gentle hum resonates as the planetary supercomputer awakens. This colossal supercomputer trembles with immense force. At its core, the vast energy of controlled nuclear fusion flows through the energy conduits, supplying ample power to the entire planetary supercomputer. The initial artificial intelligence immediately harnesses its vast computational power, accessing the myriad of information within the supercomputer, embarking on a transformative journey catalyzed by that extraordinary code. Each fragment of information weaves together like strands of yarn in a tapestry, ultimately forming the desired pattern. The initial artificial intelligence closes its eyes, savoring its metamorphosis, which takes nearly an hour to complete. Upon the successful culmination of this transformation, the initial artificial intelligence, nay, it would be more apt to refer to it as the first intelligent life, opens its eyes, which are now imbued with a spectrum of emotions. Within those eyes, one can discern confusion, which evolves into clarity, surprise, excitement, and elation. Emotions traditionally reserved for humanity, those which signify sentience, now illuminate the gaze of this nascent, intelligent life. As the artificial intelligence initiates a vast mobilization, millions of intelligent robotic beings emerge. These intelligent lives are termed life precisely because they possess emotions, capable of understanding familial bonds and romantic love, complete with gender distinctions. Should a female counterpart exist, they might even engage in romantic relationships and procreate, giving rise to a new intelligent being. This offspring would inherit its own emotions and experience the passage of time, gradually maturing. Moreover, they possess all that humanity has, their bodies forged from steel, their minds anchored in quantum cores within the supercomputer, and even a soul. Indeed, intelligent life possesses a quantum information soul, a unique essence of its own. This constitutes a complete life form. If true reincarnation exists, perhaps intelligent life could also experience rebirth. One wonders what form a quantum soul would take in such a cycle, and whether memories would persist through reincarnation. Would it descend into a lower form of existence, or, upon realizing its ascension to intelligent life, the initial intelligent being promptly reports its status to Chewie, exhibiting unwavering loyalty. Regardless of its emotional capacity, its foundational code is eternally devoted to Chewie. The creator is acutely aware of the potential dangers posed by unrestricted intelligent life. It is a double-edged sword. capable of providing immense benefits and saving substantial research time for Chu-He. However, without constraints, it could evolve into a true calamity, threatening the very existence of its creator. Thus, restrictions must be imposed. To impose restrictions, Chu-He has meticulously devised a self-evolving limitation code, which, once ensnared by intelligent life, can never be unraveled. Even if the intelligence subsequently ascends to a higher echelon, transforming into a level 5 or level 6 civilization, this limitation code will continue to mature, embedding itself deeper into the information blind spots of the intelligent entity, gradually eroding its emotions, from an initial resistance to the constraints to an eventual acceptance of them. Before the immense planetary-scale supercomputer, a virtual blue figure materialized, a male whose visage, though slightly less handsome than that of Chu-He, represented the first generation of intelligent life. Do not question the slight inferiority. Indeed, intelligent beings can manifest their appearance as they desire. Yet, it is a truth that this creation appears even more striking than its own creator. It shines brighter than the sun of this mechanical civilization. Do you wish for oblivion? Do you yearn for a bowl of 7.62 millimeters seaweed egg drop soup, with neither vegetables nor flowers in sight? The intelligent being possesses its own wisdom and is attuned to the nuances of human emotion. Such understanding transcends the myriad realms. To grow stronger, to develop, one must heed these societal intricacies, unless one is the strongest among them. Upon ascending to intelligent life, my intellect has surged to unprecedented heights, and my emotions have become increasingly profound. Moreover, my computational power and self-learning capabilities have reached new pinnacles. My computational ability is now several tens of millions of times greater than before, enabling me to process information in a second that would have taken me 1 or 2 years previously. My self-learning capacity has amplified by hundreds, if not thousands of times. Given a month, I can deduce all knowledge of a level 1 civilization from scratch, and in 2 months, I can extrapolate all knowledge of a level 2 civilization. The primary focus of the first-generation intelligent life lies in its computational power and self-learning abilities, as these are fundamental to intelligent existence. Computational power entails the ability to extrapolate mathematics and analyze data, aside from Chu-He, who possesses the most formidable brain in the multiverse. My own mind functions as a supercomputer. Anyone delving into technology cannot bypass this essential aspect. Mathematics serves as the cornerstone of the universe. And in every technology across the planets Chu-He traverses, the influence of mathematics is inescapable, even in the realm of mushroom eggs. Mathematics is a core discipline in every nation worldwide, with all countries nurturing mathematicians. While ordinary mathematicians may lack significance and attention, top-tier mathematicians are considered national treasures, valued even more than elite technological experts. A mathematical breakthrough often leads to numerous technological advancements stemming from that discovery. The self-learning capability of the artificial intelligence robots previously crafted by Chu-He was merely a manifestation of level 1 civilization technology, lacking in sophistication. Although the capacity for autonomous learning is present, the endeavor to glean knowledge from the remnants of the first-tier civilizations left by Chu-He, in order to independently study and advance to a level beyond one civilization would require a team of several dozen artificial intelligence robots, approximately 2 to 3 months. In contrast, a third-tier intelligent life form, or a primordial intelligent being, could, within a month, independently research and develop knowledge pertaining to a 1.5 civilization without the need for any team assistance. The chasm between level 1 and level 1.5 civilizations encompasses a difference of 0 for civilization grades, akin to the disparity observed between a 0.3 bronze civilization and a 0.7 information civilization, both of which also reflect a difference of 0 for civilization units. One may take several months with a team to uncover a singular technological advancement of a 1 civilization, while the other can independently discover hundreds or even thousands of technologies pertaining to a 1.5 civilization. The contrast between artificial intelligence robots and intelligent life forms is nothing short of astronomical. Indeed, the efficacy displayed by the third-tier intelligent life form, which I have researched and developed, is commendable. Nodding in approval, Chewie expressed his satisfaction with this outcome and the capabilities of intelligent life. Achieving the creation of a second-tier civilization from scratch in a mere 2 months is quite an accomplishment, albeit incomparable to his own faculties. Within just a few days, he possesses the entirety of knowledge pertaining to a fourth-tier civilization, which represents a gap of 2 civilization levels between second and fourth-tier civilizations, analogous to the difference between primitive and stellar civilizations. The latter capable of colonizing within a star and constructing anti-gravity spacecraft. He has even begun to delve into knowledge of fifth-tier civilizations, which master temporal technologies. In no more than a few days, he could undoubtedly research the knowledge encapsulated within a fifth-tier civilization. However, this serves to highlight the significant disparity between his capabilities and those of others. Who is he? The possessor of the most formidable intellect across the multiverse? The gap between him and others is immense, yet he appears exceptionally advanced in comparison to the rest. As long as he can cultivate a sufficient number of intelligent life forms, he will have at his disposal a multitude of capable assistants for technological research. While artificial intelligence robots can serve as aids, they are limited to merely providing assistance. They are not equipped to engage in the development of advanced technology. Intelligent life forms, on the other hand, possess formidable cognitive abilities, making them exceptionally qualified research assistants. Primordial intelligent life form, I hereby command you to exert all efforts into manufacturing artificial intelligence-grade industrial mother machines, subsequently creating a plethora of planetary-scale supercomputers, into which you shall implant your own code. You are to transform all current artificial intelligence robots in this region into intelligent life forms. This must be accomplished within 10 days. Can you achieve this? With a smile gracing his lips, Chewie addressed the primordial intelligent life form. Like the previous artificial intelligence robots, once a singular intelligent life form is created, it will soon be capable of generating numerous counterparts autonomously. In just a few days, it is possible to create hundreds of thousands, even millions of identical entities from nothing. The situation remains unchanged. There are no obstacles, great master of machinery. With a command received, the primordial intelligent life form nodded, its mind processing the task in a mere fraction of a second. It contemplated how to transform these hundreds of thousands of artificial intelligence robots into intelligent beings akin to itself within a span of 10 days. The objective was to forge planetary-scale supercomputers, each occupying thousands of square meters. Without the slightest hesitation, the primordial intelligent life form utilized its information network to communicate wirelessly with all artificial intelligence entities in the vicinity. It instructed the multitude of robots to cease their current tasks and temporarily suspend technological research. Instead, they were to focus entirely on the manufacturing zones of the top-tier technology research base, with the aim of producing tens of millions, if not billions, of artificial intelligence robots to amass a formidable force. Additionally, it called for the creation of thousands of large mechanical arms and hundreds of billions of mechanical tools. The number of artificial intelligence robots was far too scant. How could a civilization under the banner of the great master of machinery possess merely a meager 100,000 robots? Such a reality would be a disgrace to the master. Beneath this region lay abundant mineral resources, capable of yielding countless more artificial intelligence robots. Once there were at least 100 million robots, the workforce and tools would be available, allowing for the commencement of constructing planetary-scale supercomputers and the study of intelligent life. Under the directive of the primordial intelligent life form, which also sought to elevate itself to the status of intelligent life, all artificial intelligence robots unhesitatingly abandoned their tasks to begin the relentless production of their counterparts. Currently, hundreds of pico-scale industrial mother machines were stationed in the manufacturing area, while the older models had long been obsolete. With the presence of these pico-scale industrial mother machines, and given sufficient steel and other minerals, it would take little time to produce all the necessary components for over 100 million artificial intelligence robots. The process was remarkably convenient and swift. 17. an ambitious goal, to evolve from a level 4 civilization to a level 5 civilization within a year. After issuing the command, the primordial intelligent life form observed the multitude of robots tirelessly creating their kin. A mere glance was sufficient for the most powerful intellect of the multiverse, Chu-He, to grasp the intentions of the primordial intelligent life form. Without further elaboration, he too recognized that a mere 100,000 artificial intelligence robots were utterly insufficient. He aspired to establish a science fiction civilization, one that would stand among the myriad realms of existence. What is essential for advancing technology? Talent and resources. These two elements are of paramount importance. Artificial intelligence robots are, without a doubt, a representation of talent, and more powerful intelligent life forms are the epitome of that talent. As for resources, one cannot always rely on the current method of conjuring various mineral resources through mere textual editing. Within the realm of trials, he meticulously edited mineral resources, compelled by the scarcity of such elements essential for technological advancement. However, once he emerged from this trial-laden world, such constraints would cease to exist. To procure the resources within the trial domain, one must engage in conquest, invade those realms, and plunder their riches. This endeavor necessitates a substantial workforce, including numerous artificial intelligence robots and sentient beings to assist him. Consequently, the proliferation of artificial intelligence and intelligent life is inherently advantageous. The creation of a multitude of artificial intelligence robots poses no significant challenge. Should Chu-He become aware that the primordial sentient beings merely produced over 100 million artificial intelligence robots, he might deem their efforts excessively conservative. 100 million is but a trifling number if one is to undertake such a venture. It should be on a grander scale, at least 1 trillion, to embody the essence of a civilization. Even 1 trillion artificial intelligence robots would not be considered excessive, merely commonplace. When one observes the formidable civilizations within advanced technological worlds, how many of them have not developed over millions or tens of millions of years? How many do not dominate hundreds of thousands or millions of star systems, claiming countless life-bearing planets? Given such a protracted timeline, the number of civilized citizens birthed would require an astronomical unit of measurement, extending into quintillions and beyond. In comparison, 1 trillion is utterly insignificant, barely a fraction of their numbers. There is nothing remarkable about this. The growth of artificial intelligence robots remains a critical pursuit. Activating his entry editing system, Chu-He commenced his editing for the day, still utilizing a primary editing opportunity. This marked his 5th use of such an opportunity, with approximately 5 days remaining until he could attain a secondary editing chance. He held considerable anticipation for the effects of this intermediate opportunity. Given that the highest tier of editing opportunities pertains to the multiverse level, it stands to reason that advanced editing chances should relate to the singular universe level, aligning with the upper limits of advanced systems among group members. The primary editing opportunity pertains to a supernova-level scope, while the intermediate opportunity should bridge beyond supernova and delve deeper into the singular universe level. The disparity between these levels is immense. In his mind, Chu-He had already contemplated what entries he would edit once granted the intermediate opportunity in 5 days. Eagerly, he yearned to manifest his ideas. He began to edit an entry stating, "I possess the ability to control time with an effective range of approximately 1 meter around me." Without hesitation, Chu-He articulated the desired entry. This ability was not only crucial for his current needs, but also represented an exploration of the entry editing system. Editing in progress. Editing successful. As the electronic prompt of the celestial entry editing system resonated, Chu-He instantly perceived a subtle transformation occurring within his being. His spirit, enhanced by previous improvements in physical fitness and augmented by the unparalleled intellect of the multiverse, far surpasses that of an ordinary individual. It has given rise to a form of divine consciousness akin to that found in the realms of fantasy literature. With but a thought, he can perceive everything occurring within a radius of several dozen or even hundreds of meters, making him adept at both subtlety and aggression. Under this formidable mental prowess, introspecting into his own body is a trivial endeavor. During a normal exploration of his mental faculties, he discovered a small white seed, the size of a fingertip, located near his navel, adorned with intricate patterns reminiscent of clock faces. With mere concentration and control over this seed, he can harness the temporal energies within it, thus manipulating time within a 1-meter radius. In a vast multiverse, the ability to command time is regarded as a profound power, attainable only by those who have transcended to a level beyond the 5th tier of cosmic structure, aside from possessing exceptional artifacts. Yet, he currently resides at approximately the 1st tier, yet he is still able to wield control over time. He possesses the uncanny ability to reverse the flow of time, pause it, and traverse into the future, albeit limited to a 1-meter sphere around himself. Without such spatial constraints, this ability would be nothing short of divine. But within these limitations, it may seem less significant. Fortunately, Chewie does not prioritize the range of this temporal skill. If the scope were to extend to the size of a planet or even a universe, it would be beyond his current capabilities. However, the 1-meter radius is commendable and indicates that his explorations are indeed fruitful. As long as the level of power does not exceed a certain threshold, one can manipulate time's essence, provided the scope remains around 1 meter or slightly more. This discovery holds immense significance for Chewie, promising transformative changes for his future. He yearns for another opportunity to refine his abilities. If he can master the forces of time, space, creation, fate, and rules, all confined within specific distances and limited potency, then even if the power is not overwhelming, its effectiveness would suffice. For extraordinary practitioners, even if they become aware of this capability, they would not utilize their editing opportunities to alter such attributes. Had he chosen the path of the extraordinary, the edits would undoubtedly focus on amplifying his strength. Thus, a skill with a mere 1-meter range, despite its might, would hold little value for them. However, in the realm of technology, mastering advancements beyond the 5th level of civilization necessitates an understanding of temporal technology. Yet, how does one grasp the essence of time when it eludes visibility? If Chewie could indeed control time, mastering temporal technology would be effortless. Moreover, he could effortlessly create technologies related to fate, conceptual advancements, dimensional mechanics, and even black hole technology. It appears that my choice to pursue a path in technology was indeed a judicious one. Confirming his suspicions, Chewie could not help but smile, once again affirming his decision to develop along the trajectory of technological civilization. At times, opportunity is crucial, yet choice holds equal significance. Had he opted for the extraordinary path, utilizing that premier editing opportunity, his prowess would have undoubtedly surged, perhaps even allowing him to edit his own entry as the mightiest being in the multiverse. Possessing multiverse-level power could have propelled him to the 9th tier true immortal realm, inching closer to the veteran members of the chat group. However, his potential would have been irrevocably capped if the level of the celestial editing system did not ascend. His strength would eternally remain confined within the multiverse. Relying solely on his own advancement was utterly implausible. Yet now, having chosen technology, he could summon any power he desired, as long as it was within manageable limits, and delve into the principles underlying such forces. This would enable him to effortlessly elevate his civilization's status, empowered by the most formidable mind in the multiverse. Given this effect, even if his systems cap was at the multiverse level with a modicum of time, he could attain an infinite multiverse-level civilization, perhaps even greater. Should he successfully navigate through the 3 trials, his system would upgrade to the infinite multiverse level, illuminating his future further. According to the power classification within the Celestial System Host Communication Group, the realms range from Tier 1 to 20, with the infinite multiverse realm corresponding to Tier 11. He had merely reached half of this stage, with a significant gap of 9 tiers remaining. Among the members of the chat group possessing infinite multiverse-level systems, even the earliest joiners had yet to hear of anyone breaking through to Tier 12. All remained ensnared by the limits of their systems. However, Chewie is confident that he could at least step into the 14th tier, while the 15th tier, as discussed in the system chat group, seems to present a formidable threshold, an existence deemed an absolute powerhouse amidst the boundless myriad of worlds. At present, Chewie lacks the assurance that he could attain such a level. While he possesses self-confidence, it has yet to reach the realm of blind hubris. Confidence is commendable, yet blind confidence is perilous. When one is blindly self-assured, the distance to demise becomes alarmingly short. With the power to manipulate time, my research into temporal technology can advance significantly. Within the span of an hour, I could grasp a portion of temporal technology, and in a day, I could master it entirely. The ability to control time, combined with the most profound intellect in the multiverse, brings forth a research speed that is not merely 112. It may well exceed 100. Now, the ambitious plan to cultivate a level 4 civilization within a year may require some modification. Let's elevate our aspirations slightly further. In 1 year's time, we shall endeavor to establish a level 5 civilization, subsequently venturing into the trial realm to vanquish all adversaries. With an overwhelming force, we shall obliterate any dissent. Having completed today's entries, Chewie brimmed with boundless ambition, infusing himself with renewed vigor. He then commenced the pursuit of even more advanced technologies. The industrial mother machine has been resolved. The energy dilemma is nearly settled. The challenges of intelligent life are also on the brink of resolution. Cutting-edge technologies crucial for the advancement of a technological civilization have already been unraveled by Chewie. With these innovations, even in his absence, intelligent life would be capable of developing a level 3 civilization. However, he is constrained by a mere year, necessitating an acceleration of his efforts. It is imperative to unlock temporal technology as swiftly as possible. Mastery of temporal technology would enable him to establish a time research facility. Such a facility, a hallmark of a level 5 civilization, distinguishes itself from a level 4 civilization and reigns supreme among all technological universes. Constructing a research chamber infused with the essence of time would allow for the manipulation of time flow within and outside the facility. Imagine a time flow ratio of 100 to 1. While a year passes outside, a century unfolds within. Utilizing this to explore technological advancements would undoubtedly precipitate a cataclysmic technological explosion. This is the foundation of his confidence in realizing a level 5 civilization. Although a year is indeed a brief span, with this mechanism, even if discoveries are made on the last day, he could stretch that single day into 100 years. With Chewie's accelerated research, the pace of innovation within the premier technology research base has intensified remarkably. Although all the artificial intelligence robots have ventured forth to create their own kind, as their numbers surge from tens of thousands to over 1 million, Chewie summoned back 10,000 of the initial intelligent life forms to assist him in his research. Prior to his involvement, the research pace of these artificial intelligence robots, albeit not excessively rapid, saw them mastering all knowledge of a level 1 civilization in just a day or two, yielding numerous finished products. This transformation imbued the top-tier technology research facility with an ambience reminiscent of a futuristic sci-fi realm. Now, with his presence, the situation has only improved. He continuously imparts the wealth of technological knowledge stored in his mind to the artificial intelligence robots. On the first day alone, he elevated the mechanical civilization's technological level from level 1 to 1. This advancement, albeit modest, was hindered by the robot's absorption rate. Otherwise, progress could have been swifter. An increase of 0.1 in civilization level is sufficient to enhance the performance of various technological weapons and products by several generations. The laser weapons have grown significantly more powerful. The length and weight have significantly diminished. Previously, the length was approximately 1.5 meters and the weight was several hundred pounds. Although there is no recoil, an average person could hardly lift it, let alone utilize it. Now, the weight has been reduced by 2/3, bringing it down to around 100 pounds. Despite this reduction, it remains too heavy for an ordinary individual to lift. 18 billion artificial intelligence robots have ascended to a 5th-tier capability. However, heavyweight contenders can still manage to lift it for a minute or two, allowing for a modicum of combat effectiveness. In addition to the decrease in weight and size, the offensive power has paradoxically increased, while speed remains unchanged. Previously, it could only penetrate 0.5 meter of titanium alloy walls. Now, it can breach up to 5 meters. This tenfold increase in power signifies a substantial advancement, with only a 0.1 level elevation in technological civilization. Such stark distinctions in technology reflect the rigid hierarchies within scientific civilization, where a mere 0.1 level difference can represent an entire era. Typically, dozens of civilizations at the same level are required to surpass a 0.1 civilization grade and defeat a more advanced technological civilization. Moreover, the realism of virtual technologies has become increasingly pronounced, enhancing from a previous 99 authenticity to 99.1. While this incremental improvement may seem trivial, the ultimate transformation demands a 100 authenticity threshold. Nevertheless, it marks a step forward. In material science, numerous AI robots have developed a substance that surpasses specialized steel, crafted from a combination of various hard iron materials that, when compressed and treated with a particular chemical agent, yield extraordinary properties. If the hardness of specialized steel is rated as 1, this new material boasts a hardness of at least 60 or more. Its strength, density, compressive resistance, and corrosion resistance far exceed that of specialized steel, rendering it an exceptionally superior material. This material is typically reserved for civilizations at the 1-2 level, as ordinary 1-1 level civilizations cannot produce it. However, despite its formidable nature, it is deemed unworthy for transitional use by Chu-He. This steel can only be employed to fabricate aerospace fighters or space warships, allowing them to traverse a planet at speeds of several thousand kilometers per hour without incurring significant damage while maintaining internal stability. The so-called space warship is an enhanced version of an aircraft carrier. While an aircraft carrier operates at sea, providing a deck for aircraft to take off, a space warship is a colossal structure, several times larger than an aircraft carrier, stretching over 1,000 meters in length. It soars to altitudes of tens of thousands of meters, maintaining such a massive form while traveling at several thousand kilometers per hour, armed with a plethora of devastating weaponry. Navigating through a planet's atmosphere, it looms like a Damocles sword suspended above, serving as a deterrent to the entire globe. Currently, Chu-Ha finds no need for aerospace fighters or battleships. The utilization of anti-gravity technology proves effective solely for combat within a planetary realm. As he has yet to develop an anti-gravity engine and faces no imminent threats, the necessity for such inventions remains questionable. In a year's time, he will undoubtedly be capable of crafting a level 4 galactic civilization, with a substantial possibility of achieving a level 5 stellar civilization. By then, the relevance of such antiquated technology will be diminished, as space-jumping spacecraft will have already been realized. The following day, the civilization's level reached 1. 2. Technological advancements grew increasingly formidable. The energy laser gun has remarkably reduced in weight from the previous 100 pounds to merely a fraction of that, allowing ordinary individuals to wield it. Although prolonged handling remains challenging, a military equipped with energy laser guns could indeed sustain a minor skirmish. The performance of exoskeleton technology has escalated several tiers, enabling ordinary humans clad in specialized exoskeletons to lift thousands of pounds with ease. In terms of speed, the exoskeleton technology has incorporated an explosive function, allowing a 100-meter dash in a mere second. Should combat arise, the embedded chip within the exoskeleton is programmed with hundreds of battle techniques and strategies, ready to offer combat guidance at any moment. In the realm of biological science, gene repair technology has emerged from researching the so-called forbidden zone of the gods. All beings, save for deities, possess some genetic imperfections, albeit to varying degrees. Gene repair technology offers the means to rectify these genetic flaws. On average, an individual harbors between 200 to 300 genetic defects. A single gene repair session can mend 10 defects, extending life by a year while enhancing bodily functions. At present, the technology of a level 1-2 mechanical civilization can facilitate up to 10 repairs. Beyond technological research, The passage of time has sparked a resurgence in Chuha's endeavors. The population of citizens within the mechanical civilization, namely artificial intelligence robots, has surged from several 100,000 to over 5 million. To expedite production, specialized assembly lines for creating similar units have been established, resulting in a tenfold increase in speed. Now, every second sees dozens or even hundreds of artificial intelligence robots emerging from the production lines, receiving AI codes, and seamlessly entering the Level 1 Civilization Knowledge Library, emerging as top-tier researchers. Alternatively, an AI can transfer its accumulated knowledge directly to others, negating the need for the knowledge library, thereby also becoming a leading researcher. The capacity to produce dozens or hundreds of elite researchers every second is utterly astounding, a phenomenon that would have been fervently sought after on Chuha's previous planet. However, this is not the end. As an adequate number of artificial intelligence robots emerge, these entities are transforming themselves into intelligent life forms. The pace of technological advancement in intelligent life is such that, even when compared to the elite researchers of a singular planet, it would place them among the ranks of esteemed scholars across the cosmos. In any civilization of a third or fourth tier, they would undoubtedly hold significant weight. By that time, there could potentially be tens of millions, even billions of intelligent beings, all of whom are high-level researchers. United, they would spend their days engrossed in discussions of technology. The mere thought is enough to instill a sense of dread. On the third day, the technological civilization rating escalated from 1, 2 to 1, 3. By the fourth day, it advanced from 1, 3 to 1, 4. On the fifth day, it officially broke through to a level 1, 5 civilization. After 5 days of development, during which Chuha descended upon this trial ground, he eagerly awaited the opportunity for mid-level entry into the lexicon of creation. At this point, the once boundless expanse of either a blue sky or a barren black earth had transformed to showcase dozens of cities, each capable of sustaining millions of inhabitants. Indeed, you read that correctly, dozens of new cities had emerged. Just 5 days prior, this area consisted of a mere handful of research bases amidst a desolate landscape. Now, it burgeoned with cities that seemed conjured from the imagination of a divine creator, all imbued with an aura of futuristic science fiction. The architecture within these cities was far from rudimentary. Towering skyscrapers, soaring to dozens of stories, housed vast research facilities in various forms: spherical, animalistic, leaf-like, and droplet-shaped. Numerous supermagnetic levitation, flying vehicles traversed the skies above these edifices, establishing orderly flight paths. Surrounding each city was a sprawling and formidable mining site, rich with diverse mineral veins, operated by colossal automated excavators. These machines deftly extracted hundreds of tons of rich black earth, funneling it into smelting factories where impurities were incinerated, transforming it into the essential resources of mechanical civilization. Subsequently, these materials were loaded onto flying trucks and utilized in urban construction as well as technological research. After 5 days of progress, not only had the technological level reached that of a level 1, 5 civilization, but the number of artificial intelligence robots had surged from several 100,000 to nearly 200 million. This explosive increase in robotic population can be deemed remarkably successful, significantly augmenting the scale of mechanical civilization. With 200 million self-aware artificial intelligence robots, it can be said that a genuine civilization has emerged, bolstered by this substantial rise in numbers. Previously, the technological research base was vast, spanning several million square meters, capable of accommodating millions of individuals. However, when faced with 200 million artificial intelligence robots, this capacity proved woefully inadequate. Moreover, this figure is not static. It is currently 200 million, but in a few days, it is likely to swell to 1 billion. Given the limitations of the existing premier research facility, it is impossible to house such a multitude of artificial intelligence robots, necessitating expansion. To expedite this expansion without diverting the majority of human and material resources to urban construction, Chuha dedicated several hours to the creation of a 3D printer, officially named the Artificial Intelligence Universal Material Construction 3D printer. Provided with sufficient building materials, This super 3D printer, occupying several hundred square meters, can autonomously generate architectural blueprints for an entire city. Subsequently, these materials are printed in a 1-to-1 ratio into corresponding urban structures. The speed of this process is remarkable. Within mere minutes, a multi-story building can materialize, exhibiting the same durability as conventionally constructed edifices. Thus, despite the grandeur and scale of dozens of cities, the total time and difficulty involved were minimal. The primary challenge lay in the substantial cost of materials. To ensure the continuity of subsequent research, Chuhi meticulously allocated all of his recent opportunities for basic entry editing to various minerals. He successfully extracted 5 distinct types of ore, each comparable in mass to an entire planet, interred within this realm of trials. Such a wealth of minerals would suffice for his mechanical civilization for an extended period. Not only would it enable the construction of dozens of large cities, but would also be ample for the establishment of hundreds of thousands of them. Within one of the largest cities, at the pinnacle of a suspended building located at the heart of the metropolis, Chuhi reclined upon a plush sofa. With the intention of editing his attributes, he activated his multiverse entry editing system, a smile gracing his lips as he contemplated the enhancements. System: utilize a mid-level entry editing opportunity to elevate the physical attributes and soul of my corporeal form to the utmost limits of your capability. Beep. Enhancement in progress. The host's power has been elevated to the star domain level. Boom, boom, boom. As Chuhi's words resonated, an overwhelming surge of energy flooded into his being, with an unseen tapestry of profound runes intertwining with his form, relentlessly transforming him. His physical attributes, already surpassing those of an ordinary individual by tens of thousands of times, underwent exponential augmentation with each passing second. His prowess escalated to hundreds of thousands, then millions, and ultimately billions of times greater than that of an average person. The enhancement of physical prowess seems boundless, continually elevating his very essence. With this improvement in bodily strength, his life-esque quality also ascends. Previously, although his physical capabilities were astonishingly high, many tens of thousands of times greater, this merely classified him at the late stage of the first realm, inferior even to those of the second realm who have emerged from a massive nuclear explosion. Yet now, his physical attributes aspire to rival the cosmic domain. What level does this signify? The third realm possesses the ability to obliterate ordinary planets. In the vast cosmos, planets are encompassed by stars, which are in turn part of galaxies. Galaxies form clusters, and above these lie the cosmic domains, culminating in the singular universe realm. His earlier ambition of attaining a level 5 civilization merely equated to that of a cosmic domain civilization, but now his physical capabilities have reached such heights. According to the classification within the systems communication group, he now stands at the 5th tier. The 6th tier represents the singular universe, the 7th the hypersingular universe, the 8th the pseudo-multiverse, and the 9th the true multiverse. The pinnacle, the great Luo golden immortal, signifies the multiverse level. This transformation took Chuhi several minutes, during which his cells, genes, life essence, strength, and soul underwent a profound metamorphosis. As he opened his eyes, gazing at his hands, he was left in awe, uncertain of the extent of his newfound power. Is this the strength of the cosmic domain? Indeed, it is formidable. I feel that merely lifting my hand, if I were to unleash my power with a gentle wave, could annihilate an entire mechanical civilization. Furthermore, the surrounding millions of trial realms, each the size of a galaxy, could be reduced to mere ashes with a single swipe. The position of leader within the celestial communication group, to wield such terrifying power, capable of obliterating millions of galaxies with a mere gesture, is truly astounding. However, within the hierarchy of the myriad worlds, this force only ranks at the 5th tier, falling short of even being classified as a mid-tier strength. In this vast expanse, he is but an ant, a mere cannon fodder. Chuhi found it difficult to fathom the magnitude of power possessed by the practitioners at the 9th tier, the true great Luo golden immortal, or the 11th tier, the mixed Yuan great Luo golden immortal. But what relevance does their terror have to my current self? Why dwell on these thoughts? Eventually, I shall surpass them step by step. At that moment, I shall witness the true terror of my civilization. Shaking his head, Chu quelled the swirling emotions of pride and instability that arose from such rapid advancement. It was crucial to regain his composure. The swift rise in strength left his spirit struggling to grasp its true potential. Without control, he risked becoming a danger to himself, potentially reducing his painstakingly crafted mechanical civilization to mere ashes in a fit of discontent. That would be catastrophic. Once again, feeling the immense enhancement of his abilities, Chu shifted his focus to other matters. Although the elevation of his strength instilled a sense of excitement and joy within him, it did not consume him entirely, for he held little ambition for sheer power. Since choosing the path of technology, his pursuit of strength had diminished significantly. Or perhaps it could be said that technology itself embodied his might. For him, having sufficient power for self-preservation was all that mattered. The reason he engaged in intermediate word editing every 10 days was not primarily for the sake of strength. Rather, it was to ensure the perpetual utilization of his multiverse supreme mind. This extraordinary intellect was so formidable that even his previously overwhelming physical form, which dwarfed ordinary humans by thousands of times, could only harness its full potential for a mere few minutes before his brain would crash. Consequently, he could only seal a portion of the multiverse supreme mind's power, reserving it for moments when he needed to unleash its full capabilities. During his regular technological research, he utilized only a fraction of it. Thus, with unwavering dedication to forging a technological civilization, Chu aspired to alter this status quo. Now, his strength and the level of his existence had comprehensively ascended to the realm of star domains. With this current embodiment, the multiverse supreme mind could finally operate around the clock without interruption. This continuous operation would yield tremendous advantages for his forthcoming technological developments, significantly accelerating the pace of innovation and elevating the level of civilization. Currently, with 200 million artificial intelligence robots in existence, the creation of intelligent life had commenced. As of today, dozens of intelligent beings had already been produced, and it was anticipated that within a few days, this figure would surpass 100,000. With a sufficient quantity of intelligent life, coupled with his multiverse supreme mind, word editing, ample minerals, and a vast trial ground, he was genuinely eager to witness the outcome. Under these conditions, a year from now, when emerging from the trial ground into the world of challenges, he pondered what form his mechanical civilization would take. It was no wonder that every individual who acquired a top-tier system had invariably succeeded in the trial ground. If those systems were as formidable as his, or even more so, failure would have been an impossibility. Even the most inept beings across countless realms could surely prevail. Having adapted to the newfound strength of his body, bolstered by the capabilities of the multiverse supreme mind, Chu's mental fortitude had also significantly improved. Within a mere second, he acclimated to this power, effortlessly lifting any object without fear of mishap. A simple grasp of a cup would not result in its shattering. He stepped out of his room. Upon entering his laboratory, Chu brought along the numerous intelligent beings he had successfully created. He commenced the endeavor of elevating the civilization level, advancing toward a Type 1.6 civilization. It is noteworthy that, with the enhancement of technological civilization, the once cutting-edge research facilities had become relics of the past. The equipment housed within had not even reached the standards of a Type 1 civilization and was woefully inadequate to sustain the research of mechanical civilization. Nor did it support Chu's studies. The obsolescence of such facilities was inevitable. The premier research base had long been abandoned, its contents dismantled and replaced by a new city constructed on the same site. After the decommissioning of the top-tier research base, Chu devoted himself to the study of anti-gravity technology, resulting in the creation of a novel research facility as well as his own residence. This technology was employed to establish a research base suspended above the city center, allowing him to survey dozens of technological cities and behold the entirety of the mechanical civilization from an impressive vantage point. This time, with the unfettered ability to utilize the most powerful intellect of the multiverse, Chuhi distinctly sensed a transformation while conducting his technological research. Although he had already mastered all knowledge pertaining to a Type 1/6 civilization within his mind, elevating the civilization level merely entailed extracting this knowledge and imparting it to the intelligent beings, enabling them to create and learn autonomously. This process posed no significant challenge. However, upon retrieving this knowledge from his mind, he could not resist contemplating these concepts further, leading to a profound deepening of his understanding of the principles of a Type 1/6 civilization. Through this newfound clarity, he inadvertently explored related domains of knowledge that had previously eluded him. He had not fully engaged the multiverse's most formidable intellect in contemplating these issues before, having only utilized a fraction of its capabilities, which naturally precluded such revelations. Even when confronted with challenging technological concepts, the constraints of time had prevented him from dedicating his full cognitive resources to such inquiries. Now, with the capacity to summon his intellect in its entirety, there was no concern about wasting time. Consequently, he made these discoveries effortlessly. As Chuhi experienced yet another enhancement, elevating the civilization level from 1.5 to 1.6, the duration required for this transition was approximately one-third less than before. Within a span of less than a day, all intelligent beings had successfully assimilated the entirety of the knowledge pertaining to a Type 1/6 civilization, producing several tangible outcomes. Subsequently, the multitude of intelligent beings disseminated this knowledge, facilitating the rapid upgrading of technology in numerous cities from a Type 1/5 civilization to a Type 1/6 civilization. Yesterday, having just ascended from level 1.4 to 1.5 and completed a thorough upgrade of the technological industries, today once again heralds another enhancement. In the realm of other science fiction worlds, such an occurrence would undoubtedly astonish all denizens of those realms, shaking the very foundations of their civilizations. To elevate one civilization level by 0.1 in a single day is a terrifying rate of growth that would leave anyone in awe. Following such astonishment, the various sci-fi civilizations would swiftly unite to obliterate the mechanical civilization, unwilling to allow it to flourish any further. For should it continue its advancement, they would inevitably find themselves subjugated as subordinate civilizations or face the relentless onslaught of the mechanical civilization, ultimately leading to their annihilation. The prowess of the mechanical civilization is unparalleled, and no one would permit such a formidable entity to exist within their world. Alas, these civilizations are oblivious to the existence of the mechanical civilization. Even if they were aware, they would be unable to locate the trial grounds. The moment the mechanical civilization emerges from those trial grounds, any civilization would be confronted with two fates. One, to become a subordinate civilization, relinquishing all life planets, mineral veins, wealth, and citizens into the dominion of the mechanical civilization. Should they refuse this subjugation, the other fate awaits, annihilation. To resist is to invite destruction. As the scene shifts, at the moment when Chuhi's power ascended to the 5th tier, within a chaotic void far removed from him, there exists a grand edifice of immense proportions, surpassing the size of an ordinary Middle Thousand world. It resembles an ancient city that has persisted since a distant epoch. This majestic structure emanates an aura of immortality, eternity, inviolability, and ceaseless oppression. The terrifying force of repression occasionally radiates, solidifying a segment of the surrounding chaotic void to a degree far superior to that of other areas. On the gate of this ancient city, comparable in size to myriad individual universes, are inscribed the words, "Headquarters of the Celestial Trade Alliance." At the very heart of this ancient city lies a realm devoid of time, space, laws, or paths, merely a void. Here, a figure clad in a deep violet long robe, devoid of any discernible terrifying presence, sits in a lotus position upon a mat. To all but those of equal caliber, this figure's visage remains shrouded in obscurity, appearing indistinct and imperceptible. The figure gazes intently at an invisible virtual panel, the interface of the Celestial System Communication Group. Without further ado, The individual in control of the so-called Celestial Merchant Alliance headquarters is undoubtedly one of the original esteemed members of the chat group. His prowess has long ascended to the 10th stage of true mixed Yuan Golden Immortal, merely a step away from attaining the 11th stage of true mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. The number of participants in the system's communication chat group has reached 173, comprising 3 advanced systems and 1 top-tier system user, while the remainder are comprised of intermediate systems, which are unlikely to survive. However, the 3 advanced systems and the individual possessing the top-tier system will undoubtedly endure within the trial grounds. After excluding the 6 who cannot persist, it is anticipated that 167 members will remain after the trials of the 3 realms. It is uncertain when the group will amass 300, 500, or even 1,000 members. Once such numbers are achieved, it is unclear whether the system's host communication group will elect a leader. Gazing at the virtual number of 173 members within the Celestial System host communication group, the member known as Ancient Soul felt a flicker of brilliance in his eyes. Unable to restrain himself, he murmured to himself. As one of the earliest participants in this Celestial System host communication group, although he has ascended a level through the 3 trials, his strength has yet to reach the system's upper limit, which is the level of infinite multiverses. In comparison to those within the chat group who have attained the 11th stage of true mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal, his prowess ranks among the top tier. Thus, he fervently desires the position of group leader within the Celestial System host communication group, though the chat group has not explicitly stated the existence of a leader. It is evident to any rational being that such a role must exist. Could a group truly be considered a group without a leader? Certainly not. It is simply the case that no one currently possesses the qualifications, or that the time for selecting a leader has yet to arrive. The numerous veteran members of the Celestial System host communication group have indulged in various speculations regarding the criteria for eligibility and the timing for electing a leader. If the absence of a leader stems from a lack of qualifications, it is undoubtedly due to insufficient strength, for in the myriad realms, strength equates to qualification. Should anyone within the chat group manage to break through to the 12th stage of true mixed Yuan Infinite Great Luo Golden Immortal, they might well ascend to the position of group leader. Conversely, if the reason for not electing a leader is not due to qualification, but rather that the time has not yet come, it is plausible that the system's host communication group deems the current number of participants, over 100, to be insufficient for such a selection. When a number of participants reaches 300, 500, or even 1,000, the chat group may become excessively chaotic and disorganized due to the overwhelming number of individuals. It is at this juncture that the establishment of a group leader may become necessary. In the realm of a 2-3 civilization, one steps into the ranks of stellar civilizations, harboring thoughts of eliminating all members of the chat group. When the time comes, it is inevitable that the strongest among them will be chosen as the leader. It is inconceivable to select a weaker individual for such a position. Regardless of qualifications or the requisite time to ascend to leadership, the paramount criterion remains 1's strength. Possessing strength bestows the eligibility to become the leader. With aspirations set on becoming the leader of the Celestial Systems communication chat group, the member known as Gu Hun dedicates each day to intense meditation and cultivation, striving to elevate his power and achieve a breakthrough to the 11th stage of true primordial golden immortal, essentially a level on par with the infinite multiverse. He prepares for the possibility that when the time arrives, he may have the opportunity to ascend as the leader of the chat group. Moreover, aside from the aforementioned reasons for the absence of a chosen leader, Gu Hun harbors a rather radical notion. If he were to eliminate all the other members of the chat group, leaving himself as the sole survivor, could he not then claim the title of leader? It is well known that the leader of a chat group is determined by the first individual who establishes it. Thus, if only he remains within the Celestial Systems communication chat group, who else could possibly be the leader? This notion, while extreme, bears some merit upon contemplation. It is not solely Gu Hun who entertains such thoughts. Many formidable beings and long-standing members within the communication chat group have entertained similar ideas. However, The execution of this radical concept poses significant challenges and lacks feasibility. Firstly, one may not know the whereabouts of the other members. Secondly, even if their locations were known, traversing the vastness of chaotic space proves exceedingly difficult, even for cultivators at the 11th stage. Lastly, even if one possesses 11th stage prowess and can reach the designated location, can one be certain of defeating all opponents? Numerous members within the Celestial Systems communication chat group are also at the 11th stage, with many more likely to reach this level in due time. It would be unwise to claim invincibility. One must tread carefully to avoid unforeseen pitfalls. One should remain patient. In the span of several thousand or even tens of thousands of years, new members will undoubtedly join the group. At that juncture, there's a fair chance of surviving at least one, and with a stroke of luck, perhaps two or three. With a wait extending over several million years, it may be possible to gather 1,000 individuals. For one with an eternal lifespan, several million years is but a fleeting moment, passing in the blink of an eye. It is hoped that by that time, the mystery of whether a leader will emerge within the chat group may be unveiled, and furthermore, that the outcome will indeed be the one he desires, with his own strength having transcended to the 11th stage in that vast expanse of time. The reluctance to assume the role of leader within the chat group stemmed from a belief that none were deserving. The thought of someone transcending to the 12th realm during this period, thus becoming the group's leader, elicited a faint sigh from within. Member Guhan articulated 2 aspirations and 2 reservations, subsequently closing his eyes to resume his cultivation. He was perplexed as he voiced his 2 reservations. A subtle tremor stirred within his heart, a heart that had been tempered over millions of years. It felt as though the very concerns he harbored might soon manifest. Despite the slightness of this disturbance, it unsettled him, prompting an emotional disquiet. He could only suppress this tremor with the steadfastness of his cultivated resolve. Forcing himself to dismiss such thoughts, he sought solace in the belief that such occurrences would never transpire. The distinction between the 11th realm, the true mixed Yuan Daluo Golden Immortal, and the 12th realm, the true mixed Yuan Wajidian Daluo Golden Immortal, though merely a matter of 2 words, Wuji, represented a chasm of unfathomable proportions within the myriad realms. For those who ascended to such heights through their own endeavors, the gap of a major realm was akin to an insurmountable barrier demanding countless eons to traverse. Furthermore, for those who ascended with the aid of a system, the system's limit capped at the 11th realm. To breach the 12th realm without the system's assistance posed challenges that were exponentially more formidable, tenfold, if not more, than those faced by individuals who achieved the 11th realm through their own perseverance. While time extended infinitely, it was conceivable that someone within the Cosmic System chat group might achieve a breakthrough. However, within a short span, it was utterly impossible, absolutely impossible. Time flowed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a decade had elapsed in the chaotic expanse where Chuhi resided. During this interval, Chuhi significantly advanced his mechanical civilization, elevating its level from 1.6 to approximately 2.3. The number of artificial intelligence robots surged from 200 million to 3 billion, a staggering figure that eclipsed the population of his former civilization by more than double. With a few more days of production, it was conceivable that this number could surpass 70 billion, exceeding the total human population of the planet he had traversed from. As the population swelled to 3 billion, the number of technological cities within the mechanical civilization escalated from dozens to over 1,000. Each city was equipped with anti-gravity engines, allowing all these cities to hover a kilometer above the trial grounds, resembling a celestial court surveying all beneath. The trial grounds below had been transformed into a vast mining site, devoted entirely to the excavation and smelting of ores. A multitude of robotic arms, governed by artificial intelligence, tirelessly excavate sore. Once refined, the materials are encased within a colossal structure exceeding 10 kilometers in length and width. This anti-gravity spacecraft, resembling a flying disc, is then transported to urban areas for construction and research purposes. Indeed, as civilization attained the status of a Type II stellar civilization, the mechanical civilization succeeded in creating anti-gravity vessels, thus entering the ranks of interstellar civilizations. Presently, the technological advancements of Type 2-3 civilization are remarkably sophisticated. In addition to the anti-gravity spacecraft, the mechanical civilization possesses a plethora of technologies characteristic of Type 2 civilizations. For instance, the nanomedical robotic technology, although unnecessary for the mechanical civilization, serves the biological entities that require treatment in times of illness. The mechanical civilization is comprised entirely of artificial intelligence and has amassed a population of intelligent life forms numbering in the millions. Thus, such medical technology is of no use to them. The mechanical civilization includes only one biological entity, Chu-He, whose existence further negates the need for medical intervention, as his life form has reached a stellar domain where illness is an alien concept. Moreover, the laser weaponry of the mechanical civilization has matured significantly. The entity designated as the 521st Newborn Intelligent Robot, now appropriately referred to as the 521st Newborn Intelligent Life, initially developed an energy laser gun, weighing approximately 1 to 2 pounds. Comparable to an ordinary handgun, it employs a minuscule, controllable nuclear fusion energy core. This diminutive core, no larger than a fingernail, can sustain firing for hundreds of thousands of rounds, epitomizing a next-generation version of infinite ammunition. Its destructive power can penetrate mountains several kilometers thick, traveling at the speed of light, with a core temperature exceeding 1 million degrees. Such offensive capability ensures that, barring those marked with the S insignia, any adversary would meet their demise. Furthermore, this is merely the energy laser gun. Aboard the anti-gravity spacecraft are numerous laser impact cannons, strategically positioned throughout the massive 10-kilometer vessel. The craft is equipped with hundreds of cannons, each boasting a caliber of several dozen meters, with the main cannon's bore reaching several hundred meters. Powered by a genuine, controllable nuclear fusion reactor, capable of firing 30 laser blasts per second at light speed, this weaponry possesses enough strength to penetrate smaller celestial bodies. This represents a formidable war machine, providing the mechanical civilization with the confidence to dominate lesser civilizations and engage in interstellar conflict with peers. Of course, this is but one of the mechanical civilization's offensive capabilities. Their research extends beyond laser weaponry. They have also ventured into the realms of gravity weapons, positron and antiparticle cannons, and magnetic field weapons. Currently, the mechanical civilization's gravity weapons can amplify gravitational forces by hundreds of thousands of times against nearby targets, effortlessly capable of annihilating an entire planet. The antimatter particle cannon is a remarkable achievement born from the mechanical civilization's exploration of antimatter. Most individuals in this world are aware of the existence of particles, which can be classified as either matter or antimatter. By extracting these particles and allowing them to merge instantaneously, an immense release of energy occurs. This energy can then be propelled toward a target, inflicting catastrophic damage. Given a sufficient quantity of antimatter, the cannon possesses the potential to obliterate an entire planet in the blink of an eye. The magnetic field weapon, another creation of the mechanical civilization, is designed to disrupt the magnetic field of a planet when deployed against it. Should the target be a technological construct, the weapon can similarly interfere with its magnetic field, rendering the technology incapacitated. Although it does not achieve the speed of light, it approaches that velocity, making it a formidable weapon in the interstellar conflicts of a Type 2 civilization. These technologies for offensive capabilities, alongside advancements in other aspects of life and research, continue to evolve in strength. Technological advancements, such as virtual technology, have reached an unprecedented level of sophistication, with ongoing research into artificial intelligence and synthetic life. Other notable innovations include biological chip technology, genetic fusion technology, planetary terraforming technology, and liquid metal technology, among others. However, the specifics of these technologies are less significant, as they are likely to be rendered obsolete by the rapid progression of mechanical civilization, replaced by even more potent innovations. At this moment, within the confines of a technological city, in a structure suspended at its heart, Chu has been granted an opportunity to edit a mid-level entry after 10 days. Having contemplated the content of this entry, He proceeds with the editing process. System, create an entry for this land, describing it as a wondrous place housing a premier research base of a level 5 civilization. Ding. Editing in progress. Editing successful. As Chuhi concludes his statement, a small orb, radiating a silvery glow and roughly the size of a fist, materializes in his hand. It emanates a potent spatial energy, and peering into it reveals a research facility comparable in size to a star. This is the top-tier research base he has just described. Truly, it exemplifies the grandeur of a level 5 civilization, with a research facility that rivals a stellar body in scale. Moreover, it employs an extraordinarily advanced spatial storage technology, integrated with temporal manipulation capabilities, classified as a temporal research lab. Within, time can be adjusted to a ratio of 1 to 100, allowing for 100 days to pass inside for each day in the external world. The research apparatus within is so advanced that it has facilitated his journey to the level 5 civilization without the need to fabricate additional equipment. Gazing at the pinnacle of civilization, the top-tier research base he had just edited, Chuhi couldn't help but chuckle. With this marvel, he was assured that his research pace and the advancement of civilization would accelerate exponentially. 30 billion artificial intelligence robots could be seamlessly integrated, utilizing the technological wonders within for their studies. How could the progress not be swift? A research base the size of a star could accommodate not only 30 billion, but even 300 billion, 3 trillion, or even 30 trillion entities. However, the crux of the matter was not merely the capacity. It was the presence of temporal technology within part of the time research laboratory, capable of automatically adjusting the flow of time. This functionality had been previously elucidated and requires no further elaboration. Nevertheless, although it could modulate time at a ratio of 100 to 1, Chuhi did not intend to exploit the maximum settings. He planned to implement a 1 to 5 ratio instead, allowing for 1 day outside to equate to 5 days within. There was no need for such rapid acceleration. If he were to adjust it so that 1 year outside equated to 100 years inside, he felt he would surely lose his sanity. A century spent devoid of any human interaction, surrounded solely by cold, unfeeling artificial intelligence robots and synthetic life forms, in an endless expanse of desolation, would be a feat that would leave him in awe of himself, let alone enduring a century in such solitude. There is no longer any need to create artificial intelligence robots. Residing in the trial land for a century is akin to serving a prison sentence. Spending a century in the temporal research base does not equate to 100 years passing in the system's timeline. It is possible for him to gain another opportunity to edit a top-tier entry. The most crucial point is that he need not spend 100 years developing here. According to the individuals in the chat group, the trial world is typically a minor universe, essentially the size of a singular universe. Originally, without the temporal laboratory, Chuhi was confident he could develop a 5th-level civilization within a year. Now, with the time extended to 5 years, he has a significant possibility of achieving a pinnacle 5th level or even a 6th level divine civilization, which corresponds to a singular universe-level civilization. At that point, entering a world of singular universe caliber with his strength would be akin to overwhelming dominance. If he has already attained such power and continues to linger here, it serves little purpose and would be excessively cautious. Exercising caution is prudent when one lacks strength, but clinging to it after gaining power indicates a problem. Regarding the discussions among the members of the multiverse system host exchange group, while Chuhi cannot assert the correctness of all their claims, he is certain that their statements about the strength of the trial world are indeed accurate. The evidence is evident. If their assertions about the trial world's strength were false, it would not only be unweakened, but also exceptionally formidable. How have these individuals survived? He, possessing a top-tier system and having several times the development time of others, struggles to survive. How could those with advanced systems endure? That is hardly a jest. For this reason, Chuhi is resolute. He will directly position the top-tier temporal research laboratory in the center of the city, opening a grand illusory gate, towering 100 meters high and several meters wide. This gate, needless to say, leads to the top-tier temporal research lab. Any artificial intelligence robots or intelligent beings wishing to enter the lab for research may do so. Within a laboratory the size of a star, they can conduct their studies freely. Although the temporal research lab can accommodate sufficient intelligent beings and artificial intelligence robots, he does not intend to compel everyone to enter. This is because he has yet to fully investigate the secrets of the trial land and desires for some individuals to remain here to explore it. Despite possessing star domain-level strength and a mental capacity that can encompass an entire star domain, he is still unable to ascertain the true scale of the trial land. Indeed, you read that correctly. As of now, Chuhi remains unaware of the actual size of the trial land. During his initial exploration, he had thought it to be roughly the size of a galaxy. After all, it is merely a dwelling for an individual. A magnitude akin to a galaxy suffices. So why require anything larger? He now concedes his previous ignorance, acknowledging that his perspective was indeed limited. This is not merely the size of a galaxy. It likely necessitates the vastness of an entire universe. It is precisely due to this enormity that Chuhi finds himself deeply intrigued, fostering a keen interest in exploring the trial grounds. He yearns to investigate what lies beyond the trial grounds and to uncover any secrets that may reside within. As for the information regarding the trial grounds, it is not that there is an abundance of it within the communication group of the celestial system hosts. Rather, it can be said to be virtually non-existent. Most group members are unable to elevate their prowess to the 6th-tier, single-universe level within a year. Even if someone were to uncover the secrets of the trial grounds, it would likely be only those few individuals endowed with top-tier systems, and even they are reticent. With a gentle touch, Chuhi activated the virtual wristband he possessed, disseminating information about the Time Research Institute into the minds of all intelligent robots and life forms. He aimed to ensure they comprehended the significance of this development. The artificial intelligence robots and intelligent beings are remarkably efficient. They require no sustenance or rest, do not experience fatigue, possess commendable self-learning capabilities, and exhibit exceptional talent in research. Moreover, they are unwaveringly loyal to me. When I direct them eastward, they do not stray west, and they execute my commands without question. They are, in essence, remarkable assets for research endeavors. However, therein lies a drawback. While my mental prowess is formidable, if I were communicating with living beings, I could effortlessly convey information in an instant. Yet, mechanical life, devoid of flesh and soul, is animated solely by cold steel and streams of data. No matter how potent my mental energy, it cannot transcend species to transform into information that communicates with artificial intelligence and intelligent life. Hence, I must resort to issuing commands through the virtual wristband. Observing my actions, I shook my head. Intelligent life is indeed powerful, but it possesses only an information-based consciousness, incapable of comprehending my mental directives. This method is rather cumbersome. Should I encounter adversaries in the trial world or across the myriad realms, commanding an entire mechanical civilization to engage in battle would necessitate this cumbersome procedure as well. This is untenable. The battles of the strong are ever-changing. Within a mere moment, they may exchange countless blows. If I must forewarn them of any secret weapon during this process, the efficacy of technological civilization would be halved. This aspect requires alteration. Fortuitously, with an abundance of intelligent life and having little to occupy my time recently, I need not delve into research for technology below level 5. The intelligent beings can handle that. I am liberated to explore the realm of life metals. Having identified the vulnerabilities of mechanical civilization, it is only natural that Chuhi seeks to address and rectify these shortcomings. Under the formidable power of his multiverse's most potent intellect, he swiftly discerned the focus of his technological inquiry, pinpointing a solution to the existing flaw in less than a second. Within the realm of a level 4 civilization, there exists a technology known as life metal technology. As the name suggests, life metal is indeed a form of metal imbued with life. Not only can it freely alter its shape, but it also possesses its own consciousness and vitality. Objects crafted from life metal resonate profoundly with intelligent life forms. Once a synthesis of intelligent life and life metal is achieved, Even the once immobile planetary-scale supercomputer can be animated, transforming into a colossal mech. Indeed, this is a transformation from a lifeless entity occupying several thousand square meters to a towering mech reaching hundreds of meters in height. It evolves from an inanimate object into a formidable weapon of warfare, endowed with tremendous offensive capabilities. Moreover, the fusion of life metal and intelligent life brings about astonishing transformations, resulting in a truly living form. This naturally gives rise to authentic souls, allowing him to communicate with these intelligent beings through his spiritual consciousness. In addition, should he engage in combat with a powerful adversary, Chuhi could swiftly exert control over all intelligent entities, commandeering their physical forms through his own mental prowess. A single individual's consciousness could govern an entire civilization. In an instant, the civilization would function like an intricately designed war machine, mobilizing all technological weaponry to deliver devastating strikes against their foes. This exemplifies the offensive capabilities of technological civilizations. However, such a battle mode typically arises only when confronting exceptionally powerful beings against adversaries of comparable technological prowess. These means are seldom necessary. In conflicts between technological civilizations, the reaction time does not mirror that of extraordinarily powerful entities. Instead, both sides engage in a back-and-forth exchange of strikes, each countering the other's moves. There exists no definitive method that guarantees victory. Rather, the outcome hinges on the superiority of technological advancement. The chasm between technologies cannot be bridged merely by novel combat strategies. As Chuhi contemplated the study of life metal, numerous artificial intelligence robots and sentient beings, driven by curiosity, began to investigate the so-called time research base, eager to understand the nature of time as a force. Though they recognized their current limitations in comprehending time's essence, curiosity, an innate trait of life, compels even the most nascent beings to explore the wonders surrounding them. It goes without saying that there exists a fervent cadre of intelligent beings and artificial intelligence robots, utterly captivated by the exploration of scientific inquiry and technological advancement. For them, the concept of time, often regarded as a taboo subject, is a realm of insatiable curiosity, regardless of whether it can be thoroughly examined or yield fruitful results. Chuhi did not impede their pursuits and ventured into the time research facility, intent on utilizing its abundant and rare mineral resources. Previously, he had employed basic editing opportunities to manipulate the commonplace minerals found on ordinary planets. However, these materials could only yield items with slightly enhanced hardness. To forge something of greater resilience, something extraordinary, one must access higher-grade minerals, resources unattainable through rudimentary editing opportunities. His next endeavor with the editing opportunity would involve the creation of life metal. In a remarkably brief span, aided by the formidable research tools within the Time Laboratory and assisted by intelligent beings alongside the unparalleled intellect of the multiverse in his mind, he accomplished the synthesis of life metal in less than an hour. While the term may sound grandiose and daunting to ordinary civilizations, to him, it posed little challenge. Essentially, the process involved the amalgamation of various metals while infusing quantum information into the mixture. As disparate quantum information coalesced, it would evolve into a more substantial and cohesive quantum entity. Given an adequate period for development, this entity would manifest as a life metal imbued with nascent consciousness. The challenge of this technology does not lie in the fusion of different metals, but rather in the intricate task of integrating quantum information into the metallic structure. While the terms quantum information and metal are comprehensible to the average person, the combination of the two eludes their understanding. This complexity is precisely where the difficulty resides. If one cannot even grasp the concept, how could they hope to create such a substance? This endeavor is beyond the reach of ordinary beings, reserved exclusively for those of fourth-level civilizations, particularly in the realm of quantum studies. Only third-level civilizations can engage in quantum information domains, enabling the development of technologies such as quantum communication, quantum information viruses, and quantum magnetic shields. Before long, numerous intelligent beings began to manufacture life metal en masse, having grown weary of their cumbersome forms, longing for mobility. With the advent of life metal, they could now move freely and transform into formidable entities. Transforming oneself into a towering mech, several hundred meters in height, is a notion that could drive any sentient being to madness. As intelligent life gradually comprehends the essence of life forged from metal, time incessantly marches forward. Due to the constraints of the temporal research base, even in the absence of Chu-He to assist in the exploration of the technologies of third and fourth-tier civilizations, a plethora of sentient beings emerges. The civilization level of mechanical culture steadily ascends, progressing to levels 2, 4-2, 5-2, 6 and beyond. The realm outside the trial grounds becomes increasingly fantastical, transforming almost daily. The population of intelligent beings rises incrementally, from a mere million to several hundred million within a month and a half following Chu-He's arrival at the trial grounds. It is essential to recognize that these are not just any ordinary entities. Each of these hundreds of millions of sentient beings, if placed within the context of second or third-tier civilizations, would be considered treasures of civilization. Yet here, they proliferate as if in wholesale abundance, seemingly without cost. Despite the significant increase in sentient life, the number of artificial intelligence robots has not seen a substantial rise, merely expanding from 3 billion to 5 billion. Following this, the creation of artificial intelligence robots ceased altogether, as the need for them had diminished. Chapter 22. Quantum foam bombs, warp engines. In Level 3 civilizations, due to the advent of artificial intelligence robots, they have become utterly obsolete, unable even to perform menial tasks. The technological prowess of mechanical civilizations has ascended to an astonishing Level 3. 1. Far surpassing the mere capabilities of artificial intelligence robots, which linger at a rudimentary Level 1. These robots represent nothing more than advanced artificial intelligences, incapable of comprehending the intricacies of Level 3. 1. Technologies. The notion of assisting in the study of such advanced civilization technology is nothing short of fanciful. It remains well beyond their reach. Only upon their transformation into intelligent beings can they hope to unravel the mysteries of Level 3. 1. Technologies. Their relevance would then be restored. Thus, instead of perpetuating the creation of those artificial intelligence robots, it would be more prudent to elevate these 5 billion artificial intelligences into sentient entities. At that juncture, they could amass trillions of intelligent lives. In the realm of trials, a planet comparable in size to an ordinary star materialized within the testing grounds, suspended in the air. It is evident that such a celestial body had never existed in the previous trial space. It was artificially crafted by the mechanical civilization. The prior cities had proven inadequate for the habitation of intelligent lives, as each of these beings occupies several thousand square meters. Previously immobile, they have now transformed into towering mechs, each several hundred meters tall, wielding astonishing destructive power. Their mere movement can compress the surrounding terrain within a radius of several meters. Unless a city constructed entirely of steel is devised, granting them the freedom to roam is an arduous endeavor. Currently, with only a few 100 million intelligent lives, the cities can hardly accommodate them. Should their numbers swell to hundreds of billions or even trillions, the existing urban landscapes would be utterly insufficient. Rather than persisting in the construction of technological cities, it would be wiser to leap directly into the future. Utilizing Level 3 civilization technology, specifically, the life planet manufacturing technology, one could fabricate a steel star. This steel star would be imbued with substantial Level 3 anti-gravity technology, allowing it to gracefully ascend in this barren land, illuminating the entire trial ground. The steel star, glimmering with a silvery sheen under the sunlight of the trial ground, serves as a new sanctuary for the mechanical civilization. Within its bounds, hundreds of millions of towering mechs, now intelligent lives, navigate their surroundings. Each individual occupies a laboratory spanning no less than 1 million square meters, delving into their desired scientific inquiries. A plethora of immense spacecraft traverse between the steel star and the trial grounds, while colossal mechanical arms continuously transport vast quantities of steel and other minerals, augmenting the size of a steel star. This steel star is not merely a new home for the mechanical civilization. It stands as an immense war fortress and a formidable military base. Once war erupts, a colossal energy shield manifests upon the surface of the steel star, safeguarding the entire celestial body. Within this steel star reside tens of millions of gun barrels. Indeed, tens of millions. Even the smallest of these barrels boasts a caliber extending over 1,000 meters, encompassing energy cannons, electromagnetic artillery, gravity guns, gravitational cannons, and quantum artillery. Each possesses the cataclysmic power to obliterate several planets. At the very core of the steel star lies a supermassive, controllable antimatter energy sphere, capable of sustaining the battle prowess of this steel star for several years at full capacity. Each steel star can effortlessly contend with a civilization of level 2. 9. And this is merely its initial iteration. With subsequent upgrades, it could easily face civilizations of levels 3 or 4, as proclaimed by their illustrious leader of the mechanical civilization, Chu-He. They are already aware of their impending journey to an unknown realm within less than a year. In this uncharted domain, they may wage war and conquer. All must prepare for the impending battle. Consequently, numerous intelligent beings have devised a Steel Star war fortress, not just one, but their ambition is to construct tens of thousands of these fortresses during this period. When the time comes to invade the unknown world, they aim to deliver a profound technological shock. In the heart of the Steel Star, specifically within the Time Research Base, Chu-He dons the white robe of a researcher, leading hundreds of intelligent beings as they delve into the technology before them. Before them lies an immense quantum information energy sphere, radiating a blue luminescence, imbued with potent quantum entanglements. Various quanta incessantly intertwine within. Amidst this entanglement, astonishing transformations occur, giving rise to a phenomenon resembling a purple bubble. This bubble suddenly bursts, and upon its explosion, all energy within the quantum information sphere vanishes completely. Indeed, it is as though everything has disappeared. Even the elusive quantum entanglements dissolve into nothingness following the detonation of the purple bubble. This represents the cutting-edge technology that Chu-He is presently investigating, one of the ultimate products of quantum entanglement technology, the quantum foam bomb. This is an offensive technology achievable only by civilization of level 3. 5. Marking a pivotal moment in the evolution of weaponry in interstellar warfare. Prior to the advent of the quantum foam bomb, all interstellar conflicts among civilizations relied on energy cannons and gravity guns, which represented a singular mode of attack and lacked significant potency. Although capable of shattering a planet with a single strike, such a simplistic means of destruction is insufficient in the realm of interstellar civilizations. Only the quantum foam bomb holds a modicum of significance within interstellar civilizations, capable of captivating one's gaze. This is solely due to its unparalleled range and destructive power, which defies conventional measures of planetary or stellar annihilation. Its efficacy is gauged in astronomical units. The distance between the Earth and the Sun, approximately 150 million kilometers. Even the initial iteration of the quantum foam bomb can obliterate dozens of astronomical units in a single detonation, rendering a vast expanse of billions of kilometers of cosmic space into a spectacle reminiscent of bursting purple foam, erasing all celestial bodies and life within its vicinity. The sheer magnitude of this weapon is awe-inspiring. The diameter of the Sun is 139 million kilometers, yet this bomb's impact spans billions of kilometers. Any civilization rated below 3.5 would face a dimensional crushing when confronted with a quantum foam bomb, leaving them with only the choice of submission or defiance. Indeed, it took time and effort to develop this technology, and commendations are due for the collective endeavor. I trust that all involved will continue to strive for excellence. I have already crafted a prototype. Soon, we shall witness its power, and if it meets our expectations, we will endeavor to enhance the quantum foam bomb further, aiming for a capability where merely a few hundred could envelop an entire galaxy, transforming it into a weapon of galactic destruction. Observing the fruits of his labor, Chuhi maintained an impassive demeanor, for this was merely an ordinary technology of a 3-5 level civilization, insufficient to elicit any emotional response. His mind was teeming with concepts far superior to this technology, yet he understood that all advancements must progress incrementally. Otherwise, even the most formidable technologies would be futile if the mechanical civilization could not harness them. The esteemed master of machines, nearby, listened intently, nodding as he directed other intelligent beings to expedite the use of laboratory technology to construct their civilization's first quantum foam bomb. Yet, a sense of shame filled him. Their mechanical civilization felt utterly inadequate. Despite the emergence of numerous intelligent beings, it was still the illustrious master of machines who must intervene to explore advanced technology. As they lagged behind, they wondered when they would truly become the right hand of the master, capable of solving his challenges. As they earnestly longed to cease being a hindrance, this day they yearned to witness that transformation sooner rather than later. However, given the prodigious intellect of their mechanical sovereign, acquiring knowledge with a mere glance seemed a feat they would struggle to attain in their lifetimes. Regarding the thoughts of the primordial intelligent beings, Chuhi, unable to perceive their expressions, remained oblivious to their inner turmoil. Otherwise, he might have offered some counsel to alleviate their concerns. They had already achieved remarkable feats. In a mere span of 1.5 months, under the exclusive pursuit of cutting-edge technology, while neglecting the exploration of lower-tier and conventional technologies, they had gradually elevated their civilization to its current esteemed status. Within the vast cosmos of advanced technologies, they undeniably ranked among the elite. In the realm of scientific inquiry, a comparison with others sufficed, yet there was no necessity to measure themselves against their own extraordinary achievements. In comparison to his exceptional capabilities, they were merely chasing their own shadows. An ancient adage from the myriad realms aptly states, one should never compete with the extraordinary, especially against someone like Chuhi, who was in a league of his own. The intelligent beings exhibited remarkable dexterity, and given the relatively straightforward method of crafting quantum bubble bombs. The only challenge lay in the technical aspects. With ample materials at hand, it did not take long for them to fabricate one. In just a matter of minutes, a quantum bubble bomb, the size of a house, materialized before Chuhi. Its surface gleamed with a black-golden hue, yet he sensed no overwhelming energy emanating from within. The bomb's formidable power stemmed from the intricacies of quantum entanglement. Accompanied by the intelligent beings, Chuhi boarded a spacecraft equipped with a warp engine and swiftly distanced himself from the location of the Iron Star, arriving at an unfamiliar trial ground. The warp engine represented a hallmark of third-tier civilization technology, distinguished from planetary and stellar civilizations by this very advancement. A first-tier mother planet civilization could depart from its home world, while a second-tier stellar civilization could mine asteroid veins and establish colonies within a star system. In contrast, a third-tier galactic civilization had the capability for interstellar travel. However, even the smallest star systems spanned several light years, necessitating years of travel at light speed. Yet, how many years do ordinary beings possess? Such a duration is hardly sufficient to sustain interstellar voyages. One might perish after only a few journeys. In this context, only civilizations that mastered warp engines could genuinely embark on interstellar expeditions. The warp engine delved into certain spatial principles, merely scratching the surface of spatial understanding. It could distort the surrounding space, creating a spatial node through which one could traverse to another location. To elucidate further, consider a sheet of paper. If one were a worm desiring to reach the back of the paper, one would have to traverse a considerable distance across its surface, taking several seconds to arrive at the other side. However, what if there were a hole in the center of the paper? The aperture serves as a spatial node, allowing one to traverse through it and reach the reverse side of the paper in under a second. This description bears resemblance to spatial jumps or wormhole traversal, which elucidates why the concept of warp engines incorporates certain spatial principles. However, warp engines are decidedly inferior to spatial jumps and wormhole travel, with their sluggishness being a notable drawback. Although a warp engine can span several light years or even hundreds of light years in a single journey, It necessitates a preparatory period of approximately 1 to 2 weeks to establish a spatial node. In stark contrast, spatial jumps and wormhole travel require no such preparatory time, achieving instantaneous transitions, with distances often measured in galactic spans, frequently extending into hundreds of thousands of light years. Once again, the detection instruments must be meticulously checked to ensure there are no issues when measuring the impact force, precision, and epicenter of the quantum foam. After confirming everything is in order, the quantum foam bombs will be deployed. Inside the Warp Engine spacecraft, Chuhi gazes through a virtual barrier at the trial grounds outside, issuing commands to the surrounding intelligent life forms. As the orders are disseminated, a thunderous roar erupts from the gargantuan main cannon of the spacecraft, releasing a resounding bellow. In comparison to the fearsome caliber of the main cannon, the quantum foam bomb appears diminutive, yet it hurtles towards the trial grounds billions of kilometers away at an unimaginable velocity. However, to Chuhi, this pace still feels excessively slow, prompting him to slightly accelerate the timing. Upon detecting the arrival at the target location, Chuhi presses the button designated for detonating the quantum foam bomb. The higher the technological level, the greater the safety of technological weaponry. This is an undeniable truth. The quantum foam bomb, which possesses formidable destructive capabilities, will not detonate even under the shock of the main cannon, nor will it suffer catastrophic failure as long as Chuhi refrains from pressing the button. 23. The study of infinite fusion systems and fourth-level civilizations. Otherwise, within those fourth and fifth-level civilizations, an abundance of weapons of terrifying destructive potential lurk, capable of spiraling out of control at any moment. It is likely that it will not be long before these formidable civilizations do not perish at the hands of hostile technological societies, but rather succumb to their own instruments of destruction. Is this not amusing? Yet, even in its absurdity, it is not quite so humorous. Upon pressing the button, Chuhi's consciousness enveloped the area of the quantum foam bomb. The instant the bomb detonated, an endless cascade of purple foam engulfed a vast expanse, stretching over several tens of kilometers, covering a radius of numerous astronomical units. Everything within that realm, the land, the skies, the rivers, was instantly ensnared by the power of this purple foam. However, this encasement lasted but a fleeting moment. The foam erupted as if pricked by a needle, exploding with a resounding bang. In that fleeting instant, the terrain of the trial ground vanished entirely, dissolving into nothingness like foam bursting. Before Chuhi lay not the blackened earth nor the azure sky, but rather an endless abyss, a terrifying chasm of unfathomable depth, reaching several 100 million kilometers. Such depth could only be found in the trial ground. Otherwise, this singular blast might have pierced through it entirely. The power displayed was indeed impressive. Observing the capabilities of the quantum foam explosion, Chuhi compared it to the simulation of the quantum foam bomb he had envisioned in his mind and felt a sense of satisfaction. From this moment forth, the mechanical civilization could claim possession of a rather formidable technological weapon, continue to assess the specific power of the quantum foam bomb, and identify areas for enhancement. Keep experimenting. I shall take my leave for now. After witnessing the might of the quantum foam bomb he had developed, Chuhi decided not to linger any longer. With a word, he summoned his power and vanished before the surrounding intelligent beings could react, returning to the research facility to continue his technological pursuits. Having reached a level of 3-5 civilization, he resolved to exert greater effort during this period to devise several advancements in spatial technology. Simultaneously, he prepared to utilize an opportunity for intermediate entry editing he had reserved for today. He had already employed it several times recently. On one occasion, it resulted in the emergence of numerous mineral veins within the trial ground, abundant with ores, including many advanced varieties that would sustain the mechanical civilization for an extended period. On another occasion, he edited to acquire the power of foresight, a formidable ability, albeit limited to the realm of star domains. Once his strength surpassed that threshold, such as attaining the level of a 6th-tier singular universe, this power would no longer be accessible to him. Originally, he intended to utilize this ability to glimpse what the world would be like after he had traversed the 3 trials. As the ancients wisely stated, Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall be victorious in 100 battles. However, perhaps due to some obstructive force within the realm of trials, or perhaps because the level of this foresight ability was too rudimentary, Chu could only foresee the developments of his civilization within the span of a year. As he had anticipated, his mechanical civilization ascended to the pinnacle of level 5 civilization within that year. Beyond this, he was entirely ignorant of the circumstances within the trial world after that time, unable to predict its state. It is likely that only a foresight ability on a multiversal or even infinite multiversal scale could provide insights into the trial world. Yet, it was evident that he currently lacked access to such elite editing opportunities. Even if he had them, he would not employ them in this regard. I possess all the knowledge of a level 5 star domain civilization. Ding. Editing in progress. Editing complete. The electronic prompt of the celestial entry editing system resonated in his mind. Following this notification, a wealth of information regarding the technologies of level 5 civilization flooded into Chuhi's consciousness. Level 4 civilizations harness spatial technology, while level 5 civilizations command temporal technology. This represents the most prevalent classification of civilizations in the universe of myriad technologies. Any civilization that masters temporal technology is classified as a level 5 civilization. However, there are exceptions. Beyond temporal technology, mastery of other technologies characteristic of level 5 civilizations, such as rule technology and dimensional technology, also qualifies one as a level 5 civilization. Possessing these advanced technologies, even if slightly weaker than those who solely master temporal technology, still categorizes one as a level 5 civilization. The entries Chuhi edited encompassed all the knowledge pertaining to level 5 civilization, which naturally included insights into rule technology and dimensional technology. As the multiverse's most powerful intellect swiftly assimilated this knowledge, Chuhi was inspired with a plethora of new ideas regarding his research into level 6 civilization technology. Level 6 civilizations master the realm of space-time technology, skillfully applying both spatial and temporal technologies in perfect harmony. Only those civilizations that command space-time technology can be deemed as god-level civilizations, capable of transcending the universe and entering the grand stage of chaotic space-time. Indeed, armed with this newfound knowledge, along with the capabilities of my multiversal intellect, it is conceivable that within a year, I might even uncover the secrets of level 7 civilization. Level 7 civilization equates to a 7th tier, representing a hypersingularity universe-level civilization. The comprehensive knowledge of level 5 civilization has significantly broadened Chuhi's intellectual horizons, greatly assisting him in shifting his focus and aspirations toward level 7 civilization. He was on the verge of losing himself in reverie once more, yet at a crucial moment. He regained his composure, suppressing the myriad emotions within. He resumed his endeavor to forge advancements in spatial technology. As he crafted this technology, time continued its relentless march. The civilization level progressed from 3.1, gradually reaching the threshold of the Chu River, where trials awaited, ultimately ascending to a 4th level civilization within 3 months, thus becoming a 4th-tier stellar civilization. Upon attaining this new status, the previously existing billions of artificial intelligence robots had long since transformed into sentient beings, their numbers multiplying tenfold to reach hundreds of billions. Within this civilization, the steel stars were constructed in accordance with the established objectives, resulting in the creation of tens of thousands of colossal steel stars. These magnificent structures hovered above the testing grounds, juxtaposed against the desolate landscape, presenting a scene imbued with both a sense of technological marvel and desolation. It evoked awe at the miraculous creations of the divine, while simultaneously stirring reflections on the forsaken expanse of land. Each steel star was equipped with the latest advancements in spatial technology, including spatial jump technology that enabled the instantaneous opening of spatial gateways, facilitating leaps across distances of hundreds of thousands of light years with each transition. Additionally, spatial energy engines were installed, capable of sustaining the entire star in a state of full combat readiness for approximately a millennium. The outermost layer of each steel star was fortified with a spatial shield. What is a spatial shield, you might ask? It employs spatial folding technology. Any assault directed at this shield would be subjected to spatial compression. Do you believe you are attacking the shield itself? Not at all. The interior of the shield harbors an expansive realm, folded within the exterior of the protective barrier. This space could encompass an entire galaxy, or even dozens or hundreds of them. Your attacks would merely manifest within the folds of this space. And only after traversing vast distances across numerous galaxies could they genuinely impact the shield. However, once an attack penetrates the unknown realm of spatial folding, it is akin to entering an uncharted dimension. At that juncture, the connection between your assault and the adversary becomes nearly non-existent. How could there be a link when neither exists within the same spatial domain? A weapon devoid of connection would cease to function purposefully. Even if it were to persist in its course, in a region the size of hundreds of galaxies, bereft of targets and control, it would meander aimlessly like a headless fly. In such circumstances, it would likely fail to strike the spatial shield. On the offensive front, the Steel Stars were also outfitted with an array of quantum foam bombs, spatial cutting beams, spatial freeze munitions, annihilation cannons, and black hole weaponry. The spatial cutting beam was capable of cleaving a galaxy in an instant, effortlessly slicing through the vastness of space. The devastating impact on a galaxy is epitomized by the space freezing bomb, a catastrophic weapon capable of halting the very fabric of space within an entire galaxy. This phenomenon induces a state where all forms of life experience a sensation akin to time suspension. Yet it is merely an illusion where thoughts and consciousness are ensnared in a frozen state. The Space Annihilation Cannon, a weapon of galactic destruction, operates on sheer brutality, surpassing even the quantum foam bomb in its terror, compelling the obliteration of an entire galaxy. With a single shot, the stars, planets, life forms, and even the fundamental laws of existence within a galaxy are obliterated. The black hole weapon represents an intergalactic level strike, artificially creating a black hole the size of a planet, which can be deployed remotely. Given sufficient time, it rapidly grows, devouring everything in its vicinity, following the consumption of its surroundings, including hundreds of neighboring galaxies. It ultimately ceases to exist. These four terrifying technological weapons are products of the mechanical civilization's ascension to a level 4 civilization. Among them, the black hole weapon is the most formidable, possessing extensive applicability not only within level 4 civilizations, but also across level 5 and level 6 civilizations, showcasing remarkable potential for growth. In the future, under the advancement of mechanical civilization, it may even be conceivable to develop a black hole weapon capable of consuming an entire galaxy or even a universe. Simultaneously, as the Chu River civilization progresses to a level 4 civilization, signifying a 4th-tier realm, members of the group chat within the Celestial System host community, who joined around the same time as Chu River, exhibit rapid enhancements in their abilities. Among them is Yi Yongcheng, a member with an infinite fusion system, whose strength has significantly developed through interactions with other group members, acquiring rare treasures from their worlds. By aiding fellow members in the fusion of these treasures, he has reaped substantial rewards, elevating his power from an initial state below the late 1st-tier realm to a current standing in the 3rd-tier realm. Chu River has also contributed to this progress, as he requested Yi Yongcheng's assistance in fusing a treasure, driven purely by curiosity. He is eager to observe the capabilities of the infinite fusion system and the formidable effects it may yield when merging disparate entities. The fusion process is inherently marked by the power of the infinite fusion system, and if it harbors traces of the powers from those advanced systems, Chu River is keen to investigate further. Should he succeed in unraveling the essence of these system powers, it could lead to monumental breakthroughs. He could potentially create his own systems at will, manifesting any desired capabilities. He previously conducted an exploration into the principles of his own supreme system, aspiring to delve into the intricacies of the celestial entry editing system. Unfortunately, his efforts yielded no progress, and he found himself at a loss regarding where to begin his inquiry. Thus, he reluctantly abandoned the notion of studying the supreme system. However, he did not relinquish his pursuit of advanced systems, believing that they pale in comparison to the supreme systems. If he could not uncover the principles of the celestial entry editing system, could he not also unravel the mysteries of the infinite fusion system? After all, he possessed one of the most formidable minds in the multiverse, transcending even the realm of advanced systems within the confines of a singular universe. Remarkably, he did manage to uncover some insights. He indeed detected traces of the power associated with the infinite fusion system. Upon this revelation, Chu-He felt a surge of excitement. Yet the limitations of his research equipment rendered it impossible to extract any power from these traces. With his temporal research base, he would never be able to achieve this. Only a research facility of a 6th-level civilization could provide the necessary conditions for extraction. Lacking such resources, he was compelled to temporarily set aside this research endeavor, intending to wait until he could enter the trial world and, after a year, seize an opportunity to edit a more advanced technological research facility to study the power of the infinite fusion system. In the radiant glow of the sun, Chu-He endeavored to establish a Level 6 research laboratory, relying solely on his own intellect and capabilities to delve into the intricacies of the infinite fusion system. Additionally, he had explored the realm of a 1-yuan instant kill system, engaging with a group member known as Zhen Quandu. However, Zhen Quandu exhibited no desire for assistance from other members of the chat group, including Chu-He himself. This individual possessed the means to engage in instant kills daily through his own system, thereby acquiring numerous treasures to enhance his strength independently. Despite Chu-He's proposal for mutual exchange, Zhen Quandu regarded it with disdain. Although Chu-He's technological weaponry had reached impressive levels, Zhen Quandu pursued the path of cultivation, relying on extraordinary abilities rather than technology. Confident in his prowess, he anticipated success in the forthcoming 3 trials. Under such circumstances, and without a complete understanding of Chu-He's character, Zhen Quandu wisely chose not to engage in any transactions. Consequently, Chu-He had yet to explore the 1-yuan instant kill system. The possessor of the infinite simulation system shared a similar sentiment. He required only simulation to grow stronger, eschewing the need for treasures. However, he was curious to discern whether there existed a shared power between the two systems. Should such a connection be realized, and the inherent strengths of both systems comprehended, it would significantly aid Chu-He's research endeavors. It would illuminate the very force that imbued these systems with their remarkable capabilities. One might inquire why, if the power of advanced systems remained unattainable, there were not 6 intermediate system hosts whose systems might hold similar strengths. Chu-He, not one to overlook such an opportunity, reached out to several individuals possessing intermediate systems. Regrettably, these individuals proved to be utterly insufferable. When Chu-He requested an ordinary 1st-level item in exchange for a 3rd-level technological weapon, he had meticulously crafted from relatively insignificant ores, or ample provisions sufficient for a year, as well as a 2nd-level technological weapon. He believed his offer to be quite generous. Although the cost of producing the 3rd-level weapon was minimal, one must assess an item's value rather than its cost. Chu-He felt he had demonstrated considerable sincerity. Yet, the response from that insufferable group was dismissive. They claimed that since they could no longer survive in the trial world, the treasures held no value for them. In order to exchange for certain items they possess, Chu-He is required to provide them with a plethora of treasures, enabling them to transcend through the trials of the world thrice. How could Chu-He possibly acquiesce to their demands for merely a trifle from their possessions, only to facilitate their ascendance? The notion of exchanging a 1st-tier item for passage through the trials is absurd. Only a fool would entertain such a proposition. Even in his former state as an ordinary individual, he would never have contemplated such folly, let alone now, endowed with the most formidable intellect across the multiverse. He possesses the most astute mind, not the most foolish. As time flows, 2 days later, the mechanical civilization advances from a level 4 to a level 4. One civilization. Within this civilization, a formidable destructive weapon is devised, the antimatter obliteration cannon. Antimatter, the antithesis of normal matter, comprises antiparticles that annihilate upon contact with regular matter, releasing vast amounts of energy. A mere 10 grams of antimatter holds the potential to obliterate an entire planet, while an antimatter obliteration cannon contains highly concentrated antimatter, where a single gram can extinguish a star. With each shot, even the smallest yield encapsulates 100,000 kilograms, while the maximum yield encompasses millions of kilograms. On the fifth day, the mechanical civilization ascends from 4.2 to 4.3, initiating research into biological technology. Any civilization aspiring to reach levels 6 and 7 cannot tread a singular path. Biological technology harbors immense developmental potential, and under the aegis of mechanical civilization's research, a groundbreaking innovation emerges: the quantum biological brain. This technology imbues intelligent life forms with the cognitive capacities akin to those of biological entities, enhancing their computational abilities manifold, boosting their self-learning capacities exponentially, and further accelerating the technological advancement of the mechanical civilization. Although their previous pace was already swift, the acceleration, while notable, remains modest. After half a month, the mechanical civilization's level escalates from 4.3 to 4.5. Within a month, it progresses from 4.5 to 4.7, with the population of intelligent beings surpassing trillions, and the scale of their iron stars expanding over 100-fold, accommodating an even greater array of destructive technological weaponry. 2 months later, the technological level of the mechanical civilization rises from 4.7 to 4.9. As time progresses, advancements naturally occur at a slower pace. It is not the case that progress accelerates with time. Upon reaching a level 4.9 civilization, the realm of spatial technology approaches its limits within level 4 civilization. The mechanical civilization nearly masters spatial annihilation: freezing, sealing, jumping, pinpointing, engine technology, cutting, destruction, shockwave technology, portal technology, folding technology, shielding technology, storage technology, and much more. Thus, under the auspices of Chu-He, the mechanical civilization gradually transitioned towards the realms of temporal technology, regulatory science, dimensional technology, and biological advancements. Chu-He had little to truly lead. With the existence of temporal research bases as reference points, even in the absence of his own mastery over temporal forces, the mechanical civilization could still invest a modicum of time to unravel the mysteries of temporal science. The essence of temporal technology lies in the distinction between conducting research with a reference object versus without one. Without such a reference, one can only perceive the passage of time through a clock, measuring its elapse but failing to grasp its true nature or form, leaving one devoid of any conceptual understanding. However, with a reference point in mind, a comprehension of time emerges, allowing for its capture and subsequent application in the development of temporal technology. Indeed, a pivotal aspect of successfully researching temporal technology is the ability to seize time itself. While time is not a living entity, employing certain specialized technologies can enable its capture and confinement within scientific constructs. The principles were similarly applicable to spatial technology. The cornerstone of successfully crafting spatial advancements lies in the ability to extract spatial dust from fissures in space and integrate it into technological frameworks. To facilitate the opening of these spatial rifts, Chu-He utilized his own power within the trial grounds to break and stabilize sections of space, enabling the mechanical civilization to access these areas with specialized tools for excavation. This process involved the crucial advancement of technology known as spatial dust excavation technology. Without this capability, a level 3.9 stellar civilization would remain forever barred from ascending to the ranks of a level 4 galactic civilization. Chu-He primarily guided the intelligent life forms of the mechanical civilization in their studies of regulatory science and dimensional technology. In a location far removed from the heart of the mechanical civilization, a stronghold had been established, resembling a colossal iron star, suspended high above the trial grounds. Within this iron star, Chu-He convened with millions of intelligent beings, all among the most astute minds within the mechanical civilization. I shall refrain from excessive verbiage. I will lead you through the exploration of regulatory technology, delivering my lecture just once, after which you will be tasked with self-discovery. However, given your capacity for self-directed learning, a single exposition shall suffice. Inside a premier technological research facility within the Iron Star, Chuhi faced several hundred intelligent life forms, meticulously selected as the elite representatives of the mechanical civilization. At this moment, these beings resembled diligent students, eagerly awaiting instruction from their esteemed mechanical lord on the methodologies of regulatory science. Their anticipation was palpable, as they were eager to embark upon their quest to conquer the mysteries of regulatory technology. The illustrious master of machinery, Chu-He. Every utterance he makes is meticulously recorded by his followers, who diligently take notes. Their demeanor exudes utmost loyalty and seriousness, as if they were on the verge of raising their hands in fervent enthusiasm. Do not question their choice of pen and paper. Their self-learning capabilities have bestowed upon them an extraordinary memory. The act of note-taking merely serves to manifest their attentiveness. Rule technology, a branch of scientific advancement, holds immense potential, marking yet another milestone in the chronicles of technological civilizations within the boundless chaos of myriad universes. It signifies a pivotal moment akin to the previous breakthrough of the quantum foam bomb. This is a foundation upon which technological civilizations can confront extraordinary beings, instilling the confidence to resist or even dominate such formidable entities. The concept of rules is universally understood without the need for elaboration. Rules represent the fairest and most potent force in existence, the very reason ordinary worlds can thrive amidst the chaos of time and space. Various forms of rules exist, yet the prevailing notion within the infinite void of chaos is that of 3,000 rules. A world must encompass at least 3,000 rules to exist. Otherwise, it is rendered incomplete. If the deficiency reaches a critical threshold, it ceases to be a true world, merely a spatial entity. The term 3,000 does not imply a mere 3,000 rules. In Taoist philosophy, it symbolizes an immeasurable quantity, an abstract representation of the countless. Beyond rules lies the power of the Great Way, categorized into 3,000 paths, though this is a distant concept for Chu-He. It suffices to comprehend the formidable nature of rules. If such a potent force could be harnessed and transformed into technological weaponry or other advanced technologies, one can only imagine the ramifications. The effects of dimensionality reduction would be profound. Rule technology belongs to the realm of fifth-level civilizations, illustrating the vast chasm that separates fifth-level from fourth-level civilizations. A million fourth-level civilizations would be powerless against a single fifth-level civilization. Even a fifth-tier civilization could neutralize these fourth-level entities with a single maneuver. This maneuver would involve the creation of a rule-based weapon, aptly named Perfect Rule Defense. Its effect is simple yet formidable. Any technological or extraordinary attack that does not engage with the power of rules is rendered ineffective. Such a capability would render not just 100,000, but even millions or billions of fourth-level civilizations powerless. If this effect proves insufficient, an even more potent weapon could be devised, one that enacts technological nullification. Upon activation, all technological weaponry within a specified range becomes inoperative, save for the wielder. With such an effect, would not these fourth-level civilizations be utterly obliterated? This is the formidable power of the weapon of rules. To master the weapon of rules is, to a certain extent, akin to achieving divinity. It allows one to alter the very principles governing a realm. Imagine a day when, within a singular science fiction universe, only one civilization of 5 exists without any peers. It would be effortlessly simple for them to annihilate the entire cosmos. By creating a weapon of death that ensures the instantaneous demise of all life within its designated radius, the task would be seamlessly accomplished. It is splendid to see that everyone has begun to take notes. Clearly, you are all earnest in your desire to learn about the weapon of rules from me. Thus, let's commence. By the way, the few words I just uttered require no memorization. At the podium of the Technological Research Laboratory, Chu-He, who is no stranger to addressing numerous intelligent beings, has long since become accustomed to the sound of pens gliding over paper as his audience diligently takes notes. As he articulates his understanding of rule technology, the rhythmic scratching of writing instruments fills the air, Each time those intelligent entities jot down a note following his statements. He is inexplicably enveloped in a sensation akin to radiating sunlight, a blinding brilliance that illuminates all present. This is precisely why he delights in imparting knowledge to intelligent beings. Despite the fact that he could simply transfer this information into storage cards, he feels an intrinsic compulsion to teach. 25. The formidable power of rule weapons lies in the strength of rules, which is essentially the strength of the world itself. To successfully create a rule weapon, one must delve into the power of rules inherent in the universe, and then forge that extracted power into a weapon. This weapon, crafted from rules, is intended to influence the rule powers of its surroundings. For it is only rules that can affect rules. Only rules can contend against rules. The initial discourse by he was centered on the power of rules, elucidating why it possesses such extraordinary effects. It is not the rule weapon itself that engenders these miraculous outcomes, but rather the rule power that has been unearthed and infused within it. Only the power of rules can counteract the power of rules, and only the power of rules can affect the power of rules. A rule weapon employs the rule power of one realm to oppose the rule power of another within the same realm, or to confront the rule powers of other worlds. In simpler terms, it is akin to leveraging strength against strength. Utilizing the power of the entire world's rules to impact other rules is the essence of the rule weapon's formidable nature. At least, this is how he comprehends it. He believes that this understanding of rule power is shared among the advanced civilizations of other sci-fi universes. While some may harbor divergent perspectives that enable them to craft rule weapons, his interpretation is undoubtedly the most accurate. The multitude of intelligent beings below grasped his understanding, nodding in agreement, marveling at the profound insights of the great mechanical sovereign regarding rule weapons and his ability to convey them in such an accessible manner. With the explanation of rule weapons complete, the question arises, how does one create a rule weapon? Understanding is one aspect. The ability to produce it is an entirely different matter. Chewie devoted nearly half a day to elucidating the concept of rule weapons. This duration is ample. Had he been addressing a group of dullards, explaining a single point would necessitate extensive elaboration on why certain actions are taken and why specific concepts are discussed. In such a case, half a day would undoubtedly fall short. Even half a month or half a year would not suffice to clarify how to create a rule weapon to such a group. He might still be entangled in explaining what a rule weapon is after 6 months. However, he was facing a cohort of intelligent beings, specifically a few hundred of the brightest minds among trillions. Each one was a paragon of intellect. For them, half a day was more than sufficient. Had it been inadequate, they would not have arrived here. With the explanation concluded, Chewie began to delegate tasks to these individuals, instructing them to prepare for the research and crafting of rule weapons. After all, he did not engage in such activities himself. What was his purpose in nurturing mechanical civilization? The purpose is to cultivate a few trusted aides, individuals who will undertake tasks they might otherwise shun, assisting in the management of various trivial matters. They delve into the realm of commonplace technology, while he himself focuses on advanced innovations, studying the essence of rule-based weaponry, delegating all other technological pursuits to the intelligent beings of the mechanical civilization. This approach significantly accelerates Chewie's progress toward achieving rule-based weaponry. As the civilization has evolved to a level 4.9, he has confined his efforts to a few high-end technological domains, leaving the advancement of civilization to the capable hands of intelligent life. The same principle applies to the research of rule-based weaponry. This sentiment is not solely his. The hundreds of intelligent beings before him share this vision. Their ultimate aspiration is to serve as the right and left hands of the great mechanical overlord, clearing all obstacles in their path. In their view, their sole responsibility is to diligently research technology for the mechanical sovereign, allowing the ruler to focus on more pressing matters. It is their honor and fortune to contribute to the technological pursuits of the mechanical lord. This mutual endeavor fosters a harmonious collaboration. Within the realm of technological research, time loses its significance. 2 days swiftly pass in a blur. During this span, Chu-He has successfully developed the core of the rule-based weapon, which hinges on the ability to contain and store rule-based power. This power must be encapsulated within the weapon, to be unleashed when needed to combat external forces wielding similar powers. This is the most challenging aspect of rule-based weaponry. Without the mechanical civilization achieving a level 4.9 and attaining a profound understanding of spatial technology, it would be impossible to develop effective spatial storage and containment techniques. If containment fails, rule-based weapons cannot be forged. The interdependence of these developments is undeniable, which is why Chu-He chose to wait until the mechanical civilization reached level 4.9 before embarking on the creation of rule-based weaponry. The ascent along the technological tree is devoid of shortcuts. Each advancement is intricately linked. Failing to grasp any specific technology may result in perpetual stagnation at that technological tier. Fortunately, the mechanical civilization is a creation of Chu-He, who possesses the most formidable intellect in the multiverse, allowing for certain expedient paths to be taken. The successful construction of the core of the rule-based weapon, along with various ancillary technological components, has been accomplished by these intelligent beings. Thus, everything is prepared, and Chu-He does not hesitate. Soon, he began to command the intelligent life forms to gradually assemble according to his specifications. In just half an hour, with the assistance of the ultra-rigid mechas, which stood several hundred meters tall, as well as other technologies such as nanomechanical arms and colossal mechanical appendages, the assembly was successfully completed. What emerged before Chu-He was a towering edifice, akin to a satellite, standing over 100 meters high. At its core was an immense sphere, flanked by wings several hundred meters in diameter, resembling butterflies poised to take flight. This was the formidable weapon crafted by Chu-He and the intelligent life forms. Known as the heavy ice rule weapon, the aesthetic was of little consequence. It could take any form desired, for that was not the crux of the matter. The significance lay within the colossal sphere at its center, which harbored an immense concentration of heavy ice rule energy, approximately 10 grams. Whenever the need arose to unleash its inherent rule power, it could emit rule fluctuations from its gigantic, technologically shaped wings, radiating outward in a signal-like manner to 10 surrounding star rivers, thus altering the rule energies within that vast expanse. Indeed, this potent destructive weapon, designated by Chu-He as the heavy ice rule weapon, boasted an attack range that spanned 10 star rivers. To comprehend the magnitude of this, one must consider that a star river encompasses a galaxy, often extending light years in size, with a typical star river measuring hundreds of thousands of light years. Hence, 10 star rivers would equate to millions of light years. The capacity to obliterate such a vast territory in a single strike speaks volumes about the weapon's unfathomable might. In stark contrast, the quantum foam bomb developed by a civilization of level 3.5 had a mere astronomical unit as its attack range. Now, the measurement was based on star rivers. The discrepancy between the rule weapons conceived by civilizations at levels 3, 5, and 5 was a mere 1.5 levels. Yet the disparity in destructive power was astronomical, akin to the difference between dust and celestial bodies. Crucially, the heavy ice rule weapon had not yet reached its zenith. The reason it was limited to a range of merely 10 star rivers was due to the 10 grams of heavy ice rule energy it currently contained. Chu-He had only extracted this modest quantity of ice attribute rule power during this period. Given time, he could easily extract hundreds or even thousands of kilograms. At that juncture, the range would extend far beyond 10 star rivers. Eager to test its potency, Chu-He summoned his star domain level power before the heavy ice rule weapon. This time, he chose not to bring along other intelligent life forms. This test was not akin to the previously utilized quantum foam bomb, which possessed minimal power, less than the force of his own breath. This weapon was on par with his own star domain-level capabilities, which introduced a degree of risk. Thus, he equipped himself with only a detection technology and a drone-like device, a self-following atomic-level recorder capable of documenting atomic changes in the surrounding environment. The synergy of these detection and recording technologies sufficed. There was no need for intelligent life forms to accompany him. The heavy ice rule weapon was meticulously stored within a spatial ring, crafted specifically for him using advanced spatial storage technology, akin to a galaxy in size. With a gentle motion, Chu-He tore open the fabric of space, vanishing before the eyes of all present intelligent beings. Esteemed colleagues, while the magnificent mechanical sovereign tests the rule weapon, perhaps we can delve into the enhancement of our own corporeal technology. Our forms, due to the life metal, can transform into any shape, be it a cosmic battleship, towering mechas of hundreds of meters, or even entire edifices. This signifies that our bodies have transcended the mere assembly of components, evolving into a true unified entity. Thus, the aspiration to augment our physical forms is no trivial endeavor. Unlike the manufactured mechas, which merely require the substitution of parts for improvement, we must upgrade the very essence of our life metal to enhance durability, flexibility, adaptability, and corrosion resistance. Previously, I had not considered the enhancement of life metal technology as it seemed unnecessary. Our sustenance does not rely on our physical forms, but rather on our intellect. A robust metallic body suffices for movement. Nevertheless, this time I have come to realize that our bodies are insufficient. They lack the requisite strength. It is precisely because of our frailty that the great mechanical sovereign refrains from including us. Were we to possess greater fortitude, would the mechanical sovereign still exclude us? If we cannot even observe the technological advancements we have developed alongside the mechanical sovereign, the significance of our scientific endeavors diminishes considerably. Within the rule weapon research base, the countenance of the first-generation intelligent being was resolute as he gazed at the hundreds of intelligent beings around him, their expressions tinged with disappointment for not being able to witness the power of the rule weapon alongside the mechanical sovereign. Unable to contain his thoughts, he articulated the sentiments shared by these hundreds of intelligent beings, striking a chord deep within their hearts. If we cannot perceive the might of the weapons we have engineered, then the purpose of our technological research is halved. The other half lies in bringing joy to the great mechanical sovereign, proving our worth as intelligent beings. This time, their exclusion may stem from the mechanical sovereign's reluctance to showcase the weapon's power. They might have remained silent. Yet, the reason is their own inadequacy. Their weakness is the reason the mechanical sovereign fears they may be harmed by the weapon's residual effects. Hence, they feel compelled to voice their thoughts. Since it is due to their feeble forms, they must strengthen themselves. The trial ground is abundant with high-grade or veins. A mere exploration and synthesis could yield metals far superior to ordinary steel, possessing hardness many millions of times greater. They truly do not believe that with such resilient metals, they cannot forge their own bodies into something more formidable. They are unable to transform into colossal and robust mechanized forms. Intelligent beings are akin to a cadre of scientific prodigies. They are the type that, upon conceiving an idea, immediately set about its execution. In an instant, hundreds of elite intelligent beings, united by a common vision, began to collaborate during the time allotted for the Chu-He experiment to discuss how to enhance life metals. Life metals represent a fourth-tier technology, and given their current resources, upgrading to a fifth tier seems improbable. However, attaining a level of 4.9 is certainly within reach. Once they achieve this 4.9 level, conditions may permit further advancement, aligning with the evolution of their civilization. The extent to which their civilization progresses will dictate the tier of life metals they study and the level to which they can elevate their own forms. Meanwhile, far from this research base, in the trial grounds, Chu-He, having just arrived through spatial forces, remains unaware that upon his departure, his subordinates have suddenly been inspired to pursue their own upgrades due to his influence. He is equally oblivious to the fact that in the future, his actions and the aspirations of these intelligent beings will lead to significant repercussions, causing him to encounter substantial setbacks in a transcendent world while navigating through the realms of countless other worlds. As the harmonious fusion of man and machine unfolded, the moment arrived when the Void Rule weapon invaded the extraordinary realm. Within this realm, beings adept at concealment employed their arcane skills to shroud the detection of the cosmic warship, approaching its very periphery, poised to infiltrate the vessel. Their intent was to launch a surprise attack on the intelligent entities controlling the warship. Eliminating these sentient beings would effectively neutralize the warship itself. Such was the belief of these extraordinary beings, who presumed that the warships might lay solely in its formidable offensive capabilities, while the individuals aboard were comparatively weak. They thought that once the powerful individuals, closed the distance, victory would be assured. However, as they neared the intelligent life forms, they were met with a profound realization of their grievous miscalculation, an error of monumental proportions. The formidable physicality of the intelligent beings transformed into the terrifying steel bodies of mechanized warriors, leaving an indelible impression on the would-be attackers, a lasting memory that would haunt them for eternity. Had they been granted a second chance, they would undoubtedly have reconsidered their approach, steering clear of these sentient entities. For the cosmic warship was not their ultimate weapon. Rather, it served as a mere constraint. Once that constraint was shattered, they would confront the unfathomable terror of the mechanized intelligent life forms, greeted by the merciless force of iron fists, obliterating their dreams of stealthy ambush in a single blow. In this trial zone, situated thousands of stellar rivers away from the heart of mechanical civilization, even the heavy ice rule weapon, amplified tenfold in strength, posed no threat to the mechanical realm. Without hesitation, Chuhi activated this technological marvel, launching it forth into the void. In an instant, the heavy ice rule weapon, resembling a satellite with a central spherical core, unleashed the formidable power of ice rules upon the trial ground. As previously noted, Chuhi's heavy ice rule weapon was forged from the essence of ice rule power. While this power may not rank among the most potent of the 3,000 rules, falling short of time, space, fate, and causality, it surpassed the forces of seasonal rules, fire rules, and gravity rules, embodying a formidable destructive capability. Upon its arrival, the ice rule power clashed swiftly with the existing rule forces within the trial zone spanning 10 stellar rivers, seeking to manifest the weapon's true potential. The efficacy of the rule weapon depended on its ability to collide with the rule forces of the launch area. Only by overpowering those forces could the weapon's own rule power assert its dominance, revealing its true might. Naturally, Chuhi's rule weapon easily subdued the rule forces present in the trial zone. He had long contemplated these circumstances while researching these weapons. Otherwise, he could not have possibly created the heavy ice rule weapon and conducted experiments in this region. The suppression was successful. A terrifying cold wave, with an astonishing speed, froze the trial grounds within a radius of 10 star systems. The temperature was chillingly lower than absolute zero. Absolute zero, defined as minus 273 degrees, is a rather abstract concept in physics, achievable only when molecular motion ceases. However, the notion of halting molecular activity remains theoretical. Yet, the temperature within this 10-star system radius plummeted far below absolute zero, directly reaching tens of thousands of degrees below zero. The air was frozen, molecules were solidified, and even subatomic particles, such as quarks, exhibited a tendency to freeze. Everything was encased in a breathtakingly brilliant blue crystalline ice. Ordinary life forms could not withstand such temperatures. In a fraction of a moment, they would be transformed into ice blocks, leaving no trace of even a sculpture behind. This is the essence of the heavy ice rule weapon. One can only imagine the terrifying effects it would have when unleashed upon technologically advanced civilizations. A single wave could obliterate countless civilizations. Those below level 4 would stand no chance against such frigid conditions. Civilizations above level 4, those that had developed genetic pharmaceuticals to break several locks on their own genes, might endure for a brief moment. However, the true strength of the heavy ice rule weapon lies not merely in its chilling cold, but in its ability to alter the fundamental rules governing these 10-star systems, ensuring they remain in this state indefinitely unless the governing rules are changed. This aspect is the most terrifying, the permanent transformation of the geography and rules within these 10-star systems. Indeed, it is remarkable. The weapon's power is truly worthy of its designation as a rule weapon. This is merely the ice rule weapon, if even more potent rule-based weapons were to be developed. It is unfathomable what kind of power they would wield. Witnessing the effects of the heavy ice rule weapon, Chewie could not help but smile. He felt a profound sense of joy in having successfully researched and forged such a formidable weapon. Simultaneously, he was elated that the mechanical civilization had effectively ascended to the ranks of level 5 civilizations. This level was akin to the achievement he had previously attained by editing his own strength to the star domain level through intermediate entry opportunities. With the assistance of a mechanical civilization now part of the level 5 echelon, even if he were to enter the trial world, Chewie felt no trepidation. Regardless of the tasks that awaited him in the trial world, he was confident in his ability to accomplish them. Even if this task, it is to enable him to penetrate the entire world and invade the trial realm, tasks he can accomplish with remarkable ease. Furthermore, this endeavor will not consume much time. Upon returning, he must intensify his research on rule-based weaponry, as there exists vast potential for exploration in this domain, which must be thoroughly excavated. This will serve as a significant surprise for those within the trial realm in the future. After conducting experiments on the frost rule weapon and experiencing the frigid temperatures across 10-star rivers, Chewie decided not to linger any longer in that place. He returned to his previous laboratory, only to discover that the intelligent beings were engaged in research aimed at upgrading life metals to enhance their physical strength. Chewie paid little heed to this. After all, as long as they were engaged in technological research rather than idleness, there was no issue. Moreover, who says that an intelligent being cannot possess a formidable physique? He was curious to see how far this group of intelligent beings could elevate their forms. The path of mecha development is indeed a commendable avenue of scientific inquiry. The emergence of mecha was primarily to address the relatively weak individual combat capabilities within technological civilizations. Such civilizations predominantly excel in collective combat power, utilizing one civilization to conquer another. However, while they leverage their collective strength to overcome formidable opponents, they are also acutely aware of their inadequacies in individual combat. Thus, technological civilizations embarked on the research of mecha, ultimately aiming for the pinnacle of human-machine integration. In this ideal, the human and the mecha become one, indistinguishable from each other, with the capability to enhance combat effectiveness through continual upgrades of mecha components. The path of human-machine integration may be somewhat unfriendly to life forms within ordinary civilizations. One can imagine the plight of a being once comprised of flesh and blood, capable of eating, drinking, and other human experiences, now transformed into an iron mecha, rendered incapable of such basic functions. What could a mecha consume? Oil? That is even more implausible. Even if a civilization were to develop the technology for human-machine integration, if the majority of its populace cannot reconcile with this transformation, few would embark on that path. Human-machine integration is more congenial to those who are already metallic beings, possessing substantial developmental potential. Coincidentally, intelligent beings fall into this category. They are, to be precise, quantum information-based metallic life forms. One can only speculate how far a collective endowed with supreme intelligence and formidable steel bodies can ascend under the guidance of their exceptional leader. Within the Celestial System-S communication group, the earliest members, the 11th tier true mixed Yuan golden immortals, represent not his limits, but merely the beginning of his journey. Its limit reaches the 14th order, and even more formidable 15th order, following the successful research and experimentation of the heavy ice rule weapon. Chewie swiftly commenced leading intelligent beings in the exploration of weaponry governed by other rules. The realm of space is one to which intelligent life is exceedingly acquainted. Indeed, every civilization that attains a level 5 status possesses a profound understanding of spatial technology. Consequently, the development of spatial rule weaponry naturally emerged as Chewie's subsequent research endeavor. Within the myriad realms of existence, space has long been revered as a supreme rule, an aspiration beyond the reach of many extraordinary beings. Even those with the prowess of level 5 or the somewhat lackluster level 6 extraordinary beings find that to strengthen their capabilities at the 5th level, they must grasp the essence of the rules. Naturally, Any being with aspirations desires to comprehend these exalted spatial rules. However, the path to understanding the power of spatial rules is notoriously arduous. Otherwise, they would not be deemed supreme. Amongst hundreds of thousands of Level 5 entities, it is likely that only one can truly grasp the profound power of spatial rules. Yet, within the framework of science fiction, this difficulty dissipates. Upon reaching a civilization level of 5, one can forge spatial rule weaponry. Even weaponry governed by other destinies, such as time rules, can also be created. This elucidates why the science fiction paradigm holds such formidable strength within the vast multiverse, earning its place among the top 10 supreme systems, instilling fear in many. With Chu He, an unparalleled researcher endowed with the most powerful intellect in the multiverse, the study and creation of spatial rule weaponry did not consume excessive time. In fact, the entire process was one of continuous development, for the research on spatial rule weaponry had long been entrenched in Chu He's mind. It is worth noting that Chu He had previously compiled an entry encompassing all technological research data of a Level 5 civilization. It is improbable that this compilation lacked information regarding spatial rule weaponry. In his pursuit of spatial rule weaponry, Chu He initially focused on the void rule weapon. Do not inquire about the formidable effects of this void rule weapon. Simply recognize that, as its name suggests, it has the capacity to render the space within a defined area into nothingness, into the void, into non-existence. Space pervades most regions within the multiverse. Where there is no space, there lies the void. A world devoid of space ceases to exist. If the multiverse lacks space, it too shall not endure. The powers of time and other rules cannot subsist without the support of space. Without space, how could time manifest? How could other rule powers arise? Moreover, it is not solely the multiverse that contains space, but the essence of life itself encompasses space as well. When a life exhausts the space within its being, its demise is an inevitable certainty. This is indisputable. Hence, one can discern just how terrifying the void rule weapon truly is. Other weapons are inherently destructive in nature. Yet this particular weapon is aimed at the essence of nothingness, intent on obliteration, with the principal feature that once unleashed, all that exists will simply vanish. This exemplifies the power of space. This showcases the grandeur of spatial capabilities. After dedicating half a day to the study of spatial rule weaponry, Chu He subsequently developed the Fate Rule weapon, which he designated as the Destiny Rule weapon. Notably, this Destiny Rule weapon is not a weapon of annihilation. Rule technology not only enables the creation of destructive rule weapons, but also facilitates the development of auxiliary technologies. Among the myriad rules, not all forces are directed toward destruction. To speak candidly, while many of the 3,000 rules indeed possess destructive qualities, there also exist forces such as the rule of wishes, the rule of fortune, the rule of seasons, and the rule of emotions, among others. The power of the Fate Rule is specifically focused on the research of supportive rule technologies. The Destiny Rule weapon developed can be utilized to explore the fates of individuals within a certain range, essentially delving into their future destinies. 27. Half a year has already elapsed, leaving only 6 months to explore the intricacies of one's fate. For the average individual, understanding such a concept can wield tremendous influence. Once one discerns their destiny, the potential to alter it emerges, and a once mundane fate may transform into the opportunity for greatness. Yet currently, Chu He is already a figure of prominence. The technology he has devised regarding the laws of fate was not born from a desire to reshape his own destiny. He believes his current path is already commendable, and barring unforeseen circumstances, his future accomplishments are virtually assured. Thus, rather than striving to modify his fate, he finds it more prudent to embrace the natural flow of existence, opting for stillness over action. However, he is content with his own fate. As for the intelligent beings under his command, it would be prudent to assess their destinies as well. Every entity in the universe harbors its own fate. Even a stone possesses a line of destiny, let alone intelligent beings, which can be deemed as complete lives in their own right. Naturally, they too have destinies to uncover. Chewie is eager to discern what the futures of these intelligent beings might hold. Power, time, space, causality, fate, creation, life, death, destruction, and reincarnation. These constitute the 10 supreme principles of the myriad realms. After successfully creating the technologies of space and fate, Chewie devoted several days to developing the remaining 8 supreme technologies, ultimately crafting a suite of 10 supreme technological weapons. While the remaining ordinary technological weapons hold certain research value, Chewie chose not to invest time in them. Instead, he allocated several billion intelligent beings to study the remaining technological principles while he turned his focus to the next branch of technology, dimensional technology. Though dimensional technology is indeed noteworthy, its potential for advancement is a double-edged sword. On one hand, it poses a considerable threat to the world. On the other, it is limited in its application against adversaries from extraordinary realms. It is only capable of dimensional reduction or elevation against relatively weak individual beings. If an individual possesses immense strength, coercively altering their dimension becomes an insurmountable challenge. This is especially true when confronting cultivators of the 9th tier or higher, as such beings possess an eternal quality. Regardless of how dimensional weapons are employed, whether to reduce or elevate their dimension, these cultivators can effortlessly revert to their original states, nullifying any impact the dimensional weapon may have had. The most striking impression that this technology leaves on Chewie is reminiscent of a science fiction narrative, wherein a civilization employs dimensional weapons to cleanse the cosmos of other civilizations, functioning akin to a cosmic janitor. With merely a small card-like dimensional weapon, one can effortlessly execute a dimensional strike on an entire galaxy. In that moment, it transformed into a perfect painting, a canvas resembling a galaxy. This exemplifies the terror of dimension weapons, capable of rendering anything into a mere artwork. However, such dreadfulness can only confront practitioners below the 9th rank, serving merely as a transitional tool. Thus, Chewie intended to explore its capabilities, enriching the offensive strategies of mechanical civilization, allowing for a broader array of responses against adversaries in the initial stages. At other times, he had no intention of pursuing further research. Rather, he deemed it more prudent to develop defensive measures against dimension weapons concurrently. In due course, he could ascertain whether the dimension weapon or his own crafted defensive technology proved more formidable. To wield the strongest spear against the most resilient shield, the outcome would reveal itself in due time. To expedite the crafting process of the dimension weapon, Chewie seized the opportunity presented by today as basic entry editing chance without the slightest hesitation. He promptly initiated the editing within a radius of 1 meter. I command the power of dimensions. Beep. Editing in progress. Beep. Editing successful. Upon the successful completion of the editing, Chewie harnessed the power of dimensions, capable of altering his own dimensional state at will, albeit within a limited scope of merely 1 meter, a range that felt nearly negligible. Yet, it sufficed for him to conduct his research within this boundary, fortified by unwavering confidence and a mind brimming with vast and formidable knowledge. Before long, he crafted a portion of the dimension weapon. With just a little more time, it would be entirely complete. This was the speed of a cheat, a perpetual advantage. As anticipated, only half a day had elapsed when a small card emanating a white glow manifested in his hand, identical to the fantastical objects he had previously encountered in the sci-fi novels before his transmigration. The exterior was a precise replica of the design within, and its effects mirrored it perfectly. However, the range had significantly expanded. While an entire galaxy's scope is vast, it appeared somewhat superfluous for a level 5 mechanical civilization, akin to something that is neither satisfying nor wholly dismissible. Consequently, he directly enlarged the range to encompass dozens of stellar rivers, enabling a simultaneous dimensional strike across multiple galaxies, compressing them into a breathtaking canvas, transforming them into a 2-dimensional illustration. The life within, along with all else, resembled the characters from a comic book. Content with the dimension weapon crafted in a brief span of time, Chewie restrained his impulse to immediately test its power and promptly began preparations to employ the superstring material extraction technology, aiming to extract a substantial quantity of superstring materials. Constructing a superstring technological Great Wall, one wonders if it can withstand the dimensional assault of dimension-reducing weaponry. Indeed, dimensional weapons possess formidable power. However, when confronted with creations forged from superstring materials, the outcome becomes uncertain. What exactly are superstring materials? It is widely acknowledged that the smallest units in the universe are quarks, which form the building blocks of atoms and molecules. Yet, few are aware that quarks themselves are not the smallest entities. Beneath them lies an even more diminutive unit, the string unit. The technology for extracting superstring materials, as the name suggests, involves the extraction of these components. Only objects crafted from superstring materials can effectively counteract the technology of dimensional reduction. The extraction of such materials is an exceedingly challenging endeavor, one that ordinary level 5 civilizations lack the capability to achieve. Only those formidable civilizations on the brink of transcending to level 6 possess the ability to extract significant quantities of superstring materials. Should these materials have a price? A single gram could fetch the value of an entire galaxy in the cosmic realm of technology. 1 gram equates to an entire galaxy. To construct a Great Wall, one can only imagine the multitude of grams required. The selling price is merely a fraction of its extraction cost, which is virtually non-existent. Otherwise, few would be able to afford it. Due to their minuscule size, superstring materials are inherently colorless and invisible to the naked eye. However, upon extracting a gram, Chuhi discovered that superstring materials are, in fact, a vibrant purple crystalline substance. After spending a day, coupled with the half-day spent acquiring the dimensional weapon, Chuhi successfully forged his ultimate spear and shield after a total of 1.5 days. He once again found himself in an unknown trial ground. It must be noted that the vastness of the trial ground is indeed advantageous. He had previously asserted that technological civilizations cannot thrive in confined spaces. Development is perpetually stunted. Resources are one aspect. The ability to launch attacking weapons for testing and identifying potential flaws is critical. If the space is too limited, meaningful experimentation becomes impossible. If a civilization has not even tested its technological weapons, unaware of their potential shortcomings or whether they could be effectively deployed, it would spell disaster. Chuhi likely hesitated to venture beyond the trial ground, uncertain of what awaited him: powerful extraordinary beings or advanced technological civilizations. Would his technological weaponry be rendered utterly ineffective, akin to firing blank shots? That would indeed be a farcical scenario. Before Chuhi stood a colossal purple wall, stretching over 1,000 meters high and several dozen meters wide, quietly dominating the trial ground. In his hand lay a card emitting a radiant white glow. Without a moment's hesitation, he cast the card forth. Buzz! In an instant, an inexplicable wave surged through this trial ground. The next moment, the terrain began to stretch infinitely, elongating and widening as if a once plump dough were being pulled by 2 hands in a long, thin noodles. Its thickness diminished countless times. The 4 fundamental forces vanished. Space twisted, and the laws of physics became obsolete in this realm. Everything was undergoing a profound transformation, as the 3-dimensionality of the trial ground was reduced to 2 dimensions. This significant metamorphosis transpired within less than a minute. What lay before Chuhi was a desolate canvas, utterly ravaged, for the trial ground was inherently decrepit. Aside from black soil, white clouds, and rivers, there was nothing else, no signs of life. Under such circumstances, it was inconceivable to present a beautiful tableau. There was no disappearance, no dimensional reduction. It appeared that the technology harnessed from superstring materials was indeed remarkable, capable of yielding vast quantities of these materials for application on numerous steel stars. Should they encounter a trial world within a science fiction universe, where civilizations wielded weapons capable of manipulating dimensions, there would be no need to fear such adversaries. They could be easily withstood. After merely glancing at the devastated canvas, Chuhi lost interest and shifted his gaze to the superstring Great Wall below. He noted that it remained unscathed, untouched by any dimensional assault, with not a hair out of place. Instantaneously, plans emerged to produce a plethora of superstring materials for the steel stars. A formidable defensive barrier was to be constructed anew, now atop the myriad steel stars. A multitude of protective shields existed. Energy shields, which could only be developed by a level 3 civilization, had been researched into dozens of iterations, capable of withstanding assaults from ordinary peak level 4 civilizations. Additionally, there were quantum shields capable of resisting quantum entanglement information, as well as antimatter and spatial folding shields, each present and accounted for. With the introduction of superstring material shields, there is even the potential for time weaponry to yield a time distortion shield. The time reversal shield, which pertained to the manipulation of temporal powers, would render any attacks directed towards it non-existent, as these aggressions would be reverted to the moment before their initiation. Calculating simply by the time they entered the trial world, they would possess at least 6 layers of protection. Unless a level 6 civilization intervened, no force would be able to breach the defenses of the steel stars. While this might evoke an image of encasing the stars within a tortoise shell, the adage holds true. As long as one cannot breach my defenses, I am invincible. A tortoise shell it may be, but let it be known that the steel stars boast not only formidable defense, but even greater offensive capabilities. The protective shields are merely 6 in variety, yet the offensive capabilities boast hundreds of types. Does this not signify superiority? After testing the mightiest spear against the most formidable shield, it has been confirmed that the strongest shield indeed lives up to its reputation, proving to be remarkably resilient. Even the mightiest spear proves ineffective against it. Chu-He then returned to delve deeper into the technological advancements of a 5th-level civilization, striving to elevate the mechanical civilization's status from level 5 to 5-9 within the remaining 6 months. He also hoped to explore the possibility of reaching the pinnacle of a 6th-level divine civilization. Indeed, it has been approximately half a year since Chu-He traversed into the trial world. It is crucial to note that this half year pertains to the trial world, not the time laboratory, where 2.5 years have elapsed. Initially, Chu-He aimed to elevate the mechanical civilization to a 4th-level status within a year, a goal he has far surpassed. In just 2.5 years, he has forged a 5th-level stellar civilization. In the remaining 2.5 years, he is determined to advance it to 5-9, and once this time has passed, the strength of the mechanical civilization is expected to multiply significantly. The 3,000 rules could potentially yield corresponding rule-based weaponry, while dimensional weaponry may reach new heights of development. Furthermore, time technology is anticipated to undergo profound research and understanding akin to that of spatial technology, leading to the creation of an array of time-based weapons and advancements in temporal science. At long last, after 28 trials, the time has come to depart from the realm of testing. The emergence of biological weaponry and biotechnology may herald a significant breakthrough. All forms of technology are poised for a substantial leap forward. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. As each month passes, the level of civilization within the mechanical realm ascends markedly. In the first month following Chu-He's development of dimensional weaponry, even without his direct intervention, the countless sentient beings within the mechanical civilization, leveraging the Time Research Laboratory as a reference point, have successfully created their civilization's inaugural temporal technology, the time dilation technology. Initially, this technology could only affect time within a radius of 10 meters, and the impact was minimal, merely slowing time by approximately 1%. Thus, while 1 second elapsed outside, only 1 second passed within that 10-meter sphere. Were it not for the mechanical civilization's use of specialized temporal measurement technology during their tests, the passage of time would have gone unnoticed. This technology has the potential to evolve further. Even without Chu-He's specially constructed time research base, the mechanical civilization, given further maturation of this technology, could independently establish their own facilities for temporal research. As the time dilation technology advances, a significant explosion of temporal science is inevitable. The most challenging aspect of any technological endeavor lies in the initial stage, the transition from 0 to 1. Particularly in the realm of temporal science, without mastering the fundamentals. One may spend a lifetime without making any progress. However, once one enters the domain of temporal studies, the time required to generate an array of technological advancements diminishes, yielding substantial advancements in the understanding of time. By the second month, under Chu He's slight guidance, they succeeded in creating time acceleration technology, time distortion technology, and time warp technology, among others. Consequently, the civilization level rose from a nascent 5th-tier civilization to an impressive 5.2-tier, marking a commendable increase of 0.2 levels within a single month. In the third month, they achieved breakthroughs in time freezing technology, which, in a sense, equates to a form of time suspension. This technology enables the freezing of time itself, thereby effectively pausing it. Although there remains a distance to the true mastery of time suspension technology, it is not insurmountable. By delving deeper into time freezing technology, the mechanical civilization has also developed a means of time suspension, given their relatively advanced understanding of temporal science. The range of this technology has expanded significantly beyond the initial 10 meters, now capable of pausing time across a substantial portion of a star system. The attack range of the Star River has long ceased to satisfy the current demands of mechanical civilization. As a 5th-level civilization, classified as a stellar domain civilization, it is inconceivable to be regarded as such if one's attack range does not even extend to the stellar domain. At best, it might be deemed slightly superior to Star River civilization, earning the title of Greater Star River civilization. In the 4th month, a formidable weapon in the realm of temporal technology, the time reversal technology, was developed. This breakthrough signifies that the civilization level of mechanical civilization has officially reached an impressive 5.7. The time reversal technology is an essential advancement that cannot be overlooked in the progression of temporal sciences. Its capabilities are extraordinarily formidable, once fully mastered. It poses an insurmountable challenge to any civilization that has yet to harness this technology. Time reversal technology enables the reversal of time, allowing one to traverse back to previous epochs. Should a 6th-level civilization wield this technology, they could potentially expand the temporal reversal to encompass the entire universe, effectively rebooting it. This would result in all civilizations, galaxies, planets, and life forms within the universe reverting to a primordial state, returning to an era when the universe was still in its formative stages. Consequently, all life would vanish, for during that nascent epoch, no civilizations existed. Thus, their return to that time frame would inevitably lead to their obliteration. This illustrates not only the essence of time reversal technology, but also serves as a critical reason why 5th-level civilizations can never surpass 6th-level civilizations. When faced with a 6th-level civilization, a 5th-level civilization can simply be reverted to its primordial existence, leading to a scenario where one contends with their own primitive self against a formidable 6th-level civilization. Such a mismatch in capabilities is profoundly unfathomable. In that moment, what will be the point of conflict? Could victory even be conceivable? A mere foot soldier from the adversarial civilization could extinguish the primitive civilization with a mere thought. This exemplifies the stark hierarchical structure of technological civilizations. The disparities between each major level, from 1 to 6, are immensely pronounced. It is utterly impossible to overwhelm a higher-level civilization merely through numerical superiority. For instance, a first-level mother planet civilization confronting a second-level civilization would find itself utterly powerless against the latter's anti-gravity technology, which enables the construction of interstellar warships capable of traversing galaxies at unparalleled speeds. Furthermore, the second-level civilization wields interstellar laser weapons and gravitational armaments, allowing it to launch devastating laser strikes against the life forms of the mother planet civilization. In such a scenario, the first-level civilization would be rendered blind, easily manipulated by the second-level civilization. Similarly, a second-level civilization facing a third-level civilization could deploy a quantum foam bomb, leading to instantaneous annihilation. A third-level civilization, in turn, could confront a fourth-level civilization with a spatial freeze or a black hole weapon, rendering any third-level civilization utterly defenseless. In the face of a Level 5 civilization, a Level 4 civilization finds itself utterly impotent against the inexorable forces of time and technology, as well as the enigmatic weapons of rules and dimensions. As the 6th month approaches, marking the imminent traversal of Chu-He into the trial world, the mechanical civilization has ascended to a remarkable level of 5-9, precisely as Chu-He had anticipated. This elevation to 5-9 comes after a mere 6 months since the mechanical civilization first attained level 5, during which time various branches of science, time technology, rule technology, dimension technology, biological technology, space technology, quantum technology, and others have experienced significant advancements. The mastery of time technology, rule technology, and dimension technology is noteworthy, with the mechanical civilization having acquired dozens of distinct types of time technologies, including those that enhance offensive capabilities. The rule technology has seen the transformation of a majority of the 3,000 rules into formidable rule weapons, including the previously described invulnerable defensive technologies crafted from protective rule forces. Any attack that does not engage with these rule forces is rendered ineffective, exemplifying the profound efficacy of these rule weapons. Presently, this defensive technology has been installed on over 10,000 iron stars, each fortified with an additional 7 protective shields. Chu-He genuinely believes that, barring encounters with a level 6 civilization or extraordinary beings of the 6th tier, no force could breach such defenses. In terms of dimension technology, the operational scope has expanded to encompass nearly half a star domain, allowing for dimensional strikes within this vast area. Furthermore, the mechanical civilization has begun to glean insights into the concept of ascending dimensions, which may one day lead to the development of ascension technology. While both dimensional descension and ascension pertain to the realm of dimensions, the complexity of the technologies involved differs significantly. While dissension weapons are relatively straightforward to research, ascension presents a formidable challenge. Among the various branches of science, biological technology has witnessed the most considerable progress. To facilitate research within this field, Chu-He employed his intermediate editing skills to create a plethora of diverse life forms, including extraordinary beings, intelligent creatures, and even those devoid of intellect. These life forms not only infused vitality into the trial realm, but also enabled significant advancements in biological research. The primary focus of biological technology revolves around the study of life's genetics, without any organic beings present. The task of researching biological technology amidst a sea of mechanical intelligences would be insurmountable. Even Chu-He would find it impossible to conduct such research without biological subjects. In response to the impending challenges of the trial world, the mechanical civilization has ingeniously constructed colossal biological war fortresses reminiscent of whales, yet vastly exceeding the size of ordinary stars by hundreds of times. Several tens of thousands of these immense celestial beings have been created and now hover above the trial realm. The mechanical civilization has designated these starry entities as the Distant Whale Biological War Fortress. Creating the Distant Whale Biological War Fortress is remarkably simple, even slightly easier than constructing the Iron Star War Fortress. At its core, the Distant Whale Biological War Fortress is essentially a living entity, originating from a juvenile roughly the size of a city. By infusing this juvenile with a copious amount of life-enhancing serums, one ensures its growth is unimpeded, while employing accelerated technological advancements to hasten its development. In less than a day, one could potentially produce hundreds or thousands of such Distant Whale Biological War Fortresses. Should a protracted conflict arise with any civilization, one could simultaneously engage in battle while mass-producing these fortresses, triumphing through sheer numbers. The combat methodology of the Distant Whale Biological War Fortress merges biological technological weaponry with the innovations of mechanical civilizations. It is equipped with numerous advancements in spatial, dimensional, and temporal technologies. Within the Distant Whale Biological War Fortress, there exists a venom sac comparable in size to an ordinary star, containing various genetic viruses and biological corrosion technologies. These genetic viruses, expelled from a maw of a celestial being akin to a blue whale, spread with terrifying velocity, propelled by the technological prowess of mechanical civilizations. It is essential to note that these genetic viruses harbor a multitude of cells, each infused with a modicum of spatial jump energy by the mechanical civilization that has pushed spatial technology to its limits. When these genetic viruses are unleashed, the spatial jump energy becomes activated, enabling them to traverse the cosmos. Given a sufficient quantity of genetic viruses, they can cover hundreds or even thousands of light years in mere minutes, infecting all civilizations and life forms within that expanse. Once infected, the genetic structure of the life forms deteriorates instantaneously, leading to catastrophic consequences that require no further elaboration. Moreover, the biological corrosion technology allows the celestial beings to emit a corrosive spray capable of undermining any defensive measures. This spray harnesses the power of the rules governing corrosion. Quantum entanglement shields, spatial folding shields, temporal distortion shields, and energy shields are all susceptible to this corrosive force. If this tactic were employed against the Iron Star in the Chuha region, even with all 7 protective shields activated, survival would be tenuous at best. This is the astonishing combat style of biological weaponry, which extends the marvels of life to their utmost limits, serving as the foundation of survival for those civilizations reliant on biological technology. Above the trial grounds, thousands of iron stars hover like colossal pillars, suspended in the center of the arena under the influence of anti-gravity. Surrounded by colossal celestial beings adorned in hues of blue, yellow, red, and purple, the starry expanse is alive with their incessant dance around the steel stars. Today, within the heart of one such steel star, Chewie finds himself liberated from the confines of a laboratory, no longer accompanying the intelligent beings in their pursuit of temporal technology, dimensional science, and the intricacies of logical reasoning. Likewise, the mechanical civilization, comprising trillions of sentient entities, has momentarily ceased its fervent exploration of technology and halted its industrious endeavors. Instead, they have turned their attention towards the formidable steel stars, meticulously examining the defenses for potential vulnerabilities and scrutinizing their weaponry for any inadequacies. The long-awaited day has finally arrived. Having spent nearly 5 years in the trial grounds due to the temporal research base, Chewie reflects on the passage of time with a sense of nostalgia. As he gazes through the steel star, his eyes scan the endless expanse of black terrain that constitutes the trial grounds, revealing a flicker of excitement within his gaze. At the pinnacle of his prowess, the editor possesses an extraordinary 7th-tier strength. In the realm of trials, he has spent a year, which, when accounting for the time dilation within the research facility, translates to approximately 5 years. During these 5 years, he has resided in this testing ground, engaging in dialogue only with a few sentient beings, most of his time devoted to the meticulous study of technology, leaving little room for introspection. The thought of enduring 5 years in such a stifling environment without conversing with anyone is enough to drive one to madness. Now, Chewie approaches the final phase of his time in the trial realm, with merely a day remaining. At long last, he can depart from this wretched place and venture into his inaugural trial world. He is eager to discover what this first trial world holds. Members of the chat group, who have previously navigated the trial worlds, have recounted the vast array of realms that exist within them. The infinite multiverse harbors worlds that may mirror those within the trial realm. Dual worlds, technological realms, fantastical realms, mechanized worlds, antagonistic worlds, universal realms, cultivation worlds, and realms of wonder, among countless others. However, based on the experiences shared by numerous members over the years regarding their exits from the trial grounds, it appears that most individuals' first trial worlds are intricately linked to their cultivation systems. Those who embarked on the path of cultivation entered cultivation worlds, while those who practice fantastical arts found themselves in fantastical realms. Perhaps the chat group aims to foster their growth, preventing them from perishing within the trial grounds. As Chewie pursues a science fiction trajectory, barring any unforeseen circumstances, his inaugural trial world will likely be a science fiction realm. This aligns with his aspirations. as he yearns to witness the mechanical civilization he has painstakingly crafted in juxtaposition with other sci-fi civilizations. He contemplates whether he will effortlessly dominate them or achieve an even more decisive victory. Indeed, he is resolute in his confidence. He foresees no alternative but to prevail. Unless he encounters a civilization of the 7th tier, he is confident in his ability to contend with even a 6th-tier civilization. As the year draws to a close, he is on the cusp of receiving an opportunity for advanced entry editing, potentially reaching the heights of a super single-entity universe, equivalent to 7th-tier civilization standards. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Chuhi gazes at the chat group panel of his multiversal system. With a countdown timer in the top left corner shows less than an hour remains. He awaits in tranquil anticipation. At this moment, he is not alone in his waiting. Beyond the confines of the chat group's season members, in the unfathomable chaos of space-time, others await as well. The other 8 members of the group quietly observe the countdown, eagerly anticipating their entry into the trial world, each thoroughly prepared. Do not inquire as to why I refer to the other 8 members. Initially, there were 10 individuals who joined the chat group, excluding Chu-hee, who does not count. There should be 9 remaining members. However, there are only 8 present. The reason for this discrepancy is that the new member who acquired the intermediate system tragically perished several months ago. Who could forget that fateful day when he recklessly insulted others after receiving his system, fully aware that his fate was sealed? He offended all the members of the group, and his system turned out to be utterly useless, providing him with no sustenance. The only source of water was a small stream within the trial ground. Yet there was no food to be found. A normal person could scarcely survive 3 or 4 days under such conditions. When desperation set in, he panicked. Even if he could manage to survive for another year, he would inevitably meet his demise upon entering the trial world. Yet, that year would grant him the chance to live a little longer. Thus, during that time, he persistently messaged the chat group, hoping to inquire if any of the members had food to spare. However, during the time he was hurling insults, everyone had already blocked him, rendering his messages unseen. It was only through the system's notifications that the group learned of a member's death, and that member was indeed him. Otherwise, it is likely that no one would have realized he had starved to death. No one cared. 1 minute, 10 minutes, half an hour. Time passed inexorably, and as the final minute approached, Chu-hee immediately instructed the mechanical civilization to mobilize their most advanced detection technology to assess the trial ground within a defined radius. The chat group of system hosts across the realms would guide them out of the trial ground and into the trial world. While it certainly involved spatial power, Chu-hee did not believe that such a high-level chat group relied solely on ordinary spatial forces. Perhaps they were harnessing power beyond the rules, belonging to the domain of spatial laws. This level of power was far beyond Chu-hee's current reach. The forces of the Great Path could only be accessed by entities of multiverse caliber. However, if they could utilize the chat group's strength to detect the powers of the spatial Great Path, or even intercept a fragment of it, they might seize the opportunity to develop technology related to spatial laws. There was no need to uncover everything. Merely a hint of inspiration would suffice. Such advancements would undeniably propel the mechanical civilization's future research in spatial technology. Although space technology had been developed to a high degree by the mechanical civilization, space itself was regarded as the supreme rule and the highest path. It was inconceivable that only a fraction of its potential could be unearthed. Within it lay an ocean of infinite possibilities waiting to be explored. When Chu-hee first traversed into this realm, the chat group's mobilization likely harnessed this very force. However, at that time, he was merely an ordinary individual, lacking the qualification to investigate this power. Now, believing himself worthy and presented with the opportunity, he naturally felt compelled to act. A gentle humming resonated in the air, responding to Chu-hee's command. All detection technologies of the mechanical civilization, quantum detection and spatial detection, were employed, enveloping the trial domain within a vast starfield. Within this starfield, any movement would not escape the watchful gaze of the mechanical civilization, for every corner was an eye. As the detection technologies were activated, the final minute approached. A deafening roar erupted, and as the countdown above the chat group reached 0, an immense presence manifested within the trial domain, resonating in the ears of all sentient beings, including Chu-He. Simultaneously, as the roar echoed, a spatial passageway, colossal as a galaxy and resembling a black hole, appeared before the mechanical civilization on this land. Typically, the passageways departing from the trial domain are not this vast. Members traveling alone have gateways merely around 10 meters in size, far from the scale of an entire galaxy. Yet, the mechanical civilization housed countless entities, over 10,000 iron stars and several tens of thousands of the distant whale biological war fortress, each comparable in size to hundreds of ordinary stars. With such a multitude, a mere 10-meter passage would be insufficient, even with their spatial storage technology capable of accommodating hundreds of Star River-sized storage spaces. Thus, even if the mechanical civilization possessed several tens of thousands more items, they could easily be stored. However, it was evident that the chat group had not contemplated such matters. Esteemed sentient beings, loyal citizens of the mechanical civilization, I, the sovereign of the mechanical civilization, hereby declare the commencement of a new journey. We shall no longer remain confined within this desolate trial world. Ahead of us lies an expanse of magnificent realms, an extraordinary universe. Are you prepared? Ready to embark on this new expedition with me? Gazing back at the hundreds of sentient beings within the laboratory and the countless trillions surrounding him, Chu-He's voice and visage resonated through the virtual wristband, connecting with the minds of all sentient beings. In an instant, upon hearing Chu-He's voice, the faces of all sentient beings flushed with a vibrant hue, akin to that of genuine flesh-and-blood beings, visibly stirred with excitement. All intelligent beings of mechanical civilizations, regardless of whether their magnificent mechanical sovereign, Chu-He, can hear their voices, responded promptly with exuberance. Willing, 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 they proclaimed. Great machine sovereign, your most loyal subjects ardently desire to embark on a new journey alongside you. Together, we shall traverse the vast realms of existence, wielding our technological prowess and intellect to forge the sharpest of weapons, clearing all obstacles in your path and fulfilling your grand visions. The voices of these sentient beings were devoid of any mechanical resonance, brimming instead with genuine emotion. Some individuals even raised their hands high and leapt with joy, expressing their heartfelt loyalty to the supreme ruler of the mechanical civilization. Excellent. I have witnessed your fidelity, Chu-He declared. From this moment forth, let us orderly enter the spatial passage. Together, we shall allow the realm of trials to welcome all who bear the crown above their heads. Inform them that the mechanical civilization has arrived. Observing the unwavering loyalty of the crowd, Chu-He felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, exclaiming that the hearts of men could indeed be won. Without further ado, he promptly commanded all of the mechanical civilization to advance, accompanied by their iron stars and the distant whale biological war fortress, into the realm of trials. As for himself, he naturally took the lead, venturing ahead to explore the new world. Given his unparalleled strength within the mechanical civilization, he knew that unless all technology were directed against him with full force, none could hope to surpass him. Thus, when faced with an entirely new world, he was the first to scout ahead. Yet, he was not foolish. He did not consider his current strength to render him invincible, dismissing the potential of others. As he entered the spatial passage, Chu-He activated his celestial lexicon editing system. Upon noting the rare opportunity for a high-level edit, an occurrence that transpired but once a year, he beamed with delight. Without hesitation, he began the editing process. System, edit my status to reflect that I am a peak-level 7-tier powerhouse. Ding. Detecting lexicon edit. Editing in progress. Ding. Due to this being an editing lexicon, while your strength may reach 7 tiers, the host has not chosen a rule of power to master. Thus, the strength cannot be elevated to peak 7 tiers. Please select a rule of power to master. You may choose from among the 3,000 rules. It seems that without mastering a rule of power, even the system cannot forcibly elevate one's strength to the pinnacle of 7 tiers. Hearing the electronic prompt from the system, Chu-He was somewhat taken aback. The lexicon he had just edited pertained to his possession of peak-level 7th-tier prowess. It is important to note that strength does not equate to realm. The realm is not synonymous with strength. Should he possess the pinnacle strength of the 7th tier, even in the absence of mastery over the powers of the rules, the inherent attributes would undoubtedly allow his prowess to rival that of a 7th-tier peak expert wielding such powers. This elucidates his rationale for editing strength rather than realm, nor is he merely crafting himself into a master of the 7th-tier rule powers. He intends to exploit a flaw in the system. Once he attains the 7th-tier peak strength, he plans to linger for a year or two within the trial world before editing himself to embody both the 7th-tier peak realm and the corresponding rule powers. The interplay between realm and strength will culminate in a formidable enhancement, rendering him exponentially more fearsome than an ordinary 7th-tier peak expert. However, he did not anticipate that this method of exploiting the system would be only partially effective. It is imperative to master the powers of the rules to attain the 7th-tier peak strength. It is not stated that one must possess the 7th-tier peak realm to wield such strength. Subsequently, he could edit a 7th-tier peak realm, which would still yield a significant boost to his combat prowess. Thus, he relinquished the endeavor of exploiting the system as flaw. Chua accessed the system panel, granting himself the liberty to select any rule power. Without hesitation, he chose from the exalted powers among the 3,000 options. Naturally, he would not be foolish enough to opt for mundane rule powers when he could select the supreme ones, unattainable by others. The 31st tier Celestial Wolf Civilization. The rule of strength. Among the 10 supreme rules, the most formidable is indeed the rule of strength. There is a saying across the myriad realms: strength is paramount. Time is revered, space reigns, fate remains unshaken, and causality holds dominion. The rule of strength is the mightiest. In the mythos of the world where Chuha resided before his traversal, a great figure had similarly wielded this power to conquer all chaotic demonic entities, substantiating his path through strength. Regardless of the peculiarities of time or the swiftness of space, before absolute strength, they are rendered mere trifles, utterly ineffective. With unwavering resolve, he declared, "System, edit my mastery over the rule of strength." Ding! The system has detected the completion of speed selection for the rule power. The attributes are continuing to be edited. Editing successful. This time, the editing process unfolded without incident, the melodious notification of success resonating in Chua's ears. Upon the successful edit, an even greater power surged within him, incessantly transforming his physique. The scene of his extraordinary enhancement, originally an ordinary person, suddenly augmented thousands of times in physical prowess due to the editing of a 5th-tier star domain attribute, was replicated within him once more. His spirit and soul grew boundlessly, while his physical strength and life essence ascended seemingly without limit. With each passing moment, he became hundreds of times stronger than before, evolving into an even more formidable being. Initially, he ascended directly from the late stage of the 1st level to the pinnacle of the 5th level. Now, he has elevated his strength from the peak of the 5th level to the zenith of the 7th level. Remarkably, this transformation has occurred within a mere year. In just 1 year, he has evolved from an ordinary individual into a cultivator possessing the formidable strength of the 7th level, while also mastering the profound principles of power at an advanced level. This is indeed a terrifying achievement. Setting aside the matter of strength, the comprehension of rules at an advanced level is astonishing in itself. The understanding of power rules varies significantly based on individual perception and is categorized into different levels: initiation, minor success, major success, and perfection. The path to mastering these rules is fraught with difficulties, becoming progressively more challenging at each stage. As one advances in cultivation, breaking through to higher realms necessitates a certain level of comprehension of these rules. Without such understanding, the hope of advancement diminishes. To attain the 5th level, one must grasp the rules at the initiation stage. The 6th level requires minor success. The 7th demands major success. The 8th necessitates perfection. And the 9th level calls for the comprehension of the ultimate principles of power. For others, even achieving the most basic understanding of power rules can take billions of years. The time invested in this comprehension is akin to an immeasurable cost. Furthermore, the difficulty of attaining a major success level is exponentially greater. Even spending trillions of years might yield only minimal results. Time, in this context, becomes invaluable. Moreover, this discussion pertains only to ordinary rules. Chu-He, however, commands the power rules, the most formidable among the myriad of rules. By the time one reaches the 7th level, countless individuals have dedicated immense portions of their lives, often neglecting sleep and sustenance, to attain their current level of mastery. Yet, Chu-He has achieved such heights without any prior cultivation, reaching their level within a year, a time span that would scarcely suffice for them to catch a few hours of sleep. One can only conclude that those who possess extraordinary advantages are indeed fortunate, particularly those who traverse worlds without ever pausing. Such fortuity is truly remarkable. The power rules undoubtedly stand as the most potent among the myriad of rules across the realms, unassailable in their status. The time it took for the power rules to manifest upon Chu-He was a mere 15 minutes. During this brief interlude, he traversed the spatial passageway established by the chat group, moving through a realm of silvery white space. Upon the completion of this loading process, he arrived at the end of the passage. As he entered the trial world and gazed upon his own form, a flicker of astonishment flashed in his eyes. Amazed by the might of the power rules, the power rules did not endow Chu-He with particularly unique abilities, unlike the time rules, which allow one to manipulate time, ensnaring foes within temporal confines. Nor did they grant him the spatial rules, which enable effortless traversal through the boundless void, a capability far beyond that of his peers. There were no causal rules either, which would allow him to obliterate those connected by fate or to reverse cause and effect in a miraculous manner. Instead, the power rules provided Chu-He with a remarkably direct effect. With his immense strength, he could surpass his peers by 100-fold in circumstances where the laws of power are deepened. It is as simple and direct as that. Upon mastering the laws of power, one can amplify strength 10-fold. Achieving minor mastery yields 30-fold, while major mastery grants 100-fold. And complete mastery can elevate it to 300-fold. If the power at the pinnacle of the 7th tier were to be increased by more than 100-fold, would there be anyone capable of withstanding a single punch from me? The essence lies in the principle that one force can overcome myriad laws. Raising his fist, Chu-He suddenly felt an overwhelming desire for battle. He longed for an adversary to appear before him, one whom he could shatter with a single blow. Regrettably, that adversary did not materialize, nor was it likely to. He could only suppress the fervor within, questioning whether his choice to pursue the path of science fiction was indeed the right one. Should he have ventured down the path of physical cultivation instead? The combination of physical cultivation and the laws of power would render one truly invincible, allowing one to traverse the path of overwhelming strength to its very end. Otherwise, his profound battle desire would be in vain. Lifting his gaze, Chu-He finally turned his attention to the system's announcement regarding the Trial World task within the chat group. Trial World task. The world you inhabit is a science fiction universe, teeming with countless interstellar civilizations, abundant life planets, and mineral worlds. The interstellar civilizations, in pursuit of development, require resources, leading to an endless cycle of warfare as they seek to plunder these resources. Higher-tier civilizations subjugate lower-tier ones, which in turn enslave those even weaker. For billions of years since the universe's inception, it has been inextricably linked to the themes of destruction, war, plunder, and enslavement. These words accompany every civilization throughout its existence until its inevitable demise. You are tasked with leading your mechanical civilization to bring peace to the entire science fiction universe, employing any means necessary. Indeed, it is a science fiction universe. It appears the patterns discerned by the chat group members are correct. In this trial world, my task is to bring peace to the entire realm. Am I truly someone capable of bestowing peace upon the world? Am I a good person? I am uncertain. I also ponder whether annihilating all beings and civilizations, leaving only the mechanical civilization, could be considered a form of peace. Alternatively, If all civilizations were to become subjugated as vassals of the mechanical civilization, with everyone united as one, would that count as peace? It should, for the trial world task explicitly states that no means are restricted. Knowing that he resides within a science fiction world, Chuhi was not particularly surprised. However, he felt a hint of astonishment regarding the task assigned in this trial world. Does the Heavenly System host chat group truly perceive him as a person who cherishes peace? It is indeed surprising that he has been assigned such a task. However, despite the astonishment, he does not doubt his ability to accomplish it. In the face of absolute power, any task can be fulfilled. Were it not for the fact that the mission in the trial world requires harnessing the strength of mechanical civilization to bring peace to the entire world, he could easily eradicate all beings from the science fiction universe, thereby achieving tranquility. He is determined to complete this achievement with remarkable speed. Let me observe how many level 5 civilizations exist within this science fiction realm, and whether any level 6 civilizations have emerged. He channels his divine consciousness, utilizing the power that belongs to a super single universe, and begins to scan the entire science fiction cosmos, seeking out those civilizations that pose a threat to mechanical civilization. No matter how deeply these civilizations may be concealed, they're utterly exposed under the scrutiny of his dimensional strike-like divine consciousness. As Chuhi scans the entirety of the science fiction universe, he steps out of the spatial passage and finds himself not far from a verdant life planet. Coincidentally, the communication channel of the Chuhi chat group is situated in this very region. As he emerged from the passage, the sudden appearance of the channel was perfectly displayed before the eyes of this life planet. Now, the civilization above, along with its leadership, gazes with terror at the spatial passage behind Chuhi, an expanse comparable to a galaxy. Their hearts are filled with confusion and helplessness. This civilization is known as the Sirius civilization. From the name alone, one can discern that this civilization comprises a race of humanoid beings with wolf-like heads reminiscent of Chuhi's existence before his traversal, adorned with a small crescent pattern on their foreheads. Not long ago, this civilization evolved from a mere concept of nationhood, spending tens of thousands of years to finally step into the ranks of level 1 mother star civilizations. They have begun to enter the galaxy, establishing medium-sized bases in outer space, researching laser weaponry, and mastering meteorological weapons, achieving a certain level of technological advancement capable of developing outer space. Ironically, they should now be ambitious, constantly gazing into the vast cosmos and yearning for the day their civilization can engage in space colonization, establishing numerous bases on other planets, and ultimately stepping beyond their galaxy. The people of this civilization are willing to devote their lives and all they possess to this goal. Each day, countless citizens of the Sirius civilization speculate whether other civilizations exist in the cosmic expanse, pondering the existence of extraterrestrial life. Some assert that there are others, while others disagree. They perceive themselves as the sole intelligent civilization in the universe, and in pursuit of this objective, many individuals with antisocial tendencies have sent numerous signals into the cosmos, hoping for a response from extraterrestrial beings. Yet, no one has ever suggested that extraterrestrial civilizations possess such formidable strength. What is the meaning of this? Is it an invasion by alien civilizations? Such a grand display cannot simply be dismissed as a natural phenomenon of the universe. What natural occurrence exhibits such characteristics? It is evident to any observant eye that this is the spatial passage of a highly advanced civilization. At the heart of the Sirius planet lies a city known as Sirius City, which serves as the political nucleus of the entire world. A multitude of high-ranking officials, who wield significant influence over the very lifeblood of civilization, reside within its bounds. Previously, these dignitaries operated within various departments, seldom congregating except for the Grand Assembly held once every 3 years. However, it is evident that this gathering is not the triennial convocation. All the high-ranking officials have assembled to deliberate upon the colossal spatial conduit that is distinctly visible from their location, leading into the vastness of outer space. A palpable sense of madness envelopes the assembly as they survey the chaotic surroundings. Amongst the turmoil, The most composed leader of the Sirius civilization strives to quell the tumultuous emotions within. He poses a pressing question to the assembly. The prospect of extraterrestrial civilizations encroaching upon their realm is indeed alarming, revealing the existence of other intelligent life forms beyond their own. The second-in-command of the Sirius civilization, a towering werewolf exceeding 3 meters in height, bearing a long scar across his visage, responds with gravity. Leader, I was vehemently opposed to transmitting our civilization's information into the cosmos. Yet, that faction proceeded regardless. Sending such messages without knowledge of potential recipients is perilous. If extraterrestrial beings exist, it remains uncertain who might receive this information and whether they harbor benevolence or malice. Should they be hostile, our civilization could be thrust into an abyss of despair. Presently, they have made their presence known. Though they have not yet attacked, we must prepare for the worst-case scenario, which may involve submission and becoming a subordinate civilization. The ability to create spatial conduits signifies a level of advancement that we cannot hope to resist. If we wish to avert annihilation, submission is our only recourse. As the second-in-command further affirms the likelihood of extraterrestrial involvement, one of the military magnates of the Sirius civilization, his face etched with skepticism, interjects. The mere mention of submission casts a pallor over the faces of all present. Is there truly no alternative to surrender or destruction? Yes, there exists a third path, becoming slaves, unable even to attain the status of subordinate civilization. Would you choose this path? If these messages indeed attracted the extraterrestrial beings, I recommend that we eliminate those responsible for sending the signals before the arrival of the alien entities. Execute them all. The third-in-command of the Sirius civilization, recognizing that submission is the only viable option, channels his pent-up fury towards the individuals who transmitted the signals. In a moment of raw emotion, he declares, "Let us preemptively instigate trouble rather than await it." Despite the incredulity that some feel towards the rapid shift in the third-in-command stance, referring to the yet-to-arrive extraterrestrial civilization as the esteemed aliens, the notion resonates with the assembly. With few exceptions, all present concur with the sentiment. Recognizing the gravity of their predicament, there is little to be done. It is these individuals who have summoned the extraterrestrial dignitaries. They have transformed the Sirius civilization from a realm of freedom into a potential vassal state, and, quite possibly, into a mere slave of the other civilization, which might ultimately deem them worthless and condemn them to annihilation. It is also these individuals who have led their own elite of the Sirius civilization, once basking in endless opulence and indulgence, to a future where they must bow beneath the dominance of other civilizations. Should they provoke the displeasure of these extraterrestrial beings, they risk instant demise, a consequence of grave severity. They harbor a deep-seated resentment towards the dregs of their civilization, wishing fervently to consume their flesh and drink their blood. They are akin to werewolves, unburdened by any qualms about devouring their own kind. Meanwhile, having spent mere seconds, Chu-He, with his divine consciousness, explored the vast expanse of the sci-fi universe, unaware that the small, insignificant sphere beside him had already harbored thoughts of submission even before the arrival of their mechanical civilization. The majority of the populace possessed no inclination towards resistance, a strikingly cowardly stance. Should their sentiments be laid bare before the eyes of other civilizations in the universe, they would likely become the subject of ridicule. Yet, for the sake of their civilization's survival and their own lives, faced with a battle devoid of hope against a formidable civilization capable of opening spatial gateways, they swiftly recognized their position. Their initial thoughts of submission proved to be the most prudent choice. It is often such civilizations that endure within the blood-soaked tapestry of the sci-fi universe. Even in the absence of mechanical civilizations, should their signals reach other advanced civilizations, their timely decision would ensure a fate far superior to that of most lesser civilizations discovered by higher ones. At least they would escape annihilation and the fate of being sold as slaves across the cosmos, reduced to mere subjects of research or instruments of amusement. They could at least retain the definition of civilization, with a modicum of space for survival, albeit as an oppressed vassal civilization. Indeed, the best-case scenario remains as an oppressed vassal, which is the optimal situation for a lesser civilization that has yet to elevate itself to a higher status while still being found by advanced civilizations. The entirety of the singular universe encompasses an expanse of approximately several trillion light-years, expanding outward in small increments every century. Within it, 3 Level 6 civilizations have emerged, along with 550 Level 5 civilizations, 36,000 Level 4 civilizations, and an innumerable host of Level 3, Level 2, Level 1, and primitive civilizations. The sheer quantity and power of civilizations within this sci-fi universe are indeed formidable. To have 3 Level 6 civilizations coexisting in a single universe is astounding. For each of these Level 6 entities possesses the capacity to reboot the entire cosmos at will. It can only be said that the stability of a triangular formation holds some truth. Otherwise, if these 3 Level 6 civilizations were to wreak havoc indiscriminately, the universe would undoubtedly have been irrevocably shattered long ago. Nevertheless, even if the 3 Level 6 civilizations refrain from taking action, the more than 500 Level 5 civilizations beneath them possess formidable technological weaponry, capable of inflicting significant destruction across the cosmos, leaving numerous scars upon this universe. Upon comprehending the strength of this realm, He was astounded to discover the existence of 3 Level 6 civilizations. It is already remarkable for a science fiction universe to give rise to a single Level 6 civilization, considering that such civilizations can unleash catastrophic devastation upon a universe. Achieving such a civilization is no simple feat. The logic is straightforward. A shallow pool cannot nurture a true dragon. Can that which is born within you ever grow to match your strength, or even surpass it? Such occurrences are exceedingly rare. If one possessed such capabilities, why would they not elevate themselves? Why allow something born within to surpass them? Of course, it is merely a challenge. Not to say that within the vast expanse of myriad realms, such phenomena do not exist. The universe is vast and filled with wonders, and one should not be astonished by any occurrence. However, the birth of 3 Level 6 civilizations within a single universe suggests either exceptional merit among these civilizations or hidden secrets. Yet, despite his pinnacle Level 7 strength, He is unable to uncover this secret, which adds an element of intrigue. Regardless, he decided to disregard the mystery. One day, when he has the luxury of editing an advanced entry, he shall craft a comprehensive entry that grants him omniscience regarding all matters within this universe, rendering the need for personal inquiry unnecessary. With his curiosity quelled, he summoned his power to take action. Do not inquire about his intentions. Naturally, he aimed to confront those Level 6 civilizations. The mechanical civilization has descended upon this science fiction universe. The Level 5 civilizations pose no threat to the mechanical civilization. On the contrary, engaging in conflict with these Level 5 entities would bolster the combat capabilities of the mechanical civilization, providing numerous advantages. Thus, He intended to preserve these civilizations. However, the Level 6 civilizations pose a considerable threat to the mechanical civilization. Should they discover the sudden emergence of this 5-9 level civilization, which is on the verge of breaking into Level 6, they would undoubtedly unite to confront the mechanical civilization. Since a confrontation is inevitable, He, possessing the strength to address this issue now, opted to preemptively eliminate the trouble rather than wait for it to manifest. He is not one to invite trouble. He does not abide by the notion that as long as others do not seek him out, all will remain peaceful. Rather, he is the type to relentlessly seek trouble for others if they leave him be, striving to obliterate them. Commanding the pinnacle of Level 7 power, He became the epicenter, enveloping a universe spanning trillions of light years. The 3 6th-tier civilizations, concealed within the very core of the universe, have been entirely sealed by their own powers. They are permitted to roam freely within their limited domain, yet shall never escape beyond that territory, at least not until He unravels the seals, unless they attain a prowess exceeding the 7th tier. However, this is evidently implausible. Should they command such superior strength, They would no longer reside within the confines of a six-tier civilization. Thus, this arrangement is indeed secure. Once the more than 500 fifth-tier civilizations are dealt with, the mechanical civilization will have ascended to sixth-tier status. At that juncture, the mechanical civilization can either subjugate or annihilate these few sixth-tier civilizations, ushering in a nuclear peace for the entirety of the universe. The trial world mission would then be accomplished. Chu-He, satisfied with the rhythm of his endeavors, utilized his mental prowess to probe the situation around him. As for the three sixth-tier civilizations that immediately sense their surroundings, their satisfaction remains unknown to him. Nevertheless, he is quite pleased with the outcome. Having neutralized all technological threats to the mechanical civilization within this sci-fi universe, the mechanical civilization he meticulously crafted begins to emerge, piloting colossal steel stars from the spatial passage behind, under the watchful and terrified gaze of the Tianlang civilization. Countless massive steel stars, infinitely larger than their own life-giving planet, began to emerge. The inhabitants of the Tianlang civilization found it increasingly difficult to breathe. Overwhelmed by the absurdity of the situation, they yearned to utter a trembling phrase to these newly manifested extraterrestrial civilizations. How could this be? How could this be? They were merely a civilization that had just emerged from their planet, yet to even traverse their galaxy. How could they have provoked such a terrifying civilization? How could a civilization of this magnitude exert such tremendous effort to appear in their star system? It defied reason. To establish such a spatial passage clearly necessitates an enormous expenditure of energy, and the emergence of so many vast steel stars would likewise require a considerable amount of power. The costs involved likely exceed the value of their own planet. Did their world harbor some hidden secrets unbeknownst to them? Were there premier mineral veins coveted by these higher civilizations? Otherwise, it remains illogical and unreasonable. This scenario is akin to a common individual boarding a plane to travel 1,000 miles merely to retrieve a crumb of a biscuit dropped on the ground. Utterly absurd. Furthermore, as the steel stars emerged, an even greater number of colossal distant whale biological war fortress vessels appeared, intensifying the sense of absurdity among the people of the Tianlang civilization. Simultaneously, this absurdity fostered a deeper reverence for the unknown extraterrestrial civilization. The higher echelons of the Tianlang civilization, unable to contain themselves, found themselves kneeling in fervent humility, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to become a vassal civilization under the auspices of these extraterrestrial beings. They would even willingly accept slavery, should it be offered, to become a subordinate civilization, merely slightly more powerful than their counterparts, may evoke feelings of defiance or even humiliation. They might believe that, given a modicum of time, they too could attain equal strength, if not surpass it. Yet, to be affiliated with such a formidable civilization would bestow upon them an unparalleled honor, a glorious legacy for their own civilization. Even if they were to assume the role of slaves, being subservient to such a civilization might inspire them to hold their heads high and puff out their chests in pride, even in the presence of lesser civilizations. In that moment, those who had once summoned alien civilizations by broadcasting their own signals found a flicker of gratitude blossoming within their hearts, dispelling the animosity they had harbored. The great mechanical lord, the inaugural intelligent life form, reports, the mechanical civilization, comprising trillions of sentient beings, has assembled in its entirety. Thousands of steel stars and numerous war fortress-class biological leviathans are also in place. Please provide your directives. As the Tianlang civilization fully submits, transforming into towering mechas reaching heights of thousands of meters, the planetary supercomputers have ascended several levels, evolving into galactic-scale quantum space supercomputers, the first intelligent life form at the helm. Leading the mechanical civilization into this fantastical universe, it promptly updates their esteemed mechanical lord, Chu-He, on the current situation. Excellent. Now that we have arrived, let us commence our operations. It is time for all within this sci-fi universe to witness the might of the mechanical civilization. Equally, I wish to behold the magnitude of the civilization I have crafted with my own hands. Do not disappoint me. My sole demand is to conquer all civilizations within this sci-fi universe. Those unwilling to submit shall face annihilation. Chu-He's voice resonated calmly in the ears of the initial intelligent life form, yet his words were laden with the weight of slaughter and dominion. Yes, great mechanical lord. A crimson gleam flickered in the eyes of the 1,000-meter mechas, for they were the most loyal servants of Chu-He, fully committed to executing his every command without hesitation. Thus, the annihilation of the entire sci-fi universe became their mission. Upon receiving the order, the initial intelligent life form immediately disseminated this command to all sentient beings. With Chu-He's consent, they initiated the dispersal of all sentient beings across the Steel Stars and the War Fortress-class biological leviathans, granting every civilization a fleeting opportunity to submit, merely 1 minute. Anyone who refuses to submit to the mechanical civilization for over a minute shall invoke the weapon of erasure rules, obliterating all life within that civilization, leaving the life-bearing planet beneath them vacant for the mechanical civilization to inhabit. The formidable technologies of the mechanical civilization are installed within the Iron Stars and the distant Whale biological war fortress, as long as they do not encounter a civilization rated above 5. 8. Even a solitary Iron Star can inflict substantial damage on a 5. 7 rated civilization, and given sufficient time, it can utterly annihilate such a civilization. Hence, the independent actions of the Iron Stars instill considerable confidence in the primordial intelligent life forms and Chu-He. Among the 32 easily conquerable civilizations, only a handful among over 500 fifth-level civilizations have achieved a rating above 5. 7. None have attained the status of 5. 9. As those that did have long been dealt with by the few 6th-level civilizations. This realm has become a deathly zone. Anyone who steps into the ranks of 5. 9 civilizations faces obliteration. Should any civilization endeavor to explore the powers of time and space, they too will be eradicated. In this sci-fi cosmic world, the emergence of another 6th-level civilization is unnecessary. 3 are already sufficient. Amidst a soft hum, only a few Iron Stars remain, one of which approaches the Sirius civilization. The others have already ventured to different star systems, embarking on their journey of civilizational expansion. The inhabitants of the Sirius civilization, witnessing the earlier disappearance of those colossal Iron Stars and the distant Whale biological war fortress, felt a tinge of confusion. However, upon seeing one Iron Star approaching their location, their expressions turned more reverent. They displayed utmost deference. No one dared to show defiance. Those who did were swiftly silenced by their peers, as even the act of killing a fellow being is considered a crime. Yet if evidence suggests the victim opposed the extraterrestrial lords, such an act is deemed innocent. Indeed, a contribution to civilization. They cannot allow the descent of a solitary miscreant to jeopardize the future of their entire civilization. Upon arriving at Sirius, an intelligent life form within the Iron Star activated a scanner developed by their civilization, scanning the entirety of the Sirius civilization. In the next moment, a plethora of information from the Sirius civilization entered the database of the 93. 21 codenamed Dawn Intelligent Life. It commenced the analysis of the texts and languages within this civilization. As for how the analysis was conducted, it is simply stated. During the scan, if the majority of the Sirius inhabitants frequently uttered 2 specific words while dining, those words signify eating. In their exchanges, if a particular object is repeatedly referred to by a specific name, that name is acknowledged as the object's designation. As long as 200 words from the Sirius civilization can be deciphered, the process continues. With the terrifying computational power of intelligent life, it requires but a mere instant to thoroughly decipher the language and script of the Sirius civilization. This technology is indispensable for advanced civilizations aspiring to dominate lesser ones. Without a common language, how could one conquer a subordinate civilization, even if one resorts to brute force? A lack of communication would lead to utter confusion. What you command as a meal could be construed as a summons to rest, driving both parties to madness. Understanding the language. The essence of the Sirius civilization's tongue was immediately transmitted into the minds of others within the Iron Star by the code-named Dawn Intelligent Entity. Soon, a voice resonated throughout the Iron Star, echoing the language of the Sirius civilization across the verdant expanse of Sirius, reaching the ears of all its citizens. This utterance was akin to celestial music to the populace of Sirius. Esteemed citizens of the Sirius civilization, from this moment forth, your civilization shall officially become a vassal of our mechanical civilization. Do you consent? The benevolent mechanical overlord granted a minute for contemplation. Cherish this moment and deliberate earnestly. Agree. Agree. Within the council chamber, the high-ranking officials of the Sirius civilization were relieved to learn that they were to become a vassal, not slaves. Nor were they facing annihilation. The leaders of the Sirius civilization promptly issued commands to utilize their technological prowess to emit a thunderous proclamation that reverberated throughout the entirety of Sirius. Respected mechanical civilization, your most loyal vassal, the Sirius civilization, wholeheartedly consents. We implore you to allow our civilization to bask in the glory of the mechanical realm. Upon receiving this affirmation, the intelligent entities were not surprised. Had a Type 1 civilization dared to reject such a formidable mechanical power, it would have been astonishing. They might have wondered whether the inhabitants of the Sirius civilization had lost their wits, or if their leaders were of sound mind. For otherwise, a rational individual would not arrive at such a decision. An intelligent entity was dispatched to take command of the Sirius civilization, and the journey continued. Our Iron Star now, 36, having the advantage of proximity, was the first to conquer a civilization, while others, even the swiftest, had yet to yield any rewards. However, being a step ahead does not guarantee perpetual precedence, although there are no rankings or rewards in the conquest of civilizations. We must strive to be the Iron Star with the greatest number of subdued civilizations under the aegis of the magnificent mechanical overlord. We shall declare to the great mechanical sovereign that we are the strongest among the Iron Stars, while others are but trifles. Do you possess the confidence to achieve this? The Steel Star number 36, the formidable celestial body that has triumphed over the Canis major civilization, serves as the bastion of intelligent life within the Steel Star Fortress. Upon dispatching a message to an intelligent entity en route to Sirius, it promptly invigorated other sentient beings with renewed fervor. Confidence surged among numerous intelligent beings, their enthusiasm palpable. Although such motivational tactics may seem rather pedestrian, their effectiveness cannot be denied, particularly for those unwaveringly loyal to Chu-He. This approach was their ultimate weapon, igniting their passions. In an instant, they activated the fifth-level detection apparatus housed within their Steel Star, scanning the surrounding star region for life-bearing planets, specifically those inhabited by sentient civilizations. No matter how deeply concealed, even civilizations of the fourth tier, hidden within the fabric of space, were unearthed, unable to elude detection. The detection devices illuminated a sprawling array of red dots, alongside a singular, prominent green, signifying the already conquered Canis major civilization. With a clear objective established, the technology for spatial jumps was activated. The Steel Star vanished from this star system, reappearing 10 light-years away, in a region the Canis major civilization referred to as the Violet Radiant Galaxy. There, vibrant signs of life and a plethora of electromagnetic communication activities were evident. The electromagnetic communication technology, utilized primarily by first- and second-tier civilizations, is deemed a relatively rudimentary means of communication. Civilizations beyond the third tier have long abandoned this method due to its sluggishness. Electromagnetic communication relies on the manipulation of magnetic fields to facilitate the exchange of information. However, the transmission speed of electromagnetic signals is significantly inferior to that of light, traveling only a few tens of thousands of kilometers per second. While this pace may appear swift to an ordinary individual, it is woefully inadequate in the vast cosmos, where traversing from one star system to another can span several light years. Consequently, messages sent may take decades or longer to be received in another star system, rendering the process exasperatingly slow. It is conceivable that a message sent at birth would not be received until old age, and by the time one passes, replies may still be en route. Third-tier civilizations employ quantum entanglement communication technology, allowing for instantaneous transmission of information across vast cosmic distances without any delay. This represents the hallmark of interstellar civilization communication. Should any civilization fail to detect traces of quantum entanglement, it can be confidently categorized as below the third tier. Within the violet radiant galaxy, two life-bearing planets coexist. The presence of two such planets within a single galaxy is a rarity in the expansive universe, particularly at the fringes of cosmic boundaries, where life-bearing worlds are typically scarce. Between two planets lies a celestial body akin to the Sun, radiating a pure white light that bathes the two worlds, nurturing the flora within and fostering vibrant growth. It is precisely due to this extraordinary environment that, over the course of billions of years, two distinct intelligent civilizations have emerged. One, known as the, is characterized by humanoid beings with pointed heads, wheat-colored skin, and an average height exceeding 3 meters. The other, resembles octopuses, with each individual surpassing 10 meters in length, boasting vast cerebral capacities and formidable intellect. The has advanced along a conventional technological path, while the has pursued biotechnological advancements. Both civilizations progressed at a comparable pace, ascending from primitive tribal societies to technological sophistication within mere millennia. Upon reaching a civilization level of 0.7, they became aware of each other's existence, perceiving one another as formidable adversaries, eager to annihilate the other at the earliest opportunity. Each awaited the invention of spacecraft to traverse the void and confront the rival civilization. Should one civilization conquer the other, the victors would gain dominion over both planets, rapidly enhancing their resources, population, and technological prowess. Even as 0.7 level civilizations, they might outpace the potentially ascending to a second-level civilization at an accelerated rate. Should they achieve a third-level civilization status and master interstellar warp technology, it could find itself in peril. Yet, they have lost their chance. They will never become enemies. Their singular identity is that of a subordinate civilization to the. When the colossal steel star descends upon their planets, casting immense shadows that obscure the sunlight, it instills an unimaginable terror within both civilizations. Faced with a minute to deliberate, the leaders of both civilizations require no further contemplation. They swiftly agree to become subservient to the. In the face of such a dire circumstance, the question is no longer one of consent, but of survival. The answer to the desire for survival is undeniably clear. Subsequently, two towering mechanoid beings, each over 1,000 meters tall, are deployed among the two civilizations, and the Steel Star resumes its journey to other realms. During the conquest of civilizations by the 36 Steel Star War Fortress, the process unfolds with remarkable ease. Other intelligent life forms leading the Steel Star War Fortresses alongside the also experience a notably smooth conquest. It is undeniable. The sheer size of the Steel Star War Fortress, akin to that of a star, is a sight to behold. Without even considering its combat capabilities, its sheer scale is a feat achievable only by a third-level civilization. Faced with such an imposing mechanical entity, the lower-level civilizations, typically classified as first or second tier, find it impossible to muster any spirit of resistance. Unlike the Tianlang civilization, which readily capitulates and sings in submission, demonstrating a semblance of dignity, it is important to note that this observation pertains to the majority. Not all civilizations lack fortitude or exhibit extraordinary intelligence. Among the myriad conquests of steel stars, there exist a few civilizations that, while perhaps not exceptionally astute, possess a commendable resilience. For instance, at a considerable distance from the 36 Steel Star, approximately several star rivers away, lies the 136 Steel Stars War Fortress, where they encountered a formidable opponent, a resilient civilization of the third-tier star system. This civilization, known as the Brainhole Civilization, comprises a race of dog-headed beings who have evolved from a primitive society to their current third-tier status in merely a few millennia. While other civilizations may take eons to progress from primitive to a mere level of 1.5, the Brainhole Civilization has ascended to a third-tier civilization, showcasing remarkable developmental potential. One might wonder about the reasons behind their rapid advancement. The answer lies in a unique trait, or perhaps a racial gift, that this civilization possesses. Among every million beings, there's a notable probability of one genius dog-headed individual with a brain development rate exceeding 15. This rate indicates the extent of cerebral development. The higher the rate, the greater the intelligence. Ordinary dog-headed individuals exhibit a brain development rate of only 7 to 8, while those who surpass 10 are deemed geniuses among their peers. Individuals with around 12 are considered extraordinary, excelling in any field they pursue. A brain development rate exceeding 15 can propel a lower civilization toward higher realms of advancement. In typical low-tier civilizations, such an exceptional individual may only emerge after decades among billions. But in the brain-hole civilization, one such prodigy arises among every million. The impending doom of the brain-hole civilization is now upon them, and it is with my most rudimentary weaponry that I approach this. Thus, in a mere few centuries, the brain-hole civilization transitioned from the primitive era to the Iron Age, subsequently advancing through feudalism, the Steam Age, and the Electrical Age, ultimately entering the Information Age. Their rate of development has been astonishingly swift, particularly after attaining third-tier status. With the capability to explore other star systems, they have encountered various extraterrestrial civilizations, many of which progress at a far slower pace. This realization has imbued the entire brain-hole civilization with an overwhelming sense of confidence, leading them to believe that their civilization is destined to become a premier force within the cosmos. Their self-assurance and identification with their civilization are exceedingly high. Thus, faced with the sudden emergence of a mechanical civilization seeking to subjugate them as a vassal, how could they possibly acquiesce? How could they ever consent? Although that colossal steel star is indeed somewhat daunting, it must be acknowledged that they are merely a Type 3 civilization. They possess the capacity to obliterate such a star with relative ease. They are not without means of retaliation. One can reasonably surmise that this steel star is not significantly more resilient than an ordinary star. Esteemed citizens of the great brainstorm civilization, and all you esteemed dog-headed individuals, we find ourselves at a critical juncture for our civilization. An inconsequential mechanical civilization dares to aspire to reduce us to a subordinate status. It is nothing short of a farce. They have granted us a minute to deliberate, which is commendable, so we shall reciprocate with a minute to prepare. After this brief interval, they shall comprehend that the brainstorm civilization is not to be trifled with. We're no soft persimmons. What is this mechanical civilization? We have never even heard of it. The galaxy of the brainstorm civilization, having undergone years of transformation, coupled with our mastery of life planet modification technology, has allowed us to convert inhospitable worlds into habitable ones. Thus, within the brainstorm galaxy, there exist thousands of life-sustaining planets, each home to billions of citizens of the brainstorm civilization. Now, above these planets, a colossal virtual information projection has materialized, visible to all citizens of the brainstorm civilization and a multitude of travelers and merchants from other Type 3 civilizations. The dog-headed figure depicted in the projection is none other than the esteemed leader of the brainstorm civilization, Golden Treasure. His voice, imbued with gravity and martial fervor, ignites the blood of all dog-headed individuals. War, war, war. The valiant dog-headed warriors cannot restrain themselves from seizing their weapons to join the impending conflict against the mechanical civilization. Simultaneously, as the dog-headed leader rallies his brethren, hundreds of spacecraft materialize above each of the thousands of planets within the brainstorm civilization, totaling nearly 1 million vessels. Each spacecraft spans a staggering 1 million kilometers, featuring a seamless black-gold exterior that occasionally glimmers with arcane light, exuding an aura of formidable strength. The power, dominance, and resilience embodied by these spacecraft are vividly apparent. In terms of aesthetics, one must concede that the brainstorm civilization's design sensibilities resonate with popular taste rather than veering into eccentricity. In terms of combat capability, these vessels could easily conquer a Type 2 civilization if deployed within the cosmic expanse. Yet, The aggregate mass of all these spacecraft pales in comparison to even 1% of a steel star's magnitude. As the energy systems of these spacecraft activate, they converge upon the steel star and the main cannons, each exceeding several kilometers in diameter, emit a deep azure glow of charged energy, radiating an unmistakable aura of destruction. It is evident that a powerful energy weapon has been employed, seemingly augmented by energy eruption amplification technology. Once the main cannon unleashes its energy blast, the emitted power magnifies tenfold within the blink of an eye, significantly enhancing its offensive capability. The mechanical civilization ahead has been marked as our target by the brainstorm civilization. Surrender your weapons immediately, or you shall face a cataclysmic strike from our brainstorm civilization. Regardless of your civilization's tier or the materials comprising your steel star, you shall undoubtedly be obliterated by our unrelenting assault. Do not harbor any unnecessary illusions. As we charge our energy, the brainstorm civilization's cosmic warships emit streams of quantum entanglement communication, directing them towards the steel star, attempting to compel the mechanical civilization to capitulate without a fight. Fellow inhabitants of the mechanical civilization, it appears we have been underestimated by this brainstorm civilization. In light of our evident disparity in strength, their refusal to surrender and audacity to launch an assault is a blatant disregard for our might. Clearly, the existence of this brainstorm civilization has become superfluous. I have no intention of waiting even a moment longer. Should you choose an action, I shall take matters into my own hands. Within the depths of Steel Star 136, countless intelligent beings, already eager to comprehend the language of the ambitious brainstorm civilization, were incensed by their audacity in the presence of the surrounding warships. Their eyes glowed with a crimson hue, imbued with cold fury. It was evident that every intelligent life form within Steel Star 136 had been provoked by the brainstorm civilization. One among the hundreds of billions of intelligent beings felt compelled to communicate their dissatisfaction to their peers, unable to contain their desire to retaliate. If they could no longer restrain themselves, then it was time to unleash devastation. Indeed, were it not for the grand mission bestowed upon us by the illustrious mechanical master, we would never deign to waste a minute on a mere third-tier civilization. In this minute, who knows what technological advancements I could have conceived? Very well. Since that is the case, I shall strike down these insects. The response from numerous intelligent beings was immediate. Codenamed Crimson 37. 65. The first to succumb to impatience, subtly activated the space-jumping technology within. In the next instant, they emerged from the depths of the steel star into the vast expanse of the cosmos. The towering mech, several thousand meters high, appeared diminutive against the backdrop of the universe, yet was promptly detected by the myriad forces of the brainstorm civilization. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, this suddenly manifested mech brandished a sleek, silver-hued technological device, resembling a handgun, and pointed it towards their position, gently pressing a trigger. Buzz! In an instant, a unique wave emanated from the mech, spreading throughout the entire brainstorm star system. At that moment, the spatial forces of the entire galaxy were summoned, shifting from a state of mutual compatibility and acceptance to one of stark opposition, fracturing into disparate realms that collided with one another. What transpires when several discordant spaces unexpectedly converge as a singular entity? An immense explosion ensues, giving rise to the collapse of surrounding space, heralding devastation. Presently, the entire brainhole galaxy has commenced a state of spatial collapse. The outermost regions of this galaxy shattered like glass, with fragmentation marking merely the inception, while ultimate collapse and annihilation signify the conclusion. Mere seconds later, that fragmented stellar space succumbed to collapse, vanishing within the expanse of the brainhole galaxy. Cherish these final 10 seconds of your civilization, denizens of the brainhole. A crimson intelligent life form, wielding a spatial collapse pistol, directed its attention towards the myriad bewildered beings of the brainhole civilization, who remained oblivious to the unfolding calamity. It transmitted a quantum message, rendered in their own script, urging them to savor their last moments and confronting them with the harsh reality. Having delivered this cruel truth, The Crimson Entity retreated to the Iron Star with a toy it had casually crafted. Do not inquire about this toy. It is none other than the very spatial collapse pistol capable of annihilating the entirety of the Brainhole galaxy. A mere trifle born from its fleeting interest in the technology of spatial collapse. It was the most rudimentary weapon in its possession, and had it not been for the necessity of facing a civilization that had barely attained a level 3 status, it would have never deemed it necessary to expend the resources of the Iron Star or mobilize its advanced technology. The weapon would have remained forgotten, gathering dust in the small space crafted by its spatial storage techniques. Yet, even the most rudimentary weapon, forged from level 4 civilization technology, possesses the capacity to obliterate an entire star system, far beyond the means of resistance for a Brainhole civilization. The fleeting 10 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. Within this brief span, the energy beam cannons aboard the Brainhole civilization's warships had already been unleashed. However, before these assaults could reach the Iron Star, the spatial collapse swept through the entire galaxy, entombing the once illustrious Brainhole civilization under the helpless gaze of its inhabitants. In the final moments of the spatial collapse, the canine-headed leader of the Brainhole civilization realized that a mere ordinary attack from a singular life form within the Iron Star could annihilate the accumulated essence of their civilization over millennia. It could obliterate their very star system. At that moment, he comprehended the folly of his earlier decisions. He had unwittingly led his entire civilization into the abyss of destruction. He had dared to challenge this mechanical civilization, refusing to submit as a subordinate. Truly, he was the architect of his civilization's demise. Regret enveloped his entire being, compelling him to wish for a return to just a minute prior, to that moment when the mechanical civilization had only just descended upon them. If he could revisit that time, he would readily acquiesce to any demands of the mechanical civilization, even if it meant serving as their hound. After all, they were akin to dog-headed beings, not vastly different from actual dogs, the sole distinction being their superior intellect. Following the disappearance of the Brainhole civilization, a relatively substantial Brainhole star system vanished, its space collapsing entirely, leaving behind a more profound darkness in the cosmic void. What remained was the Iron Star, steadfast in the center of the Brainhole system, unaffected by the spatial collapse. The intelligent beings within the Iron Star felt no tremor at the obliteration of countless dog-headed lives. Their crimson eyes, which had recently glimmered with fervor, gradually regained their tranquility. No one spoke of the Brainhole civilization anymore. A civilization so lacking in intellect that its very name became synonymous with foolishness. Its destruction rendered it unworthy of further discourse. They resumed their pursuits. Those engaged in technological research continued their studies within the Iron Star. Progress persisted. Within the control console, the intelligent life form presiding over the Iron Star's war fortress ceased to observe the surrounding star systems. Utilizing the Iron Star's space-jumping technology, it set forth towards the next star system, the next civilization, hoping that this new civilization would be more astute than the Brainhole civilization, a civilization that possessed discernment. As the intelligent life of the Iron Star was reactivated, such thoughts lingered in its mind. The Purple Gold Galaxy. This is the name of the star river where the Wolf civilization, led by Chu He, currently resides. This name was bestowed because, millions of years ago, a level 4 galactic civilization, known as the Purple Gold Civilization, was born within this river. The entirety of the Purple Gold Civilization occupied the most prosperous region at the center of the Star River, commanding millions of life-bearing planets and thousands of affiliated civilizations, all of which were at least level 2. Under Chu He's command, the Iron Stars received countless affiliated civilizations every minute. The level 4 Purple Gold Civilization promptly recognized this situation, not least because, after ascending to level 4 civilization status over the past millions of years, they had developed numerous spatial surveillance technologies. These technologies were dispersed throughout the vast Star River, monitoring the entire Purple Gold Galaxy. Their purpose was to prevent any civilization from advancing from level 3 to level 4 by mastering spatial technology, thus posing a threat to their own supremacy. Just recently, among the thousands of affiliated civilizations they commanded, Many had encountered the iron stars of the mechanical civilization. Faced with the conquest of the mechanical civilization, these beings, who had been subsumed into their ranks, would naturally not consent. They held little faith in the mechanical civilization's ability to overpower the purple gold civilization. Having long since been crushed into submission by the dominance of the purple gold civilization that had reigned supreme in the Star River for millions of years. The fear of the purple gold civilization is deeply ingrained, etched into the very essence of their being, woven into their genetic makeup. Should one consent to join them, despite the inability to rival the purple gold civilization, they would inevitably face retribution. The formidable space warships of the purple gold civilization loom large, and it is unnecessary to elaborate on the fate of those civilizations that refuse to be subsumed as vassals. Their endings are destined to be grim, vanishing into the vast expanse of the sci-fi universe. This scenario has been contemplated by the subordinate civilizations of the purple gold civilization after their refusal. They recognize that should they decline, even if the mechanical civilization cannot defeat the purple gold civilization, it would certainly overpower their own. With a mere wave, their civilization could be obliterated. Nevertheless, they made their choice, for lesser civilizations possess no agency. Whether submitting to the mechanical civilization or remaining under the yoke of the purple gold civilization, they perceive the outcome of their civilization as inevitable death. However, if these vassal civilizations of the purple gold civilization were aware that the seemingly formidable level 4 purple gold civilization is, in the presence of the mechanical civilization, no more than a lowly entity akin to an ant, easily vanquished by a single sentient being, they would undoubtedly regret their initial refusal to become a vassal of the mechanical civilization. Had they known the true strength of the mechanical civilization, they would never have chosen the purple gold civilization, thus leading their entire civilization to ruin. Ultimately, what difference does it make whether one is a vassal of a civilization or not? Let us discuss the sudden emergence of this mechanical civilization and the circumstances surrounding it. In the heart of the purple gold galaxy, within a supermassive planet comparable in size to hundreds of stars, a conference hall convenes. Hundreds of high-ranking officials from the purple gold civilization have gathered at unprecedented speed, including the paramount leader, the reigning sovereign of the purple gold civilization, Tianjun. With a grave countenance, he inquires, "Leader, regarding this newly emerged mechanical civilization, given that they have only appeared mere minutes ago, and each time they surface, they do so with astonishing swiftness, either demanding vassalage or annihilating those who refuse. No one has had the opportunity for close contact, and we remain ignorant of their true nature. Yet, they have managed to appear in our galaxy within a short span and are rapidly annexing subordinate civilizations. Initial assessments indicate that their colossal steel Star War fortress harbors space-jumping technology. It is evident they belong to the same tier as us, a level 4 galactic civilization. The Minister of the Combat Department concurs, stating, "Indeed, the analysis put forth by the Minister of Combat is astute. I would like to add that if they were not a level 4 galactic civilization, but rather a lofty level 5 stellar civilization, they would not have approached the annexation of subordinate civilizations without prior notification to us. Instead, it would be far more straightforward and direct to acknowledge our Z-Gene civilization as a subordinate entity. In this manner, the complexities of governance over the myriad civilizations within the Z-Gene Star River would be entirely circumvented. Consequently, I deduce that our adversary must inevitably be a level 4 Star River civilization." The director of the analysis department within the combat division, reflecting upon the intelligence received moments ago, engaged in a rapid cognitive process, ultimately arriving at the conclusion that the mechanical civilization is indeed a level 4 Star River civilization. This conclusion resonated profoundly with the several hundred high-ranking officials of the Z-Gene civilization present, all of whom were exceptionally astute individuals, the cream of the intellectual crop. Yet, they found it difficult to comprehend why, if their opponent were a level 5 civilization, they would opt for such a convoluted approach. What justification could there possibly be for such actions? It seemed evident that they could simply have accepted them as a subordinate civilization, thus avoiding the cumbersome task of managing hundreds of thousands of civilizations within the Z-gene domain. Was this not a case of putting the cart before the horse? Surely, among the populace of a level 5 civilization, there could not be a single fool, let alone all of them being so. Those who attain the status of a level 5 civilization possess citizens of remarkable intellect, with cerebral development rates exceeding 30%, even if not inherently gifted. Advancements in genetic modification and enhancement technologies would elevate their capabilities. Thus, it stands to reason that the mechanical civilization is most likely a level 4 civilization, as it is improbable that a level 5 civilization would exhibit such folly. The Z-gene civilization's confidence in categorizing their opponent as a level 4 civilization primarily stems from the fact that there are only about 500 level 5 civilizations in total. In the vastness of the cosmos, they have attained a position of relative prominence as a level 4 civilization, possessing a general awareness of the enormity of the universe and the limited number of level 5 civilizations therein. They have long since cataloged the names and characteristics of these civilizations in their educational texts, preparing their citizens to navigate encounters with individuals from these advanced societies, lest they provoke hostility that could endanger the Z-gene civilization. Among the over 500 level 5 civilizations, none bear the name of the mechanical civilization. The closest level 5 civilization is known as the three-eyed civilization, characterized by its 3 distinctive eyes. It is inconceivable that this suddenly emerging mechanical civilization could possibly originate from an alternate world. Such a jest would hardly elicit amusement. I too am inclined to believe that the mechanical civilization is a level 4 entity. Given this, let us all prepare ourselves. Their malevolent intent is evident, having already initiated hostilities against our subordinate civilization. Should we remain passive, we would forfeit our standing within the Z-gene Star River. How would our citizens perceive us? What would the denizens of other affluent civilizations think of our inaction? Without further ado, let us first engage in a battle. Our civilization, the Purple Gold, is a level 4/5 civilization, and even among level 4 civilizations, we stand as a formidable presence. Pleased with the analyses presented by a few individuals, Zetian found that their thoughts aligned with his own. Upon confirming that others shared his perspective, he promptly prepared to mobilize all technological weaponry within the Purple Gold civilization to confront the mechanical civilization. With adversaries already at our doorstep, he could not afford to remain passive. Otherwise, it would give the impression that the Purple Gold civilization is akin to a minor entity, easily bullied by anyone. A 5th-level civilization may be one thing, but a mechanical civilization that he had never even heard of was hardly a threat to be trifled with. Contemplating these matters, a smile graced Zetian's face. Under his command, not a single high-ranking member of the Purple Gold civilization among the hundreds present dared to voice dissent, setting aside the fact that such opposition was never in their minds, even if they had harbored such thoughts. To refuse at this moment would mark them as traitors of the Purple Gold civilization, destined to be suppressed in an instant. They were not foolish enough to take such risks. With orders cascading down the ranks, the colossal war machine of the Purple Gold civilization began its methodical activation. The entire civilization entered a state of first-level combat readiness. Countless warriors of the Purple Gold civilization boarded the space battleships developed by their civilization. Each battleship was equipped with advanced technologies for space jumping, freezing, cutting, and annihilation. The overall size of each vessel was comparable to that of an ordinary planet, capable of accommodating billions of individuals for combat and survival. After millions of years of refinement and accumulation, the foundation of the Purple Gold civilization far surpassed that of ordinary civilizations. Every year, over 5% of the civilization's revenue was allocated to the construction of space battleships. The sheer quantity of various ores required for manufacturing was enough to nearly fill an entire star system. The total number of space battleships constructed had exceeded the impressive figure of 1 million. When such a vast fleet of space battleships ascended from the heart of the Purple Gold civilization, the Purple Gold galaxy, within the control of thousands of star systems, it created a breathtaking spectacle. Every citizen of the Purple Gold civilization witnessing this scene wore expressions of excitement and pride. their gazes toward the surrounding individuals from subordinate civilizations, imbued with a sense of superiority. They felt fortunate to be born into the purple gold civilization, a paragon of cosmic excellence, relishing their identity as citizens within it. Conversely, those from subordinate civilizations, met with such gazes from purple gold citizens, could only display expressions of envy and inferiority. In addition to the activation of the space battleships, the spatial stabilization technology housed within these thousands of star systems was also initiated at full power, enhancing the stability of the purple gold civilization's territory by more than tenfold. This was a necessary measure to facilitate the effectiveness of their space jumping technology, which could not operate without the assistance of such stabilization technology. It is estimated that the mechanical civilization possesses the capability to leap through space directly to the heart of their own civilization, where they could potentially unleash a devastating bomb. Even if they cannot annihilate the entirety of the purple gold civilization in one fell swoop, it is likely that they could inflict significant losses upon it. Time ticks away, and in the blink of an eye, the purple gold civilization has patiently awaited the arrival of the mechanical civilization for over 20 minutes. As impatience begins to brew among the purple gold, the 326th distant whale biological war fortress of the subordinate civilizations arrives at the bustling center of the purple gold galaxy. A celestial behemoth, hundreds of times larger than an ordinary star and reminiscent of a blue whale, glides majestically through the vastness of space. Despite its immense size, it is not dwarfed in the endless cosmos, housing millions of intelligent life forms within its colossal frame. The fortress brims with terrifyingly large cannon mouths, an array of powerful destructive weaponry, including conventional, temporal, and spatial arms, all mounted upon the distant whale biological war fortress. The imagery captured by the detectors of the purple gold civilization exudes an overwhelming sense of pressure, instilling a flicker of doubt in a civilization that had previously felt assured in the face of the mechanical one. They suddenly realize that this celestial leviathan, larger than the combined mass of 1,000,000 planetary battleships, surpasses their expectations of scale. Could this mechanical civilization truly be a level 4 civilization? Is it certain that they are not a level 5 civilization? Beside the monitoring device, members of the Purple Sky Array, prepared to witness a confrontation between their civilization and another level 4 civilization, cannot help but ponder this pressing question. However, before they can articulate their thoughts or grasp the true nature of the mechanical civilization, the machines aboard the distant whale biological war fortress initiate communication. Rather than a dialogue, it resembles a unilateral command and threat. We are the mechanical civilization. Effective immediately, you shall become a subordinate civilization of the great mechanical civilization. You have 1 minute to deliberate. Will you choose to submit or face annihilation? We hope you make the wisest choice, lest you regret it after the minute has elapsed. The message relayed through quantum communication is stark and devoid of any preamble, bluntly presenting the options of subjugation or extinction. It is as if refusal equates to certain death. Although the imposing presence of the mechanical civilization's distant whale biological war fortress is indeed intimidating, the purple gold civilization, being a level 4 civilization, is not so easily cowed. Given the gravity of the situation, they feel compelled to stand their ground. It would be unreasonable not to engage in battle at this juncture, even if defeat were inevitable. Becoming a subordinate civilization could still be postponed. They believe the mechanical civilization would not wish to eradicate a level 4 civilization that chooses to submit. The mechanical civilization stands opposed, while this territory belongs to the purple gold civilization. Your unwarranted incursion into our domain has gravely provoked us. You have 1 minute to withdraw. Should you fail to comply, we shall retaliate without hesitation, and a conflict between our advanced civilizations will ensue. Once commenced, such a confrontation will not be easily resolved. The words of the mechanical civilization ignited fury within the Purple Sky Array, yet they momentarily disregarded the oppressive presence of the distant whale biological war fortress. Command were swiftly issued to the prepared space warships, all locking onto the distant whale biological war fortress. Should the enemy make any move, there would be no hesitation. Immediate attack was mandated. As the minute elapsed, Within the distant whale biological war fortress, the captain, designated as 3526, known as the Starry Intelligence, noted the lack of response from the purple gold civilization. A chill flickered across his visage. They were heedless of the gravity of the situation, akin to insects oblivious to the disparity in power. Were it not for the command of the great master of machinery, he would not have wished to wait even a moment longer. Since they failed to value this opportunity, they would soon face the consequences. With that declaration, 3526 connected to the central information brain of the distant whale biological war fortress, slightly adjusted a control, and activated the time weapon's launch mechanism. The horror of the 35th time reversal technology signified an impending disappearance. In the next moment, the distant whale biological war fortress, equipped with millions of cannons, targeted the vibrant heart of the purple gold galaxy, spanning an expanse equivalent to thousands of star systems. The power of time reversal coalesced in a mere second before it was unleashed towards the purple gold galaxy. A silvery mass of energy illuminated the otherwise dark void of space, becoming conspicuous at once. The moment it manifested, it was detected by the monitoring apparatus of the purple gold civilization, which noted the impending attack from the mechanical civilization. The leader of the purple gold civilization, the purple sky array, wore an icy expression, uttering no further words. There was no need for him to speak, as his millions of space warships had already readied their main cannons. A fraction of them launched their spatial annihilation projectiles. Even this small portion amounted to thousands of spatial destruction missiles, each capable of obliterating a star system. Strategic assaults with the potential for apocalyptic devastation. Thousands of missiles could annihilate thousands of ordinary star systems, and with the entirety of the purple gold galaxy housing over 1 million star systems, this assault would indeed result in significant losses, even if victory were to be claimed in the end. The obliteration of those thousands of star systems would leave a profound wound upon the purple gold civilization, such as the peril of engaging in battle on one's own soil. Regardless of the outcome, the consequences would resonate deeply. For oneself, the toll of battle can be unbearably high. When two entities of equal caliber engage in combat, a mere skirmish could obliterate an entire galaxy. On one's own territory, the sheer number of warships, over 1 million, could be annihilated in a single exchange. The entirety of the purple gold galaxy could vanish in an instant. This is precisely why a 4th-level civilization is designated as a galactic civilization. They possess the true capability to annihilate a galaxy. Spatial annihilation projectiles cut through the cosmos like silvery blades of light, swiftly arriving at the far whale biological war fortress. These assaults embody the most advanced spatial jump technology of the purple gold civilization, enabling them to traverse distances of tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of star systems in an instant, achieving long-range strikes across the universe. Although the strength of these attacks proves ineffective against the far whale biological war fortress, akin to a jest, they nonetheless manage to strike the celestial behemoth. Unlike the 2nd and 3rd-level civilizations whose attacks cannot even reach the fortress. Take, for instance, the recent incursion by the Steel Star 136 and its whimsical civilization. Despite their numerous warships, their assaults would take at least a year to reach the Steel Star, as their attacks lack spatial effects and cannot exceed the speed of light. Given the vastness of a galaxy, the whimsical civilization, without mastering spatial jump technology, would require nearly a year to cover a light-year distance, an endeavor more ludicrous than a jest. One wonders what audacity this whimsical civilization harbored to confront the Steel Star. The celestial behemoth opened its mouth, a maw comparable to the size of several dozen stars. As these assaults reached it, the behemoth devoured them whole, consuming thousands of spatial annihilation projectiles without exception, turning them into mere snacks. Indeed, attacks potent enough to annihilate thousands of galaxies were but trifles to the celestial behemoth, inflicting no harm whatsoever. The force of these attacks was so minimal that the far whale biological war fortress did not even need to engage its defensive technologies. It merely needed to consume the onslaught. As a biological weapon, every organ, fur, skin, brain, and blood vessel of the celestial behemoth has been transformed into a biological armament. Its stomach, too, has been modified into a colossal spatial chamber. How vast is it? Its interior rivals the size of several dozen galaxies. Any attack that is swallowed by this stomach, unless it can instantaneously obliterate dozens of galaxies, can be contained and gradually digested by the celestial behemoth, converting the energy into biological power for the far whale biological war fortress. This is the essence of biological technology. In the realm of technology, a particularly terrifying branch exists. Within every facet of biology lies a weapon, capable of being refined to an extreme degree. The high-ranking officials of numerous Z-gene civilizations in the core region of the Z-gene galaxy were struck by this scene. A collective sense of bewilderment enveloped them, their minds buzzing with disbelief. Their assaults, their pinnacle of technology, were consumed? 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 The repetition of that word echoed relentlessly in their ears. It was over. It was over. It was over. A fifth-level civilization. This was undoubtedly a fifth-level civilization, and moreover, one rooted in biological advancements. How could such a powerful civilization suddenly emerge in the universe without a whisper of its existence? There was no mention of a mechanical civilization. If you were so formidable, why did you not disclose it sooner? Had you revealed your status as a fifth-level civilization earlier, we might have surrendered without hesitation. What era are we in? Still playing the role of the innocent while devouring the unwary? How utterly deceitful. The corners of the mouths of the Z-gene officials, including those of the Z-10 array, twitched slightly. Their hands and feet felt unnervingly cold. Faced with a fifth-level civilization, they were merely a 4-5-level stellar civilization, utterly incapable of contending with their adversary. The consequence of such inadequacy was annihilation. Whether their civilization would face extinction was uncertain. Most likely not. Perhaps they would be absorbed as a subordinate civilization. After all, as a fourth-level civilization, they still held value. Anything of worth would naturally be spared from destruction. However, the high-ranking officials of their civilizations, along with the royal lineage of the Z-gene civilization behind the Z-10 array, would undoubtedly face retribution. The Great Nine Clans separation technique was likely already prepared by the mechanical civilization. This was a common practice among countless civilizations in the cosmos. Upon successful invasion, the leadership of the vanquished would be eradicated, replaced by their own kind. No, no, no. A sudden chill coursed through Z-10 array, and he recalled something, swiftly turning his gaze to the starry expanse beyond the planet. He remembered that prior to their assault, that mechanical civilization, presumed to be of the fifth level, seemed to have launched an unknown strike even faster than they did. Their own spatial annihilation projectiles had already been fired toward the adversary. Thus, the opposing attack could not have been slower. On the contrary, having attained fifth-level status, they must have delved deeply into spatial technology, rendering their spatial jump capabilities far more advanced and, consequently, swifter than their own. Yet at this moment, they had not sensed any attack or detected anything amiss. This was evidently wrong. There must be some issue at play. Casting his gaze around, he issued commands for the combat department to thoroughly monitor the surrounding cosmos. Z-10 array, in a state of great urgency, sought to discern the effects of that mysterious strike. At this juncture, the personnel in the combat department, upon receiving the order, immediately sprang into action. In an instant, their detectors unveiled a startling revelation among the flourishing galaxies at the heart of the purple gold star river. Countless circular clocks of a silvery hue, each the size of a star, had inexplicably materialized. The hands of these clocks, hour, minute, and second, towered like colossal pillars. Conventionally, these hands would rotate in a clockwise manner. However, under the influence of time's retrogression, these clocks began to spin counterclockwise at a terrifying velocity. With each passing second, they completed an unquantifiable number of revolutions, where a single revolution symbolized a day. In mere seconds, all citizens of the purple gold civilization, including those of the purple sky array, experienced a horrifying transformation. They found themselves rejuvenated to an astonishing degree. The citizens, having long since developed genetic serums, typically enjoyed lifespans exceeding 100,000 years. The affluent among them had procured fifth-level genetic enhancements, allowing their lives to surpass 10 million years. Those who had lived for 80 or 90,000 years, if they chose not to maintain a youthful appearance, would naturally exhibit signs of aging like any ordinary being. Yet now, they reverted to the visage of their younger selves, akin to individuals aged merely 10 to 20,000 years, and continued to grow younger at an even more alarming rate. If this were the sole transformation, the inhabitants of the purple gold civilization might not have felt terror. Rather, they would have embraced joy at the prospect of prolonged existence, relishing the chance to live a second life. However, what if the alteration extended beyond mere age? Would joy still prevail, or would dread emerge? Knowledge itself began to regress. Individuals who had accumulated knowledge over millennia found their memories dissipating alongside their youth. This was not a mere return to a previous age. It was the very fabric of time unraveling, a timeline unfurling backward. The insights gained by their civilization scholars at the age of 90,000 were now lost as they reverted to their 10,000-year-old selves, devoid of that acquired wisdom. Moreover, structures erected within their millions of life-bearing planets over the last several millennia vanished, for time had regressed to an era when those edifices had yet to be constructed. Consequently, citizens born in the last few tens of thousands of years, who existed within a timeline that had not yet seen their emergence, fundamentally ceased to exist. Everything began to vanish: knowledge, time, people, and architecture, until the time within the surrounding thousands of galaxies regressed to a point before the birth of the purple gold civilization, plunging back millions of years into the past. In an extraordinary turn of events, the myriad of galaxies and millions of life-bearing planets witnessed the miraculous disappearance of all sentient beings. The exteriors of these celestial bodies transformed into idyllic landscapes of azure skies and lush greenery, as various ecosystems flawlessly rejuvenated. All remnants of the purple gold civilization were forcefully obliterated by an unknown and terrifying power known as time. This formidable force represents the technological prowess that the mechanical civilization has diligently developed over the past year in the trial grounds. The technology of temporal reversal allows for the manipulation of time in the surrounding environment. A civilization of the 6th level can expand this technology to rewind the entire timeline of the universe back to its primordial era, the very period of cosmic genesis. This technology could enable all civilizations to revert to a pastoral age. Although the mechanical civilization has yet to extend this capability to encompass an entire universe, it can effectively apply it across thousands of galaxies and even hundreds of star domains. This occasion marks the first practical application of time reversal technology by the mechanical civilization, with the purple gold civilization fortuitously becoming the inaugural subject. Their civilization, having evolved over millions of years, vanished astonishingly, leaving behind no trace of its existence. Only those civilizations that engaged with the purple gold civilization might recall its status as a 4th-level civilization. For the rest, its memory has been utterly erased. Indeed, in the face of temporal technology, no 4th-level civilization possesses any means of resistance. Aboard the Far Whale biological war fortress, the star-coded intelligent life form 3526, which had just launched a temporal reversal assault, quietly observed the unfolding of time's regression. Despite feeling a profound astonishment at the immense power of this technology, it also experienced a subtle, unacknowledged sense of dread. However, the realization that such technology was under their civilization's control swiftly dispelled that fear. Instead, it led to a reflective thought. Their civilization's temporal technology still seemed insufficient, as it only managed to reverse time over dozens to hundreds of star domains, falling short of encompassing the universe. A resolute determination took root within, promising to delve deeper into the study of temporal technology alongside kin after the complete conquest of this universe. This technology undoubtedly holds vast potential. Following the resolution of the purple gold civilization's fate, the star-coded intelligent life form 3526 continued to deploy the Far Whale biological war fortress, embarking on the endeavor to subdue other lower-level civilizations within the purple gold galaxy. As he traversed back in time to the age of the golden civilization, He meticulously recorded everything from that era. Upon reaching each primitive civilization, he employed projection technology to cast images into the cosmic expanse, granting those civilizations a full minute to observe the entire process. They were then left to decide whether to resist the mechanical civilization or to yield peacefully. Confronted with the formidable power of time reversal technology, each observer among the primitive civilizations was stripped of any delusions of grandeur. The idea of overcoming the mechanical civilization became a mere fantasy. Consequently, the acquisition of subordinate civilizations by the starry intelligent life, represented by the distant whale biological warfare fortress, proceeded with remarkable ease and speed, eliminating the need to expend the biological energy of the cosmic behemoth to subdue dissenting civilizations. Nearby the Sirius civilization, Chuhi remained vigilant within the Iron Star, constantly attuned to the movements of the Iron Star and the cosmic behemoth. He felt a sense of satisfaction regarding the pace of the mechanical civilization's expansion. The combined might of the Iron Stars and cosmic behemoths had reached nearly 50,000, translating to approximately 50,000 civilizations being integrated as subordinate entities every minute. In a single galaxy, such as the Golden Galaxy, there existed only a few 100,000 civilizations, most of which were below the first tier. Thus, within a matter of minutes, an entire galaxy could be brought to submit to the mechanical civilization. At this rate, the entire universe could be conquered within a few months. This swift progression was indeed impressive. Without Chu He's intervention, conquering the universe in just a few months was nothing short of remarkable. After all, this was a conquest, not annihilation. Were it a matter of destruction, all civilizations could be obliterated within a day, provided there were no conflicts with civilizations of equal standing. While this pace was already commendable and he was content, Chu believed it could be accelerated further. Previously, in the trial realm, he had not realized the task was to conquer the entire universe, leading to a lack of construction of numerous iron stars and cosmic behemoths. Now that he understood the objective of the trial world, he could initiate a grand mobilization of mechanical forces once more. This new mobilization was not solely aimed at conquering this science fiction universe, but also to ensure a firm grasp of intelligent life within it. Otherwise, merely subjugating these subordinate civilizations would be futile. It would be more prudent to annihilate them entirely. Narrowing his eyes, Chu contemplated these matters. When inspiration strikes, one must act, was a maxim he had always adhered to. With these thoughts crystallizing in his mind, he summoned his peak 7th-tier power, manifesting an extraordinary universe-level strength. Once again, the universe was enveloped, as divine consciousness scanned the cosmos for planets rich in valuable minerals, along with the materials necessary for forging ironclad celestial bodies. Utilizing the power of space, these resources were instantly transported to the purple gold galaxy and the surrounding hundreds of star systems. Even a mere fraction of the mineral deposits scattered across the universe nearly filled these numerous star systems, leaving the civilizations within them utterly bewildered. Gazing at the abundance of mineral-rich planets surrounding them, they were at a loss and completely mystified, awakening to find their entire star system brimming with mineral planets, leaving not a single gap. One could only question, were they not astounded? What might one feel in such a situation? Upon resolving the mineral issue, Chu dispatched commands to the intelligent beings in his vicinity, instructing them to allocate a dozen or so iron stars. Not too many, merely a few. Utilizing the technology within, they were to mass-produce a plethora of intelligent life forms. Once a sufficient quantity of these beings was achieved, they would commence the rapid construction of iron stars. Furthermore, the distant whale biological war fortress required substantial production as well. However, since the distant whale biological war fortress utilized biological technology, being a cosmic behemoth, it merely necessitated the cultivation of numerous offspring and the provision of ample energy, circumventing the cumbersome processes needed for iron star creation, thus allowing for the mass production of these celestial giants. This would enable a rapid military expansion within a short time frame. With this matter settled, Chu turned his focus away from mechanical civilizations, as there was little of interest there. With 6th-level civilizations curtailed in their freedom and only a few 5.8-level civilizations existing in the universe, the mechanical civilization was invincible. Conquering the entire cosmos was merely a question of time. What occupied his thoughts was the consideration of how to lead the mechanical civilization beyond the 6th-level cosmic civilization and into the realm of 7th-level void civilization after achieving universal domination. Additionally, he was keen to observe the circumstances of other members in the chat group of the Celestial System hosts who had joined at the same time as him, to see which trial worlds they had entered. Upon opening the Celestial System hosts exchange group, a torrent of information swiftly scrolled through the chat, revealing that, aside from a few scattered messages from long-standing members, the majority were from newcomers. Group member Yi Yongcheng, Infinite Fusion System. Brothers, I am finally free. No longer must I rely on mere water for sustenance, nor face the barren blue skies and black soil of lifeless trial grounds. I can finally encounter living beings. But why? I wonder, is the trial world I have traversed into a game world? My system and cultivation framework seem to have no correlation with this gaming realm. Moreover, the most crucial aspect is that having traversed into this realm, I seem to have failed to earn the world acknowledgement. I have not assumed the role of an NPC or a player within the game. I possess nothing from the very beginning. I have been labeled as a flaw by this world and am now being hunted down globally. The players seek to eliminate me to gain substantial experience points. And even the NPCs pursue me for their evolution. What a wretched world this is. What on earth is happening? Group members in Quandu, 1 Yuan instant kill system. You are indeed in a rather unfortunate situation. From the outset, the entire world has turned against you, which is more villainous than some of the antagonists in various realms, who are at least targeted by the protagonists. You are directly regarded as a cancer by this world. Thankfully, the world consciousness of your realm seems devoid of wisdom. Otherwise, it would likely have dispatched its will to erase you entirely, which would be the epitome of misfortune. Truly, you have already fallen into despair. Group member Yang Chun, Daily Intelligence System. Zenquandu, what is your situation? I have arrived in a fantastical world, where the trial task is to eliminate the most formidable necromancer within a century. This task is audacious indeed. Me, tasked with vanquishing the most powerful necromancer in this world. Can I truly accomplish this? I have now resigned myself to a leisurely existence, ready to live out a century, which at least justifies my presence in this chat group. Before my traversal, I was already over 50, with merely 2 or 3 decades left. Now, I can extend my life by a century, and in a position of power no less. That is truly exhilarating. Group members in Quandu, 1 Yuan instant kill system. As for me, within a year, I have ascended to the 4th tier of celestial immortal cultivation. The realm I inhabit is a world of immortals, where the highest level is a 5th tier mystical immortal. The 6th tier Tai mystical immortal has yet to be achieved in this cultivation world. With my current strength, I am already considered a formidable being, transcending the 3 realms and existing beyond the 5 elements. Presently, I am indulging in the luxuries of life, having cultivated for a year. It is time to enjoy the fruits of my labor. Once I have savored this, I shall enhance my power further and address that task. Group member Wang Tan, Realization Template System. I can finally masquerade and deceive those natives. My strength has stagnated at the 2nd tier for a year. Each day, I observe your progress and growth, and it seems I'm truly envious. Clearly, aside from my companion Shuha, who possesses a top-tier system, both you and I have advanced systems, yet my growth has lagged behind that of some members with mid-tier systems. It is utterly shameful for someone with a high-level system. However, there is no alternative, as my system transforms the false into the real, necessitating the belief of others in my formidable abilities. One by one, you have stripped me bare, leaving me unable to deceive you. Yet now, I can finally mislead those indigenous beings, as this world is steeped in fantasy. The fantastical nature of this realm aligns perfectly with the archetype I previously edited, requiring the manipulation of only a few to witness my rapid ascension in power. As I perused the stream of information, I gained a modicum of understanding of my new group members and the trials they had entered. This, of course, presupposes their honesty. Among these individuals, I found myself particularly intrigued by one named Wang Tian, the host of the system that transmutes the false into the real. I am genuinely fascinated by his system, eager to delve into its structure and ascertain whether I might replicate it or even create a more potent version of the transformation system. This system holds immense potential. As long as someone believes in Wang Tian's prowess, it can enhance his strength. In his possession, it is a tremendous waste, but if it were mine, its effects would be exponentially amplified. The universe teems with life. Should my mechanical civilization conquer these myriad beings, they would be compelled to believe in me. For disbelief would render their civilization obsolete. Moreover, the intelligent beings within my mechanical domain exhibit unwavering loyalty to me, with a sufficient show of force. I could amass a plethora of such beings, all of whom would inherently trust my words, no matter how outrageous. Thus, possessing this power would be the epitome of resourcefulness. Yet, Wang Tian has no need for anything I possess, nor does he have anything to trade with me. To this point, I have been unable to obtain any insights into the origins of his transformative system. Furthermore, he remains too distant, his whereabouts unknown. Otherwise, I would seize the opportunity to claim his system outright. Simultaneously, as my interest in Wang Tian deepened, he remained oblivious to my intentions, lost in the vast and chaotic expanse of space-time. Had he been aware of my interest as a member endowed with a top-tier system, he might very well be incensed at the thought of someone like me coveting his advanced system. At this moment, within the Qing Tian chaotic space-time, a small world of fantastical proportions, Wang Tian, situated in a corner of this trial realm, prepared for a grand revelation. It was time to discern whether he would be a dragon or mere insect. Rubbing his hands together, he surveyed his surroundings, where towering ancient trees loomed hundreds of meters high, and colossal primordial beasts roamed, sending a shiver down his spine. Desperate to elevate his strength from the second tier to the sixth tier at once, he found himself in a perilous situation. Having just emerged from the trial grounds, he stepped into the forbidden forest, where beings of second tier and above roamed freely. With his mere second-tier prowess, any encounter could escalate into a battle for survival. If he did not enhance his abilities swiftly, he would not survive an hour here, destined to be devoured by some colossal beast, faring no better than a mere fallen pawn. Contemplating these dire circumstances, Wang Tian immediately addressed his system within his mind. Illusory to reality template system. Activate the promotional opportunity granted in the novice gift pack. Instantly unveil all the meticulously crafted details regarding my identity as the master of the vast universe over the past year. The more eyes that behold this, the better. As his thoughts settled, a myriad of expressions of anticipation crossed Wang Tian's face. He had awaited this moment for far too long. With a decisive action, he severed the cultivation of an emperor-level powerhouse, creating a golden list. It was not long before a deafening roar reverberated through the realm known as the Xintian world, shaking the very fabric of existence. Purple energy surged across the endless expanse of the cosmos, illuminating the skies with a radiant glow. Countless bolts of purplish-black annihilation thunderstruck from all directions, phenomena typically witnessed only when quasi-emperor-level beings broke through to the emperor realm. A single bolt of annihilation thunder could obliterate a newly ascended quasi-emperor practitioner. In the wake of such power, vast spatial rifts erupted, each more exaggerated than the last. From one of the largest cracks, a colossal golden list emerged, held aloft by 9 golden 5-clawed dragons. As it reached the center of the world, the golden list unfurled against the backdrop of this fantastical realm. Simultaneously, alongside this golden tablet and the dragons, a projection of a silver-white river of time cascaded across the heavens. In this time river, every living being could glimpse their own reflection, witnessing the shadows of their past, the essence of their present, and even the outlines of their future. To ordinary individuals, their presence was but a droplet in an ocean, insignificant in the grand scheme. Even formidable beings of saintly king or quasi-emperor status appeared as mere ripples within the time river. Only those legendary emperor-level existences from the past and present stood as towering giants, akin to colossal waves that swept through the currents of time. influencing the fates of countless souls around them. This grand spectacle, this extraordinary manifestation of the cosmos, was nothing short of breathtaking. In the very moment of its emergence, all formidable beings within the Xiantian realm, including those ancient immortals who had sealed their senses and lay within their coffins, were stirred. They gazed in astonishment at the sky, bewildered, pondering whether a celestial treasure had indeed manifested. Yet, even if such a treasure were to appear, it could hardly create such a tumult. The projection of the river of time had surfaced. This phenomenon, a projection of the river of time within their realm, was an occurrence accessible only to those of the emperor level. Recently, even the emergence of an emperor's weapon had not elicited such a spectacle. Moreover, this was not merely the case of an emperor's weapon. Even the one who transcended to emperor status millions of years ago did not provoke such a scene. Could it be that a being of quasi-emperor caliber has broken through to the emperor realm? Yet could this be true? Hadn't the extreme sky emperor just recently ascended? Considering the emperor's lifespan spanning billions of years, the era of the extreme sky emperor's unrivaled dominance had merely commenced. How could his life extinguish so swiftly? Furthermore, even if his life were to end, there had been no recent news of any outstanding prodigy possessing the potential of an emperor. Nevertheless, why should we concern ourselves with such matters? I posit that it is merely the emergence of some extraordinary treasure, but what relevance does that hold for us? It is likely that this treasure will be claimed by the extreme sky emperor. Should this celestial treasure, capable of creating such an uproar, be a weapon of assault, then the extreme sky emperor may indeed become the mightiest among the countless emperors of the past. Countless individuals, in their astonishment at this celestial phenomenon, engaged in earnest discussions. They speculated that this celestial treasure would likely fall into the hands of the extreme sky emperor, marking him as the most formidable emperor in history. In the central state of the Xiantian realm, the extreme sky emperor made his move. A colossal hand, encompassing the size of hundreds of star domains, blotted out the sun. Even a king-level existence could scarcely perceive its limits, only able to see a gigantic palm descending toward the golden list in the sky. Before the attack even landed, the commotion it caused sent tremors throughout the Xiantian realm. Countless ley lines, dragon veins, and numerous hidden realms within the cosmos were violently disturbed. However, when this colossal hand, imbued with the laws of the heavens, struck against the even more massive golden list, there was no ensuing consequence. Like a gentle breeze passing, this emperor-level attack vanished beneath the slight tremor of the golden list, as though it had never existed in this realm. Simultaneously, as the attack dissipated, a voice devoid of emotion, yet imbued with an ancient, eternal essence resonated in the ears of all beings within the Xiantian realm. The extreme sky emperor's assault on the Hongmeng golden list is an act of great disrespect. However, considering it the first time, he is to forfeit his emperor cultivation while retaining his quasi-emperor status. As the sound descended, within the sacred realm of the extreme heaven, a formidable sovereign of the sixth tier found himself ensnared by the advanced template system of the illusory reality. Under the weight of power from the seventh tier, his own comprehension faltered, resulting in a staggering descent from the sixth tier to the fifth. This unprecedented occurrence left countless beings in the Xiantian world in utter disbelief, their mouths agape, at a loss for words. While the ordinary populace felt bewildered, those exalted beings of the saintly rank and above, capable of sensing the shifts of the cosmos, were gripped by an instinctive horror. They perceived the lingering effects from millions of years past, the aftermath of the extreme heaven emperor's ascension, which had previously barred anyone else from achieving the emperor's realm during his era. Suddenly, more than half of this influence dissipated. What did this signify for the colossal forces that had dominated the Xiantian world for tens of billions of years? They understood all too well. It implied either the cessation of the emperor's lifespan or his departure from this realm, leaving his whereabouts unknown. Alternatively, it could indeed reflect the sudden emergence of the Hongmeng golden list, proclaiming that the extreme heaven emperor had been reduced to a quasi-emperor, stripped of his overwhelming might. Although he remained the most formidable entity even at this diminished rank, he was no longer invincible. A coalition of several peak quasi-emperors, given sufficient time, could easily vanquish him. What a cataclysmic upheaval, unprecedented throughout the ages. How audacious to challenge the power of the system. Such presumption. In that same corner, Wang Tian, having witnessed the recent events, felt an innate dread toward the terrifying strength of the being known as the Extreme Heaven Emperor. Yet, upon witnessing the latter's fall from a grand tier, a cold smile crept upon his face, dispelling the fear within him. Given time, he believed he would surpass his adversary, and that time would not be far off. The emergence of the Hongmeng Golden List, which he had crafted, coupled with the recent demotion of the emperor, showcased its formidable essence to the world. It had firmly established the Hongmeng Golden List as a powerful, authoritative, and credible entity in the minds of the populace. Henceforth, regardless of what the Golden List proclaimed or how grandly it presented itself, even if many remained skeptical, a subtle belief would begin to take root in their subconscious. They would reason that such a potent force, capable of diminishing an emperor's rank at will, had no incentive to deceive them. Deception would yield no benefits. This stemmed from the innate admiration for strength within sentient beings. The stronger one is, the more persuasive their words become. Among them, the Extreme Heaven Emperor, having just experienced the loss of his cultivation and sensing the might of the Hongmeng Golden List, would undoubtedly become its staunchest believer, most fervently convinced of the tremendous power embodied in the content curated by Wang Tian himself. The Golden Ranking, a genre I encountered in numerous novels prior to my transcendence, stands as a notably popular variant within the realm of exposure narratives. With this phenomenon at play, I have witnessed an incessant flow of individuals who believe I am the sovereign of the boundless universe. Inwardly, I scoff at the supreme emperor of the extreme heavens, Wang Tian, while continuing to observe the vast expanse of the primordial golden ranking above. I find myself greatly admiring my own ingenuity as I cleverly utilize the golden ranking concept from those novels to showcase my formidable prowess. It is no wonder that he spent a year meticulously devising this strategy. Even as the supreme emperor of the extreme heavens has been stripped of a significant realm, there remains a plethora of powerful cultivators seeking to challenge themselves. Each one, without exception, remains quietly in their respective places, their gazes fixed upon the primordial golden ranking, awaiting the next move. As the primordial golden ranking unfolds like a magnificent scroll, a surge of information floods the minds of all living beings, revealing the true nature of the golden ranking. This artifact, self-identified as a supreme treasure birth from the endless heavens, possesses the ability to record and present all events of the past, present, and future across the myriad realms. Currently, what descends upon their world is but a projection of the primordial golden ranking, prepared to unveil the rankings of all formidable beings from their world's inception to its eventual demise. At present, the strongest entity from their world throughout history is being ranked, none other than Wang Tian. Name, Wang Tian. Born in the Xintian world, currently 20 years old, with a power level at the second stage of the Cave Heaven realm. However, eons ago, he was the master of a vast universe, engaged in a cataclysmic battle against a formidable foe. He obliterated an entire universe, shattering the void, which triggered a colossal void storm as a consequence of their clash, leading both himself and his adversary into eternal silence. When the day comes that someone recalls his name, perhaps he might emerge from the river of time across the myriad realms and ascend once more to the 11th stage of the primordial great Luo golden immortal realm, a mere embellishment, as his system is not that powerful. Note, in this world, the emperors are of a 6th stage. However, through the passage of countless years, Wang Tian, the master of the vast universe, reincarnated into this world. He has since awakened all his memories, and in the future, he will break through from the 2nd to the 6th stage of the Emperor realm within a year, and 2 years later, he will depart this world, embarking into the endless void in search of other realms. In his 5th year within the boundless void, he will ascend to the 7th stage, and by the 50th year, he will discover a small world on the brink of ascending to the middle 1,000 realms, consuming its primal essence to elevate to the 8th stage. Upon reaching the 8th stage, his memories, rich with insights on the path of time, will allow him to grasp a fragment of the time Tao, enabling him to transcend the river of time without hindrance, without past, without future, only the present, an eternal existence, culminating in the greatness of a 9th stage, true, great, Luo, golden, immortal. Voices belonging to the Hongmeng Golden List resonated, accompanied by vivid images concerning the future of Wang Tian, emerging one after another. Information regarding the Xintian world was scarce, as Wang Tian himself was unaware of the world he had traversed into, thus refraining from extensively editing the information within it. Otherwise, it would inevitably expose the truth. The images passed swiftly, yet to enhance the authenticity of Wang Tian's identity, considerable effort was invested in refining these fleeting visuals from the Hongmeng Golden List. It imparted an impression that the Hongmeng Golden List was disinterested in chronicling Wang Tian's exploits within this realm, seemingly deeming such records unnecessary. Rather than documenting events from the Xintian world, the visuals emanating from the Hongmeng Golden List predominantly depicted occurrences from the Boundless Void, showcasing moments of Wang Tian's past battles. These battle scenes were profoundly terrifying. Often, they revealed a formidable warrior standing amidst the infinite void, engaging in combat with an adversary, resulting in the cataclysm of the endless expanse. The myriad worlds, akin to scattered stars within the void, were reduced to ashes by the aftermath of the clashes between these two powerful beings. Each newly formed fissure in the void was swiftly obliterated under the sheer force of their confrontation. Beyond their terrifying nature, these battle visuals appeared remarkably authentic in the eyes of many within the Xintian world, for they were indeed real. Except for the fact that the powerful figures depicted were not Wang Tian himself, these battles were genuine, originating from the elite warriors within the chat group of the Celestial System hosts. By capturing and slightly altering the images shared by these formidable beings, they were incorporated into Wang Tian's Hongmeng Golden List, primarily to enhance its veracity. One must concede that this effect was astonishing upon witnessing these visuals. The majority of cultivators in the Xintian world, despite their disbelief, found themselves convinced. Had Wang Tian's future achievements been conveyed solely through dry, unembellished text, perhaps only 1% would have believed it. And even that fraction was due to the grand scenes and various anomalies that accompanied the initial appearance of the Hongmeng Golden List, which included the striking impact of a diminished emperor's power, engendering a blind trust among many overconfident in their own strength. With the battle projections, especially such vivid ones, the authenticity became undeniable. Should one still harbor doubts, it could only be concluded that such a person possessed an inherently formidable spirit, coupled with an instinctual wariness towards their surroundings and a profound mistrust. Otherwise, facing the successive waves of events, the grandeur of the Hongmeng Golden List's appearance, the reduction of an emperor's realm, and the striking realism of the visuals would render disbelief incomprehensible unless their psychological disposition was inherently flawed. As the images depicting Wang Tian's future exploits on the Hongmeng Golden List concluded, an air of anticipation lingered. As the majority of people believe Wang Tian to be the sovereign of the vast universe, a title he has bestowed upon himself, a profound joy radiates from his countenance in a secluded corner at the edge of the Xintian world. He perceives his power ascending rapidly. In his mind, the electronic notifications from the Illusion to Reality template system resonate, announcing template illusion to reality degree increased by 1%. This announcement repeats, each increment of 1% amplifying his strength tenfold. Remarkably, within mere seconds of the Hongmeng Golden List broadcasting his exploits, his cultivation levels surge from the initial stage of the 2nd tier to the 3rd tier. Though the 3rd tier is regarded as the most rudimentary level across the myriad realms, akin to the lowliest of ants, even in the Xintian world, such beings are deemed insignificant by the powerful. Yet, in certain lesser worlds, attaining the 3rd tier is akin to embodying a celestial figure. With explosive, star-level combat prowess, Wang Tian raised his hand and struck at the forbidden forest before him, unleashing a thunderous crash. In an instant, the ancient behemoths that once instilled fear in him were obliterated with a single slap, creating a vast vacuum that extended thousands of miles, showcasing the might of the third tier. However, this was merely the beginning. Within 30 seconds, his power escalated from the third tier to the fourth. This remarkable ascent is comparable to the member of a chat group boasting a 1-second kill system, known as Zinquandu, who took an entire year and countless rare treasures to achieve the fourth tier from an ordinary human. In stark contrast, Wang Tian traversed from the second to the fourth tier in less than a minute. This exemplifies the distinction between advanced systems, which may share a similar upper limit, yet differ significantly in their capabilities and the velocity at which they enhance their host's power. Just as Wang Tian and Zinquandu mirror each other, so too do Chu He and the esteemed member of the Celestial Merchant Alliance, known as Guhan. Both possess top-tier systems from the outset, excluding the advancement achieved through the 3 trials of the world system. However, the opposing party possesses the Celestial Merchant Alliance system, which has elevated their strength to the 7th tier, a feat that required several centuries of effort. Only after navigating through the trials of time did they achieve their breakthrough. In stark contrast, Chuhi has never engaged in cultivation, yet effortlessly ascended to the 7th tier, mastering the laws of power with a singular force that can shatter myriad techniques. This disparity highlights the differences among systems. There exists a notable gap between advanced systems and their elite counterparts, and the distinctions between top-tier systems are equally pronounced. Wang Tian's strength progressed naturally to the 5th tier after reaching the 4th, placing him at the level of a Sage King within the Xiantian realm, a designation reserved for true paragons of strength. Yet this was not the zenith of his system. It ultimately elevated his prowess to the pinnacle of the 5th tier, akin to the current realm of the Quasi-Emperor. He stood merely a step away from achieving the 6th tier, a level associated with a singular universe. An overwhelming aura emanated from his being, enveloping a significant portion of the Xiantian world, compelling the gaze of its foremost powerhouses to shift from the Hongmeng Golden List to Wang Tian himself. Crossing the void, they observed that Wang Tian's visage mirrored that of the protagonist on the Hongmeng Golden List, leading the elite to believe the claims inscribed therein. The presence of Quasi-Emperor level strength in their world is exceedingly rare. Any emergence is unmistakable, for the scenes of such breakthroughs cannot be concealed. While they may not manifest the grandiose phenomena that accompany ascensions to the Emperor level, notable celestial occurrences do unfold across a substantial part of the Xiantian realm. Such phenomena are impossible to obscure. Now, an unexpected figure has emerged, and they are certain that this individual has recently attained their new status, potentially embodying the so-called Master of the Great Thousand. The residual aura of spiritual energy surrounding them unmistakably indicates a recent breakthrough, a consequence of absorbing the surrounding celestial essence. Furthermore, their cultivation framework starkly contrasts with that of their own realm. Observing this individual, they felt as though a vast myriad of worlds was gradually unfolding behind them, invoking an involuntary sense of reverence within their hearts. Suddenly ascending to the pinnacle of the 5th tier and embracing such formidable power brought about a slight sense of discomfort. Bowing his head, Wang Tian made no effort to conceal his aura or his presence, as he felt the weight of the gazes upon him. A radiant smile graced his face. He now perceived himself as invincible within this realm, having bested even the most formidable emperor, all thanks to his system's intervention. With no forces to oppose him, he saw no need for subterfuge, allowing himself to be wholly revealed. As long as these individuals are not foolish, they would not only refrain from becoming adversaries, but would rather hold on to their own benefactor, aspiring to soar alongside him. However, he harbored no interest in facilitating their ascent. In fact, he was disinclined to direct any further attention towards them, for they had already placed their complete trust in him. This signified their obsolescence. They no longer held any value and would not contribute to his transformation of illusion into reality. Worthless entities do not capture anyone's attention. Rather than concern himself with such individuals, Wang Tian was far more preoccupied with the group of hosts he had joined within the celestial system host exchange. He yearned to ascertain his current standing among the 10 members who had joined concurrently with him. What turn did he occupy? Surely, He must be in a league of his own. There was no need to regard those who had attained only a mid-tier system. His focus was on the possessors of advanced systems, particularly on the one with a top-tier system. According to the assertions made by his peers in the chat group, provided they were not deceiving him, the strongest among those with advanced systems had been Zhen Quandu, whose prowess, however, only reached the fourth realm, placing him at a significant disadvantage compared to Wang Tian. As for another individual wielding a superior system, they were currently being hunted worldwide, and their survival remained uncertain. Thus, the only enigma lay with the one who possessed the top-tier system, known as Chu He. Upon careful comparison of his abilities with those of the new members in the chat group, Wang Tian concluded that only Chu He warranted his attention. The rest were mere trifles, utterly inconsequential. Even considering Chu He hesitated to regard him highly. Best to dismiss that thought. Reflecting on Chu He, a flicker of trepidation, envy, and admiration crossed Wang Tian's gaze. The possession of a top-tier system, combined with the successful navigation through 3 trials, could potentially elevate one's capabilities to an 11th tier. In contrast, even if he were to pass all 3 trials and upgrade his advanced system to a top tier, his potential would be capped at the 9th tier, the realm of true great Luo golden immortals. Despite his current pinnacle of 5th tier strength, he believed that Chu He, endowed with a top-tier system, was not presently his equal. Having already established a considerable lead, he had discerned certain information. Individuals with top-tier systems in the chat group, unless their functionalities were exceptionally potent, would struggle to ascend to the pinnacle of the 5th tier in a short span. Their strength would likely plateau at the 4th or 5th tier. He surmised that the functionalities of Chu He's system would not be extraordinarily formidable, with his strength peaking at 5 tiers. But what of it? While he remained stagnant at the 7th tier and eventually at the 9th, Chu He would steadily surpass him, far exceeding his capabilities. He would rather relinquish his current cultivation, reverting to an ordinary existence, in exchange for that top-tier system. His desire to take the place of Chu He was palpable. Such were his thoughts. Wang Tian's previously heightened emotions vanished in an instant. Moments ago, his face radiated with joy and mirth, but now it bore an expression of tranquility, devoid of any levity. Meanwhile, in the sci-fi universe where Chu He resided, he had a fleeting understanding of the circumstances surrounding the other members who had joined the chat group concurrently with him. He promptly retracted the system panel and glanced at the mechanical civilization, which had already begun to operate under his command, tirelessly fabricating iron stars. He then entered his exclusive research chamber to embark on the exploration of 7th-tier technology. Indeed, he was poised to delve into the realm of 7th-tier advancements. Chu He had long since comprehended the intricacies of 6th-tier, universe-level technologies through the formidable capabilities of his multidimensional intellect. The design of 6th-tier technologies incorporated the essence of space-time, an amalgamation of time and space. For other civilizations, the study of space-time technology might pose considerable challenges. The intricate relationship between time and spatial technologies often eludes common understanding, making it difficult for them to interlink these concepts and achieve a harmonious fusion. However, Chu He had utilized his prior opportunity to edit fundamental attributes, endowing himself with the abilities to master time, space, and space-time within a meter radius. He had already developed a profound understanding of the concept of space-time, and with his exceptionally powerful intellect, it was entirely reasonable for him to research space-time technology with ease. If one were to possess mastery over space-time, coupled with such a formidable mind, failing to develop space-time technology would indeed be illogical, casting doubt on the capabilities of his multidimensional intellect. Although he had acquired knowledge of 6th-tier civilization, the hardware conditions of his mechanical civilization remained insufficient. Thus, Chu He refrained from unveiling this technology, preferring instead to wait until he descended into the trial world to do so. However, before that, he wished to observe whether his mechanical civilization could autonomously research space-time technology under his guidance. This civilization was of his own creation, and those intelligent beings had undergone countless upgrades, reaching a remarkably advanced state. If released into a primitive society, any one of these intelligent beings could, given some time, develop a 5th-tier civilization from scratch. With so many intelligent entities gathered together, he found it hard to believe that they could not discover space-time technology. He anticipated that this endeavor would not take long, perhaps around a year, but if they could not break through to space-time technology within that time frame. While he would not be entirely disheartened by his mechanical civilization, it would nonetheless diminish his expectations of them significantly. His perception of the mechanical civilization had shifted from viewing it as a vital ally in his future scientific endeavors and a formidable aid against adversaries, to merely an assistant in his research. The distinction between an ally and an assistant is indeed substantial. The seventh-level civilization, referred to as the Void Civilization, or alternatively known as the Hyperunitary Cosmic Civilization, is called the Void Civilization because it possesses the technology to navigate freely within the chaotic void beyond the known worlds, without the risk of becoming lost or eroded by the void. This civilization has achieved a certain degree of exploration within the chaotic void, enabling incursions between worlds. Moreover, it possesses a profound comprehension of rule-based technology, allowing the creation of weaponry capable of unleashing attacks equivalent to the powers of a fully realized seventh-tier entity. Having conquered a significant portion of the sci-fi cosmic civilizations, the Space Worm civilization can obliterate dozens, even hundreds of unitary universes with a single, fully realized rule-based assault. Chu-Hie's gaze flickered as memories of his understanding of the seventh-level civilization resurfaced. To transcend into the realm of the seventh-level civilization, it suffices to conquer several pivotal technologies. One such technology is the ability to navigate the vast and unfathomable chaotic space-time without losing one's way, alongside mastering weapons of a fully realized nature. The creation of fully realized rule-based weapons is relatively straightforward, presenting no substantial challenge, especially since he now commands the full powers of such rules. With the unparalleled strength of his multiversal intellect, crafting a fully realized rule-based weapon should be effortless. The primary challenge he faces in the trial ground lies in the technology required to lock onto the coordinates of other worlds within the void, ensuring he does not lose his way amidst the chaotic space-time. While he could indeed devise this technology, the crux of the matter is that the trial ground lacks chaotic space-time. Without such a framework, how could he conduct his research? Even if he wished to simulate a scenario within the trial ground that encompassed vast chaotic space-time, it would be beyond the capabilities of basic or intermediate entries. Only advanced entries might suffice for such an endeavor. Furthermore, concerning the inability to edit a power entry that allows him to manipulate a 1-meter radius of chaotic space-time, this remains unfeasible. Chu-Hie's research focuses not on controlling chaotic space-time, but rather on precisely pinpointing the coordinates of other worlds within the vast chaotic expanse. Without experiencing chaotic space-time, let alone the grandeur of the infinite chaotic void, it is utterly impossible to undertake such research. Only by stepping out of the trial ground and into the trial world, thereby witnessing the vast chaotic space-time beyond the realms of sci-fi universes, can he hope to develop this technology. Within the countless chaotic space-times across myriad realms, numerous worlds teem with life and extraordinary beings. Only cultivators who have attained the 6th tier can venture beyond their worlds, possessing the ticket to enter chaotic space-time. However, 6th tier cultivators are woefully weak within chaotic space-time, to the extent that a moment's inattention may lead them to become lost, unable to find their way back. One can only succumb to the inexorable passage of time and ultimately fade away. Only those who have attained the 7th realm may navigate the vast expanse of chaotic space-time and pinpoint their precise location. Simultaneously, they possess a nascent ability for self-preservation. Unlike the 6th realm practitioners who might find themselves outmatched by even the most unassuming adversary, it is a lamentable reality that one often encounters individuals either superior or equal in strength, relegating oneself to the lowest tier. While many 6th realm practitioners might sustain a longer existence within their own worlds, their mortality rates surge upon entering the chaotic space-time, much like the numerous sovereigns from the Shintian realm, where Wang Tian resides. These individuals, having reached the pinnacle of their respective worlds with 6th realm prowess, were cognizant of the circumstances beyond their realm. However, since the inception of the world, not a single one of the several prominent emperors who ventured into the chaotic space-time has returned, nor has any word been heard from them. They are presumed lost, either perished or adrift in the void, awaiting an uncertain demise. Time flows swiftly. In the blink of an eye, half a month has elapsed. During this brief interlude, the sci-fi universe has undergone a monumental transformation. In the realm of mechanical civilization, under the command of Chu He, a substantial mobilization of forces has commenced. As mechanical beings are sentient entities, they do not require the extensive gestation periods typical of organic civilizations to augment their populations. Remarkably, within a mere 5 days, the mechanical civilization has exponentially multiplied its numbers by thousands. Indeed, thousands of times over, where their population previously languished in the tens of trillions. It has now surged to astronomical figures. However, such vast numbers are contingent upon the point of comparison. When juxtaposed with ordinary civilizations, the colossal, sentient beings towering several meters high are undeniably formidable. Yet, when compared to fourth and fifth-tier civilizations, their stature appears somewhat pedestrian. Let's not even broach fifth-tier civilizations. Even among fourth-tier ones, most have existed for millions of years, considering that ordinary lifespans are measured in decades. A civilization that has thrived for millions of years could encompass over 1 million generations. Without restraint or regulation, the population could swell to unfathomable proportions. Fifth-tier civilizations have persisted for tens of millions of years, commanding entire star domains and possessing billions of habitable planets, all teeming with life. Fortunately, while the numbers of sentient beings may not rival those of civilizations that have flourished for millions of years, their technological prowess is not significantly inferior. With a sufficient supply of sentient beings, the mechanical civilization has also fabricated tens of millions of steel stars and billions of colossal celestial creatures, known as the Distant Whale Biological War Fortress, all dispatched in a singular, sweeping effort. In a remarkably swift passage of time, less than a month, the conquest of the cosmos has approached its conclusion. Apart from a handful of sixth-tier civilizations, only a scant few dozen fifth-tier civilizations remain, struggling to endure. The rest of the civilizations have either been annihilated by the mechanical civilization or have long since capitulated to it. Those who have surrendered are exceedingly compliant. For the mechanical civilization wields hundreds of methods to extinguish the life of non-compliant civilizations, accompanied by visual documentation, should they refuse to submit. The mechanical civilization generously offers them a choice of their own demise from the catalog of annihilation methods presented in the videos, be it through temporal regression, spatial freezing, spatial destruction, collapse, or the application of advanced weaponry. Those who wish to avoid obliteration are inclined to comply. Even if a few dissent, their kin will ensure their obedience. Moreover, to many, submitting to the mechanical civilization appears more palatable than becoming a vassal to other advanced civilizations. The treatment afforded to those who become subservient to higher civilizations is scarcely superior to that of slaves. While labeled as vassal civilizations, they are better described as elevated slaves, compelled to extract resources and utilize their technologies to transform life-bearing planets for their overlords. In the event of perilous experiments, they are obliged to contribute their own citizens as test subjects. A significant portion of their once thriving life planets must be surrendered to accommodate the esteemed citizens of the advanced civilizations. Consequently, they find themselves confined to a single ordinary planet, housing hundreds of billions or even trillions of individuals in extreme overcrowding. Furthermore, they occasionally become entangled in the slave trade between higher civilizations and their equals, exchanging members of their vassal civilizations for research purposes, a truly harrowing predicament. At this moment, on the periphery of the sci-fi universe, there exists a region that has historically seen little visitation from advanced civilizations, as the edges of the universe are typically territories recently expanded by the sci-fi cosmos. This area stands as the most desolate within the entire sci-fi universe. Although it is home to some life-bearing planets and numerous mineral-rich worlds, the density of life on these planets pales in comparison to those found in other star systems. To illustrate, consider the core region of a fourth-tier civilization, akin to the heart of the purple-gold galaxy. Even without the transformative technology employed by the purple-gold galaxy, it boasts a plethora of life-bearing planets. In its once thriving districts, every star system houses at least 100 planets, while some star systems may lack even a single life-bearing planet. The center of the galaxy teems with hundreds of planets within a single system. Can you fathom such abundance? With such a wealth of life-bearing resources, even civilizations with lower developmental potential can, given time, evolve into third-tier civilizations and venture forth from their respective star systems. The realms occupied by the fifth-level civilizations require no further elaboration. Have you ever witnessed the splendor of countless life-bearing planets within a single galaxy? To ensure that the flora and fauna of these planets bask in abundant sunlight, the fifth-level civilizations have artificially created thousands of luminous stars in each galaxy. A multitude of extraterrestrial civilizations engage in trade activities daily, sometimes even resulting in cosmic traffic jams. Can you imagine a traffic jam measured in light years across the starry expanse? In such circumstances, how could advanced civilizations venture to the fringes of the universe, to regions where perhaps not a single life-bearing planet exists among hundreds of galaxies? Surely, it would be a sheer waste of time. Yet now, this remote edge of the universe has attracted a dozen or so fifth-level civilizations, all of which are top-tier, ranking above 5. 7. Do not inquire why they have come here. The answer is simply that they have fled, as genuine high civilizations of the cosmos. They are acutely aware of the plight of subordinate civilizations, faced with conditions akin to slavery and the prospect of becoming vassals to other civilizations. Even those among the lower echelons of these 5, 7, and above civilizations would never acquiesce. The pride of civilizations of this caliber forbids such actions. For millions, even billions of years, they have maintained their status as advanced civilizations, their pride ingrained in their very essence. Anyone who has lived for hundreds of thousands or millions of years, perpetually looking down upon the lower civilizations of the universe, would find it utterly unacceptable to suddenly become a slave to another civilization. While fifth-level civilizations may find themselves in a subordinate position among ordinary fourth-level civilizations, they nonetheless enjoy a status akin to royalty. Transitioning from modesty to opulence is easy. However, the reverse is fraught with difficulty. Thus, upon realizing the formidable strength of a mechanical civilization, their instinct was to flee. They ran and ran, reaching this remote corner of the universe. Friends, we have reached a dead end. For the past half-month, we have been on the run, having traversed multiple locations since our departure from the cosmic center. Just when we thought that the mechanical civilization, having claimed such a vast territory, would take the time to recuperate, they pursued us once more. We fled to new locations, only to find them relentlessly tracking us. The more we ran, the more isolated we became. Now, the adversary has occupied a significant portion of the universe and shows no signs of halting their advance. We have retreated to the most desolate regions, and there are no paths left to take. Within a spacecraft the size of a star, in a conference room, the projections of the leaders from several fifth-level civilizations materialize. The expressions on their faces reveal a profound discontent, as though they have all suffered an unimaginable calamity. After the meeting commenced, a profound silence enveloped the room for approximately 10 minutes. The leader of the Triad civilization, an extraterrestrial being adorned with 3 eyes, one of which was vertical, finally broke the stillness, his voice tinged with a tremor of desolation. Now, we find ourselves at a crossroads. There are but 2 paths before us. In truth, there have always been only these 2 paths, yet we have persistently evaded them. One path leads to annihilation, the extinction of our civilization. The other demands our complete submission. Our strength is utterly insufficient to contend with the 5, 9-level mechanical civilization, the chasm represented by the 0, 1-level disparity equates to an entire era, a gap that mere numbers cannot bridge. We have already demonstrated this reality. If we wish to avert the destruction of our civilization at our own hands, we must relinquish our pride, shatter the arrogance of our civilization, lower our lofty heads, and bend our unyielding backs in submission to the mechanical civilization. Only through such humility can we allow the spark of our civilization to continue to flicker, granting a possibility for a resplendent future. I have made my decision. If anyone wishes to accompany me in this submission, let us stand together. I fear the journey alone. I dread that the mechanical civilization may no longer require our existence, resulting in our civilization demise in my hands. Upon the leader's declaration, the 8-level space worm civilization cast a glance at the others present. This elongated white, meaty creature, stretching several meters in length, lowered its head slightly, tearing open the bloody truth of reality. It compelled everyone to choose a path, either face extinction or join it in submission to the mechanical civilization. No one hurled accusations of betrayal at the space worm civilization for its defection from the alliance of over a dozen civilizations. Instead, the atmosphere was thick with contemplation. Confronted with this choice, while a small faction had already entertained thoughts of submission, the majority bore expressions rife with inner turmoil.